Introductions to the Shining Pyramid, Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Introduction to the 1923 edition by Vincent Starrett. Arthur Machen, I am happy to say, still lives, wherefore it is an impertinence for any lesser artist to introduce a collection of his writings. As I sit down to the task, it occurs to me that my predicament is much as would be that of, say, M. Maurice Leblanc of Arsène Lupin, celebrity, were he to attempt the introduction of a garner of tales by Anatole France. However well he might perform his labor of love, it would have the appearance of insolence. Yet, in the present instance, at least a word of explanation seems advisable, if only to absolve Mr. Machen from responsibility for the contents of this volume as a volume. He is responsible for the tales and sketches and essays, now for the first time brought together, because he wrote them, but for their appearance and the permanence of covers I alone am to be held to account. This is not by any means to say that the Shining Pyramid is a collection of negligible writings, which the author himself did not see fit to resurrect from their comfortable graves in old periodicals. The fact is, the volume contains, in my opinion, some of Mr. Machen's finest work. It goes back for the most part, however, to a period long past, and such have been the author's excitements and vicissitudes since that time that neither opportunity nor desire has knocked upon his heart's door to bid him seek out and republish the scattered works of that earlier day. Discovering those lost writings, therefore, became nothing less than the duty of an ardent Macheniac, and it was a duty I was happy to accept. The collecting of the old magazines and catalogues which have gone to the making of the present miscellany has been for me a joyous adventure, and I believe the volume, which is the inevitable result of my explorations, will be warmly welcomed by those others, no longer just a handful, who feel as I do about the author of Hieroglyphics and The Hill of Dreams. At any rate, here it is, and very pleased am I to associate my name with it. Here are specimens, and admirable specimens, of the work of the three Arthur Machens, who, not to be lengthy about it, may be characterized as Machen the Saint, Machen the Sorcerer, and Machen the Critic. The discovery of as important a story as The Shining Pyramid, typical as it is of the admired Machen of the 1890s and of the House of Souls, I believe to be somewhat of a triumph, and not far behind it, in point of interest, ranks Out of the Earth, which obviously belongs to the period that gave us the Bowmen, that is, the recent war period. The spagyric quest of Beraldus Cosmopolita antedates even the 1890s. It belongs to the period of the Chronicle of Clemendi and the Rabelaisian fantastic tales. It was originally written as an introduction to a catalogue of books on alchemy and magic, issued by a London bookseller by whom the young Machen was then employed. And practically the same is true of The Priest and the Barber, which was a tiny pamphlet issued by another bookseller to call attention to a collection of occult literature offered by him for sale. I believe that only 4 copies of the catalogue are known to be in existence, and 4 also of the pamphlet. The Shining Pyramid is from an old and long-dead journal, as are most of the other tales and sketches, although the journal in each case is not the same. In The Lost Club and A Wonderful Woman, the curious reader may, if he chooses, ponder upon the beginnings of a genius, for they are almost, if not quite, Arthur Machen's first attempts at fiction, and they plainly point the way toward the 3 impostors. More interesting to the admirers of Mr. Machen, however, will be In Convertendo, The Hidden Mystery, and The Martyr, all contributed years ago to the London Academy, and all are patently a part of the superb chronicle which, in its final form, became The Secret Glory. In The Art of Dickens, and in several of the other critical articles, there is a clear thought of hieroglyphics, only in these instances it is an afterthought, for that astonishing volume of criticism has been published for some years when the present articles were written. Finally, in Sad Happy Race, the curious will be delighted to find what is in large part a chapter of autobiography, for it will be remembered that Arthur Machen was for some years an actor in the Benson Company. It should be added that Drake's Drum, another legend of the war, was contributed only a few years ago to the London Outlook, and is here reprinted by courteous permission, and that the Capital Levy is published for the first time from a manuscript in my possession. To revert to my first paragraph, the only possible necessary introduction to the present collection is a bibliographical introduction. This now has been accomplished, and I shall stand no longer between Mr. Arthur Machen and his admirers. Vincent Starrett. Introduction to the 1925 edition by Arthur Machen. The Shining Pyramid is the result of a collaboration. 2 years ago, an American man of letters full of industry rummaged in old papers, magazines, and manuscripts, owing their origin to me, and produced as a result of his labors a volume published at Chicago called The Shining Pyramid. The American gentleman, I may say, did not disturb my peace by consulting me as to the content of the book in question. Then, in 1924, pleased, I suppose, with the result of his toils, he rummaged a little more, and using the same methods, produced a second volume of scraps and odds and ends from my workshop. This book he entitled The Glorious Mystery. At length I thought I ought to take a hand in the business. It seemed to me that I was leaving too much to the American collector of fragments. I went through the 2 volumes, and rejecting a good deal, have made them into one. The contents of The Shining Pyramid are various enough. They are of many periods and of many manners. There are wonder stories, bits of the breakages of unhappy failures of books, a literary historical essay of some length, and 2 articles from the old Academy, one whimsical, the other venomous. The Shining Pyramid, which gives the book its title, was written, if I remember, in 1895. At that time my old friend A.E. Waite was editing a monthly magazine called The Unknown World, about which I must tell an entertaining story. The firm which published The Unknown World, amongst other things, was very largely supported financially by an English nobleman of ancient family, devoted to the occult arts. For one reason or another, this support was at length withdrawn, and the publishing house found it necessary to suspend their business. There was, I believe, some difficulty in paying the rent due for the premises which they occupied. It was necessary to ask for a trifle of indulgence in this matter, and the firm wrote to this effect to their landlord, who occupied the lower part of the building. Now, at this point, 2 odd circumstances met together. The landlords were, in fact, an evangelical society of the strictest Protestant principles. That was one circumstance. The other was this. The firm wrote their letter begging for a slight delay on Unknown World letter paper, which displayed the magazine cover in miniature. A pentacle of light, a strong spirit proceeding from it, and for all I remember other apparatus of magic. And happy magic, indeed, resulted from this letter. The Evangelical Society wrote in horror. They had never imagined that anything so dreadful was being done on their premises. They begged the publishers of The Unknown World not to speak of a trifle of rent owing, but to go forthwith in God's name. And the publishers went with happy hearts. To The Unknown World, then, The Shining Pyramid was contributed. Reading it over, for the first time for nearly 30 years, I exclaimed to the critic on the hearth, "This is highly ingenious rubbish." The critic very properly admitted the ingenuity but denied the rubbish. But I adhere to my criticism, and I am reminded of the logical rule that A cannot be converted simpliciter. I have always maintained, and I maintain still, that all the good books have been written for fun, because the author wanted to write them. Now, I wrote The Shining Pyramid purely for fun, to amuse myself. But one cannot change all good books are written for fun into all books written for fun are good. Out of the Earth and The Happy Children belong to a far later period, to the sad days of the war. The former centers round a wonderful headland in Pembrokeshire called Old Castlehead, a prehistoric fort overlooking the sea. The latter derives from a night and morning spent at Whitby. I am glad to say that the scrap of an imaginary ritual contained in The Happy Children deceived a liturgiologist of some experience. I have already written in the body of the book an essay by way of preface to The Secret of the Sangreal. This has always been a question of the keenest interest to me since my friend A.E. Waite, whom I have already mentioned, directed my closer attention to it many years ago. It has the fascination of an insoluble problem, and I am happy to believe that it will always remain insoluble. I need scarcely say that I am under no delusions as to my own share in the quest. I hope that I have thrown some light on one side of that great figure, which no man can comprehend, which appears under 5 several manners. It is something to have done so much. I am sorry for one thing. In these latter days this most deeply interesting subject seems in some danger of falling under the purview of the occult quack. There is no sadder fate. I can bear much more easily the attribute of the sham man of science, who knows that the Sangreal was merely an Irish feeding vessel. He does no harm, that is, to anyone who matters. The mystic speech was originally a lecture delivered before the Quest Society, and so some traces of the lecture manner may still be found in it, One curious circumstance I remember. In the course of the lecture I quoted, page 143, a passage from a book of mine now known, or unknown, as Far Off Things. When I had done, Mr. Mead, the founder, I believe, of the Quest Society, remarked that a passage very similar in feeling, and even in expression to my quotation, might be found in the prose works of 17th century Traherne. Now, I have never read Traherne, but the other day I came upon the sentences of which Mr. Mead must have been thinking. The resemblance is amazing, so strong indeed that I am almost convinced that when I say that I have never read Traherne, I lie. In Convertendo is a bit of wreckage from the latter part of The Secret Glory. All I can say of it is that it praises my country, Gwent, and that he who does this does well in intent, if not in performance. I think a very great deal is to be urged in favor of the thesis of the martyr. An eminent physician once said to me that the last superstition to perish would be the belief that medicine can make any man better. But when this foolery is ended, there will still be people found ready to declare that beef and beer do them good. The last article in the book speaks lightly of the great public schools, and must be all wrong. Arthur Machen. End of introductions. Section 1 of The Shining Pyramid, Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Shining Pyramid. 1. The Arrowhead Character. Haunted, you said. Yes, haunted. Don't you remember when I saw you 3 years ago? You told me about your place in the west with the ancient woods hanging all about it, and the wild domed hills and the ragged land. It has always remained a sort of enchanted picture in my mind as I sit at my desk and hear the traffic rattling in the street in the midst of whirling London. But when did you come up? The fact is, Dyson, I have only just got out of the train. I drove to the station early this morning and caught the 10:45. Well, I'm very glad you looked in on me. How have you been getting on since we last met? There is no Mrs. Vaughan, I suppose? No, said Vaughan. I am still a hermit, like yourself. I have done nothing but loaf about. Vaughan had lit his pipe and sat in the elbow chair, fidgeting and glancing about him in a somewhat dazed and restless manner. Dyson had wheeled round his chair when his visitor entered, and sat with one arm fondly reclining on the desk of his bureau, and touched the litter of manuscript. "And you are still engaged in the old task?" said Vaughan, pointing to the pile of papers and the teeming pigeonholes. "Yes, the vain pursuit of literature, as idle as alchemy and as entrancing. But you have come to town for some time, I suppose. What shall we do tonight?" "Well, I rather wanted you to try a few days with me down in the West. It would do you a lot of good, I'm sure." "You are very kind, Vaughan, but London in September is hard to leave. Doré could not have designed anything more wonderful and mystic than Oxford Street as I saw it the other evening. The sunset flaming, the blue haze transmuting the plain street into a road far in the spiritual city. I should like you to come down, though. You would enjoy roaming over our hills. Does this racket go on all day and all night? It quite bewilders me. I wonder how you can work through it. I'm sure you would revel in the great peace of my old home among the woods." Vaughan lit his pipe again, and looked anxiously at Dyson to see if his inducements had had any effect, but the man of letters shook his head smiling, and vowed in his heart a firm allegiance to the streets. "You cannot tempt me," he said. "Well, you may be right. Perhaps, after all, I was wrong to speak of the peace of the country. There, when a tragedy does occur, it is like a stone thrown into a pond. The circles of disturbance keep on widening, and it seems as if the water would never be still again." "Have you ever had any tragedies where you are?" "I can hardly say that, but I was a good deal disturbed about a month ago by something that happened. It may or may not have been a tragedy in the usual sense of the word." "What was the occurrence?" "Well, the fact is, a girl disappeared in a way which seems highly mysterious. Her parents, people of the name of Trevor, are well-to-do farmers, and their eldest daughter, Annie, was a sort of village beauty. She was really remarkably handsome. One afternoon she thought she would go and see her aunt, a widow who farms her own land, and as the two houses are only about 5 or 6 miles apart, she started off, telling her parents she would take the short-cut over the hills. She never got to her aunt's, and she never was seen again. That's putting it in a few words." "What an extraordinary thing. I suppose there are no disused mines, are there, on the hills? I don't think you quite run into anything so formidable as a precipice?" "No, The path the girl must have taken had no pitfalls of any description. It is just a track over wild, bare hillside, far even from a byroad. One may walk for miles without meeting a soul, but it is all perfectly safe. And what do people say about it? Oh, they talk nonsense among themselves. You have no notion as to how superstitious English cottagers are in out-of-the-way parts like mine. They're as bad as the Irish, every whit, and even more secretive. But what do they say? Oh, the poor girl is supposed to have gone with the fairies, or to have been taken by the fairies. Such stuff. He went on. One would laugh if it were not for the real tragedy of the case. Dyson looked somewhat interested. Yes, he said. Fairies, certainly, strikes a little curiously on the ear these days. But what do the police say? I presume they do not accept the fairy tale hypothesis. No, but they seem quite at fault. What I am afraid of is that Annie Trevor must have fallen in with some scoundrels on her way. Castleton is a large seaport, you know, and some of the worst of the foreign sailors occasionally desert their ships and go on the tramp up and down the country. Not many years ago, a Spanish sailor named Garcia murdered a whole family for the sake of plunder that was not worth sixpence. They're hardly human, some of these fellows, and I'm dreadfully afraid the poor girl must have come to an awful end. But no foreign sailor was seen by anyone about the country. No, there is certainly that, and of course country people are quick to notice anyone whose appearance and dress are a little out of the common. Still, it seems as if my theory were the only possible explanation. There are no data to go upon, said Dyson thoughtfully. There was no question of a love affair, or anything of the kind, I suppose? Oh, no, not a hint of such a thing. I'm sure if Annie were alive, she would have contrived to let her mother know of her safety. No doubt, no doubt. Still, it is barely possible that she is alive and yet unable to communicate with her friends. But all this must have disturbed you a good deal. Yes, it did. I hate a mystery, and especially a mystery which is probably the veil of horror. But frankly, Dyson, I want to make a clean breast of it. I did not come here to tell you all this. Of course not, said Dyson, a little surprised at Vaughan's uneasy manner. You came to have a chat on more cheerful topics. No, I did not. What I've been telling you about happened a month ago, but something which seems likely to affect me more personally has taken place within the last few days. And to be quite plain, I came up to town with the idea that you might be able to help me. You recollect that curious case you spoke to me about at our last meeting? Something about a spectacle maker. Oh, yes, I remember that. I know I was quite proud of my acumen at the time. Even to this day, the police have no idea why those peculiar yellow spectacles were wanted. But, Vaughan, you really look quite put out. I hope there is nothing serious. No, I think I've been exaggerating, and I want you to reassure me. But what has happened is very odd. And what has happened? I'm sure that you will laugh at me, but this is the story. You must know there is a path, a right-of-way, that goes through my land, and to be precise, close to the wall of the kitchen garden. It is not used by many people. A woodman now and again finds it useful, and 5 or 6 children who go to school in the village pass twice a day. Well, a few days ago I was taking a walk about the place before breakfast, and I happened to stop to fill my pipe just by the large doors in the garden wall. The wood, I must tell you, comes to within a few feet of the wall, and the track I spoke of runs right in the shadow of the trees. I thought the shelter from a brisk wind that was blowing rather pleasant, and I stood there smoking with my eyes on the ground. Then something caught my attention. Just under the wall, on the short grass, a number of small flints were arranged in a pattern, something like this, and Mr. Vaughan caught at a pencil and piece of paper and dotted down a few strokes. You see, he went on, there were, I should think, 12 little stones neatly arranged in lines and spaced at equal distances, as I have shown it on the paper. They were pointed stones, and the points were very carefully directed one way. Yes, said Dyson without much interest. No doubt the children you have mentioned had been playing there on their way from school. Children, as you know, are very fond of making such devices with oyster shells or flints or flowers or whatever comes in their way. So I thought I just noticed these flints were arranged in a sort of pattern and then went on. But the next morning I was taking the same round, which, as a matter of fact, is habitual with me, and again I saw at the same spot a device in flints. This time it was really a curious pattern, something like the spokes of a wheel, all meeting in a common center, and this center formed by a device which looked like a bowl. all you understand done in flints." "You are right," said Dyson. "That seems odd enough. Still, it is reasonable that your half a dozen schoolchildren are responsible for these fantasies in stone." "Well, I thought I would set the matter at rest. The children pass the gate every evening at 5:30, and I walked by at 6, and found the device just as I had left it in the morning. The next day I was up and about at 6:45, and I found the whole thing had been changed. There was a pyramid outlined in flints upon the grass. The children I saw going by an hour and a half later, and they ran past the spot without glancing to right or left. In the evening I watched them going home, and this morning, when I got to the gate at 6 o'clock, there was a thing like a half moon waiting for me." So then the series runs thus. Firstly, ordered lines, then the device of the spokes and the bowl, then the pyramid, and finally this morning the half moon. That is the order, isn't it? "Yes, that is right. But do you know, it has made me feel very uneasy. I suppose it seems absurd, but I can't help thinking that some kind of signaling is going on under my nose, and that sort of thing is disquieting." "But what have you to dread? You have no enemies?" "No, but I have some very valuable old plate." "You are thinking of burglars, then?" said Dyson, with an accent of considerable interest. "But you must know your neighbors. Are there any suspicious characters about?" "Not that I am aware of. But you remember what I told you of the sailors?" "Can you trust your servants?" "Oh, perfectly. The plate is preserved in a strong room. The butler, an old family servant, alone knows where the key is kept. There is nothing wrong there. Still, everybody is aware that I have a lot of old silver, and all country folks are given to gossip. In that way, information may have got abroad in very undesirable quarters." "Yes, but I confess there seems something a little unsatisfactory in the burglar theory. Who is signaling to whom? I cannot see my way to accepting such an explanation. What put the plate into your head in connection with these flint signs, or whatever one may call them?" "It was the figure of the bowl," said Vaughan. "I happen to possess a very large and very valuable Charles II punch bowl. The chasing is really exquisite, and the thing is worth a lot of money. The sign I described to you was exactly the same shape as my punch bowl." "A queer coincidence, certainly. But the other figures or devices? You have nothing shaped like a pyramid." "Ah, you will think that queerer. As it happens, this punch bowl of mine, together with a set of rare old ladles, is kept in a mahogany chest of a pyramidal shape. The 4 sides slope upwards, the narrow towards the top." "I confess that all this interests me a good deal," said Dyson. "Let us go, then. What about the other figures? How about the army, as we may call the first sign and the crescent or half moon?" "Ah, there is no reference that I can make out of these two. Still, you see, I have some excuse for curiosity at all events. I should be very vexed to lose any of the old plate. Nearly all the pieces have been in the family for generations, and I cannot get it out of my head that some scoundrels mean to rob me, and are communicating with one another every night." "Frankly," said Dyson, "I can make nothing of it. I am as much in the dark as yourself. Your theory seems certainly the only possible explanation, and yet the difficulties are immense." He leaned back in his chair, and the two men faced each other, frowning and perplexed by so bizarre a problem. "By the way," said Dyson after a long pause, "what is your geological formation down there?" Mr. Vaughan looked up, a good deal surprised by the question. "Old red sandstone and limestone, I believe," he said. "We are just beyond the coal measures, you know." "But surely there are no flints either in the sandstone or the limestone?" "No, I never see any flints in the fields. I confess that did strike me as a little curious." "I should think so. It is very important. By the way, what size were the flints used in making these devices?" "I happen to have brought one with me. I took it this morning." "From the half moon?" "Exactly. Here it is." He handed over a small flint, tapering to a point, and about 3 inches in length. Dyson's face blazed up with excitement as he took the thing from Vaughan. "Certainly," he said after a moment's pause, "you have some curious neighbors in your country. I hardly think they can harbor any designs on your punch bowl. Do you know, this is a flint arrowhead of vast antiquity, and not only that, but an arrowhead of a unique kind. I've seen specimens from all parts of the world, but there are features about this thing that are quite peculiar." He laid down his pipe and took out a book from a drawer. "We shall just have time to catch the 5:45 to Castleton," he said. 2. The Eyes on the Wall. Mr. Dyson drew in a long breath of the air of the hills and felt all the enchantment of the scene about him. It was very early morning, and he stood on the terrace in the front of the house. Vaughan's ancestor had built on the lower slope of a great hill, in the shelter of a deep and ancient wood that gathered on 3 sides about the house, and on the 4th side, the southwest, the land fell gently away and sank to the valley, where a brook wound in and out in mystic S's, and the dark and gleaming alders tracked the stream's course to the eye. On the terrace, in that sheltered place, no wind blew, and far beyond, the trees were still. Only one sound broke in upon the silence, and Dyson heard the noise of the brook singing far below, the song of clear and shining water rippling over the stones, whispering and murmuring, as it sank to dark deep pools. Across the stream, just below the house, rose a grey stone bridge, vaulted and buttressed, a fragment of the Middle Ages, and then beyond the bridge the hills rose again, vast and rounded like bastions, covered here and there with dark woods and thickets of undergrowth. But the heights were all bare of trees, showing only grey turf and patches of bracken touched here and there with the gold of fading fronds. Dyson looked to the north and south, and still he saw the wall of the hills and the ancient woods, and the stream drawn in and out between them, all grey and dim with morning mist beneath a grey sky and a hushed and haunted air. Mr. Vaughan's voice broke in upon the silence. "I thought you would be too tired to be about so early," he said. "I see you are admiring the view. It is very pretty, isn't it? Though I suppose old Merrick Vaughan didn't think much about the scenery when he built the house. A queer grey old place, isn't it?" "Yes, and how it fits into the surroundings. It seems of a piece with the grey hills and the grey bridge below." "I am afraid I have brought you down on false pretenses, Dyson," said Vaughan as they began to walk up and down the terrace. "I've been to the place, and there is not a sign of anything this morning." "Ah, indeed. Well, suppose we go round together." They walked across the lawn and went by a path through the ilex shrubbery to the back of the house. There Vaughan pointed out the track leading down to the valley and up to the heights above the wood, and presently they stood beneath the garden wall by the door. "Here, you see, it was," said Vaughan, pointing to a spot on the turf. "I was standing just where you are now that morning I first saw the flints." "Yes, quite so. That morning it was the army, as I call it, then the bowl, then the pyramid, and yesterday the half-moon. What a queer old stone that is," he went on, pointing to a block of limestone rising out of the turf just beneath the wall. "It looks like a sort of dwarf pillar, but I suppose it is natural." "Oh, yes, I think so. I imagine it was brought here, though, as we stand on the red stone. No doubt it was used as a foundation stone for some older building." "Very likely." Dyson was peering about him attentively, looking from the ground to the wall and from the wall to the deep wood that hung almost over the garden and made the place dark even in the morning. "Look here," said Dyson at length. "It is certainly a case of children this time. Look at that." He was bending down and staring at the dull red surface of the mellowed bricks of the wall. Vaughan came up and looked hard where Dyson's finger was pointing, and could scarcely distinguish a faint mark in deeper red. "What is it?" he said. "I can scarcely make nothing of it." "Look a little more closely. Don't you see it is an attempt to draw the human eye?" "Ah, now I see what you mean. My sight is not very sharp. Yes, so it is. It is meant for an eye, no doubt, as you say. I thought the children learnt drawing at school." "Well, it is an odd eye, though. Do you notice the peculiar almond shape, almost like the eye of a Chinaman?" Dyson looked meditatively at the work of the undeveloped artist, and scanned the wall again, going down on his knees in the minuteness of his inquisition. "I should like very much," he said at length, "to know how a child in this out-of-the-way place could have any idea of the shape of the Mongolian eye. You see, the average child has a very distinct impression of the subject. He draws a circle, or something like a circle, and puts a dot in the center. I don't think any child imagines that the eye is really made like that. It's just a convention of infantile art. But this almond-shaped thing puzzles me extremely. Perhaps it may be derived from a gilt Chinaman on a tea canister in the grocer's shop. Still, that's hardly likely." "But why are you so sure it was done by a child?" "Why, look at the height. These old-fashioned bricks are little more than 2 inches thick. There are 20 courses from the ground to the sketch, if we can call it so. That gives a height of 3.5 feet, Now, just imagine you are going to draw something on this wall. Exactly. Your pencil, if you had one, would touch the wall somewhere on the level with your eyes. That is, more than 5 feet from the ground. It seems, therefore, a very simple deduction to conclude that this eye on the wall was drawn by a child about 10 years old. Yes, I had not thought of that. Of course one of the children must have done it. I suppose so, and yet, as I said, there is something singularly unchildlike about those 2 lines, and the eyeball itself, you see, is almost an oval. To my mind, the thing has an odd ancient air, and a touch that is not altogether pleasant. I cannot help fancying that if we could see a whole face from the same hand, it would not be altogether agreeable. However, that is nonsense after all, and we are not getting farther in our investigations. It is odd that the Flint series has come to such an abrupt end. The 2 men walked away towards the house, and as they went in at the porch there was a break in the gray sky, and a gleam of sunshine on the gray hill before them. All the day Dyson prowled meditatively about the fields and woods surrounding the house. He was thoroughly and completely puzzled by the trivial circumstances he proposed to elucidate, and now he again took the flint arrowhead from his pocket, turned it over, and examined it with deep attention. There was something about the thing that was altogether different from the specimens he had seen at the museums and private collections. The shape was of a distinct type, and around the edge there was a line of little punctured dots, apparently a suggestion of ornament. Who, thought Dyson, could possess such things in so remote a place? And who, possessing the flints, could have put them to the fantastic use of designing meaningless figures under Vaughan's garden wall? The rank absurdity of the whole affair offended him unutterably, and as one theory after another rose in his mind only to be rejected, he felt strongly tempted to take the next train back to town. He had seen the silver plate which Vaughan treasured, and had inspected the punch bowl, the gem of the collection, with close attention. And what he saw, and his interview with the butler, convinced him that a plot to rob the strong box was out of the limits of inquiry. The chest in which the bowl was kept, a heavy piece of mahogany, evidently dating from the beginning of the century, was certainly strongly suggestive of a pyramid, and Dyson was at first inclined to the inept maneuvers of the detective. But a little sober thought convinced him of the impossibility of the burglary hypothesis, and he cast wildly about for something more satisfying. He asked Vaughan if there were any gypsies in the neighborhood, and heard that the Romany had not been seen for years. This dashed him a good deal, as he knew the gypsy habit of leaving queer hieroglyphics on the line of march, and had been much elated when the thought occurred to him. He was facing Vaughan by the old-fashioned hearth when he put the question, and leaned back in his chair in disgust at the destruction of his theory. "It is odd," said Vaughan, "but the gypsies never trouble us here. Now and then the farmers find traces of fires in the wildest parts of the hills, but nobody seems to know who the firelighters are. Surely that looks like gypsies? No, not in such places as those. Tinkers and gypsies and wanderers of all sorts stick to the roads and don't go very far from the farmhouses. Well, I can make nothing of it. I saw the children going by this afternoon, and, as you say, they ran straight on. So we shall have no more eyes on the wall at all events. No, I must waylay them one of these days and find out who is the artist." The next morning, when Vaughan strolled in his usual course from the lawn to the back of the house, he found Dyson already awaiting him by the garden door, and evidently in a state of high excitement, for he beckoned furiously with his hand and gesticulated violently. "What is it?" asked Vaughan. "The flints again?" "No, but look here, look at the wall. There, don't you see it?" "There's another of those eyes." "Exactly. Drawn, you see, at a little distance from the first, almost on the same level, but slightly lower. What on earth is one to make of it? It couldn't have been done by the children. It wasn't there last night, and they won't pass for another hour. What can it mean?" "I think the very devil is at the bottom of all this," said Dyson. "Of course, one cannot resist the conclusion that these infernal almond eyes are to be set down to the same agency as the devices and the arrowheads. And where that conclusion is to lead us is more than I can tell. For my part, I have to put a strong check on my imagination, or it would run wild." "Vaughan," he said as they turned away from the wall, "has it struck you that there is one point, a very curious point, in common between the figures done in flints and the eyes drawn on the wall?" "What is that?" asked Vaughn, on whose face there had fallen a certain shadow of indefinite dread. "It is this. We know that the signs of the army, the bull, the pyramid, and the half-moon must have been done at night. Presumably they were meant to be seen at night. Well, precisely the same reasoning applies to those eyes on the wall." "I do not quite see your point." "Oh, surely. The nights are dark just now, and have been very cloudy, I know, since I came down. Moreover, those overhanging trees would throw that wall into deep shadow even on a clear night." "Well?" "What struck me was this. What very peculiarly sharp eyesight they, whoever they are, must have had to be able to arrange arrowheads in intricate order in the blackest shadow of the wood, and then draw the eyes on the wall without a trace of bungling or false line." "I have read of persons confined in dungeons for many years who have been able to see quite well in the dark," said Vaughn. "Yes," said Dyson. "There was the Abbé in Monte Cristo. But it is a singular point." 3. The Search for the Bull. "Who was that old man that touched his hat to you just now?" said Dyson as they came to the bend of the lane near the house. "Oh, that was old Trevor. He looks very broken, poor old fellow." "Who is Trevor?" "Don't you remember I told you the story that afternoon I came to your rooms, about a girl named Annie Trevor who disappeared in the most inexplicable manner about 5 weeks ago? That was her father." Yes, I recollect now. To tell the truth, I had forgotten all about it. And nothing had been heard of the girl?" "Nothing whatever. The police are quite at fault." "I am afraid I did not pay very much attention to the details you gave me. Which way did the girl go?" "Her path would take her right across those wild hills above the house. The nearest point in the track must be about 2 miles from here." "Is it near that little hamlet I saw yesterday?" "You mean Crossaciliog, where the children came from? No, it goes more to the north." "Ah, I've never been that way." They went into the house, and Dyson shut himself up in his room, sunk deep in doubtful thought, but yet with the shadow of a suspicion growing within him that for a while haunted his brain, all vague and fantastic, refusing to take definite form. He was sitting by the open window and looking out on the valley, and saw, as if in a picture, the intricate winding of the brook, the grey bridge, and the vast hills rising beyond, all still and without a breath of wind to stir the mystic hanging woods, and the evening sunshine glowed warm on the bracken, and down below a faint mist, pure white, began to rise from the stream. Dyson sat by the window as the day darkened, and the huge, bastioned hills loomed vast and vague, and the woods became dim and more shadowy, and the fancy that had seized him no longer appeared altogether impossible. He passed the rest of the evening in a reverie, hardly hearing what Vaughn said, and when he took his candle in the hall, he paused a moment before bidding his friend good night. "I want a good rest," he said. "I've got some work to do tomorrow." "Some writing, you mean?" "No, I'm going to look for the bowl." "The bowl? If you mean my punch bowl, that is safe in the chest." "I don't mean the punch bowl. You may take my word for it that your plate has never been threatened. No, I will not bother you with any suppositions. We shall in all probability have something much stronger than suppositions before long. Good night, Vaughn." The next morning Dyson set off after breakfast. He took the path by the garden wall and noted that there were now 8 of the weird almond eyes dimly outlined on the brick. 6 days more, he said to himself, but as he thought over the theory he had formed, he shrank, in spite of strong conviction, from such a wildly incredible fancy. He struck up through the dense shadows of the wood, and at length came out on the bare hillside and climbed higher and higher over the slippery turf, keeping well to the north, and following the indications given him by Vaughn. As he went on, he seemed to mount ever higher above the world of human life and customary things. To his right he looked at a fringe of orchard, and saw a faint blue smoke rising like a pillar. There was the hamlet from which the children came to school, and there the only sign of life, for the woods embowered and concealed Vaughan's old grey house. As he reached what seemed the summit of the hill, he realized for the first time the desolate loneliness and strangeness of the land. There was nothing but grey sky and grey hill, a high vast plain that seemed to stretch on forever and ever, and a faint glimpse of a blue-peaked mountain, far away and to the north. At length he came to the path, a slight track scarcely noticeable, and from its position, and by what Vaughn had told him, he knew that it was the way the lost girl Annie Trevor must have taken. He followed the path on the bare hilltop, noticing the great limestone rocks that cropped out of the turf, grim and hideous, and of an aspect as forbidding as an idol of the South Seas. And suddenly he halted, astonished, although he had found what he searched for. Almost without warning, the ground shelved suddenly away on all sides, and Dyson looked down into a circular depression, which might well have been a Roman amphitheater, and the ugly crags of limestone rimmed it round as if with a broken wall. Dyson walked round the hollow and noted the position of the stones, and then turned on his way home. This, he thought to himself, is more than curious. The bowl is discovered. But where is the pyramid? "My dear Vaughn," he said when he got back, "I may tell you that I have found the bowl, and that is all I shall tell you for the present. We have 6 days of absolute inaction before us. There is really nothing to be done." 4. The Secret of the Pyramid. "I have just been round the garden," said Vaughn one morning. "I have been counting those infernal eyes, and I find there are 14 of them. For heaven's sake, Dyson, tell me what the meaning of all this is." "I should be very sorry to attempt to do so. I may have guessed this or that, but I always make it a principle to keep my guesses to myself. Besides, it is really not worth while anticipating events. You will remember my telling you that we had 6 days of inaction before us? Well, this is the 6th day, and the last of idleness. Tonight I propose we take a stroll." "A stroll? Is that all the action you mean to take?" "Well, it may show you some very curious things. To be plain, I want you to start with me at 9 o'clock this evening for the hills. We may have to be out all night, so you'd better wrap up well and bring some of that brandy." "Is it a joke?" asked Vaughn, who was bewildered with strange events and strange surmises. "No, I don't think there is much joke in it. Unless I am much mistaken, we shall find a very serious explanation of the puzzle. You will come with me, I am sure?" "Very good. Which way do you want to go?" "By the path you told me of, the path Annie Trevor is supposed to have taken." Vaughn looked white at the mention of the girl's name. "I did not think you were on that track," he said. "I thought it was the affair of those devices and flint and of the eyes on the wall that you were engaged on. It's no good saying any more, but I will go with you." At 8:45 that evening the two men set out, taking the path through the wood and up the hillside. It was a dark and heavy night. The sky was thick with clouds and the valley full of mist, and all the way they seemed to walk in a world of shadow and gloom, hardly speaking, and afraid to break the haunted silence. They came out at last on the steep hillside, and instead of the oppression of the wood, there was the long dim sweep of the turf, and higher the fantastic limestone rocks hinted horror through the darkness, and the wind sighed as it passed across the mountain to the sea, and in its passage beat chill about their hearts. They seemed to walk on and on for hours, and the dim outline of the hills still stretched before them, and the haggard rocks still loomed through the darkness, when suddenly Dyson whispered, drawing his breath quickly and coming close to his companion. "Here," he said, "we will lie down. I do not think there is anything yet." "I know the place," said Vaughn, after a moment. "I've often been by in the daytime. The country people are afraid to come here, I believe. It is supposed to be a fairy's castle or something of the kind. But why on earth have we come here?" "Speak a little lower," said Dyson. "It might not do us any good if we are overheard." "Overheard here? There is not a soul within 3 miles of us." "Possibly not. Indeed, I should say certainly not, but there might be a body somewhat nearer." "I don't understand you in the least," said Vaughn, whispering to humor Dyson. "But why have we come here?" "Well, you see, this hollow before us is the bowl. I think we had better not talk even in whispers." They lay there full length upon the turf, the rock between their faces and the bowl, and now and again Dyson, slouching his dark soft hat over his forehead, put out the glint of an eye, and in a moment drew back, not daring to take a prolonged view. Again he laid an ear to the ground and listened, and the hours went by, and the darkness seemed to blacken, and the faint sigh of the wind was the only sound. Vaughn grew impatient with this heaviness of silence, this watching for indefinite terror. For him there was no shape or form of apprehension, and he began to think the whole vigil a dreary farce. "How much longer is this to last?" he whispered to Dyson, and Dyson, who had been holding his breath in the agony of attention, put his mouth to Vaughn's ear and said, "Will you listen?" with pauses between each syllable, and in the voice with which the priest pronounces the awful words. Vaughn caught the ground with his hands and stretched forward, wondering what he was to hear. At first there was nothing, and then a low and gentle noise came very softly from the bowl, a faint sound, almost indescribable, but as if one held the tongue against the roof of the mouth and expelled the breath. He listened eagerly, and presently the noise grew louder, and became a strident and horrible hissing, as if the pit beneath boiled with fervent heat. And Vaughn, unable to remain in suspense any longer, drew his cap half over his face in imitation of Dyson, and looked down to the hollow below. It did in truth stir and seethe like an infernal cauldron. The whole of the sides and bottom tossed and writhed with vague and restless forms that passed to and fro without the sound of feet, and gathered thick here and there, and seemed to speak to one another in those tones of horrible sibilance, like the hissing of snakes that he had heard. It was as if the sweet turf and the cleanly earth had suddenly become quickened with some foul writhing growth. Vaughn could not draw back his face, though he felt Dyson's finger touch him, but he peered into the quaking mass and saw faintly that there were things like faces and human limbs, and yet he felt his inmost soul chill with the sure belief that no fellow soul or human thing stirred in all that tossing and hissing host. He looked aghast, choking back sobs of horror, and at length the loathsome forms gathered thickest about some vague object in the middle of the hollow, and the hissing of their speech grew more venomous, and he saw in the uncertain light the abominable limbs, vague and yet too plainly seen, writhe and intertwine, and he thought he heard very faint a low human moan striking through the noise of speech that was not of man. At his heart something seemed to whisper ever, "The worm of corruption, the worm that dieth not." And grotesquely the image was pictured to his imagination of a piece of putrid offal, stirring through and through with bloated and horrible creeping things. The writhing of the dusky limbs continued. They seemed clustered round the dark form in the middle of the hollow, and the sweat dripped and poured off Vaughn's forehead, and fell cold on his hand beneath his face. Then it seemed done in an instant. The loathsome mass melted and fell away to the sides of the bowl, and for a moment Vaughn saw in the middle of the hollow the tossing of human arms. But a spark gleamed beneath, a fire kindled, and as the voice of a woman cried out loud in a shrill scream of utter anguish and terror, a great pyramid of flame spired up like a bursting of a pent fountain, and threw a blaze of light upon the whole mountain. In that instant Vaughn saw the myriads beneath, the things made in the form of men, but stunted like children, hideously deformed. The faces with the almond eyes, burning with evil and unspeakable lusts. The ghastly yellow of the mass of naked flesh. And then, as if by magic, the place was empty, while the fire roared and crackled, and the flames shone abroad. "You have seen the pyramid," said Dyson in his ear. "The pyramid of fire." 5. The Little People. "Then you recognize this thing?" "Certainly. It is a brooch that Annie Trevor used to wear on Sundays. I remember the pattern. But where did you find it? You don't mean to say that you have discovered the girl?" "My dear Vaughn, I wonder you have not guessed where I found the brooch. You have not forgotten last night already?" "Dyson," said the other, speaking very seriously, "I have been turning it over in my mind this morning while you have been out. I have thought about what I saw, or perhaps I should say about what I thought I saw, and the only conclusion I can come to is this, that the thing won't bear recollection. As men live, I have lived soberly and honestly, in the fear of God all my days, and all I can do is believe that I suffered from some monstrous delusion, from some phantasmagoria of the bewildered senses. You know we went home together in silence. Not a word passed between us as to what I fancied I saw. Had we not better agree to keep silence on the subject? When I took my walk in the peaceful morning sunshine, I thought all the earth seemed full of praise, and passing by that wall I noticed there were no more signs recorded, and I blotted out those that remained. The mystery is over, and we can live quietly again. I think some poison has been working for the last few weeks. I've trod on the verge of madness, but I am sane now." Mr. Vaughan had spoke earnestly, and bent forward in his chair and glanced at Dyson with something of entreaty. "My dear Vaughan," said the other, after a pause, "what's the use of this? It is much too late to take that tone. We have gone too deep. Besides, you know as well as I that there is no delusion in the case. I wish there were with all my heart. No, in justice to myself, I must tell you the whole story so far as I know it." "Very good," said Vaughan with a sigh. "If you must, you must." "Then," said Dyson, "we will begin with the end, if you please. I found this brooch you have just identified in the place we have called the bowl. There was a heap of grey ashes, as if a fire had been burning. Indeed, the embers were still hot, and this brooch was lying on the ground, just outside the range of the flame. It must have dropped accidentally from the dress of the person who was wearing it. No, don't interrupt me. We can pass now to the beginning, as we have had the end. Let us go back to that day you came to see me in my rooms in London. So far as I can remember, soon after you came in, you mentioned, in a somewhat casual manner, that an unfortunate and mysterious incident had occurred in your part of the country. A girl named Annie Trevor had gone to see a relative and had disappeared. I confess freely that what you said did not greatly interest me. There are so many reasons which may make it extremely convenient for a man, and more especially a woman, to vanish from the circle of their relations and friends. I suppose if we were to consult the police, one would find that in London somebody disappears mysteriously every other week, and the officers would no doubt shrug their shoulders and tell you that, by the law of averages, it could not be otherwise. So I was very culpably careless to your story. And besides, there was another reason for my lack of interest. Your tale was inexplicable. You could only suggest a blackguard sailor on the tramp, but I discarded the explanation immediately. For many reasons, but chiefly because the occasional criminal, the amateur in brutal crime, is always found out, especially if he selects the country as the scene of his operations. You will remember the case of that Garcia you mentioned. He strolled into a railway station the day after the murder, his trousers covered with blood, and the works of Dutch clock, his lute, tied in a neat parcel. So, rejecting this, your only suggestion, the whole tale became, as I say, inexplicable, and therefore profoundly uninteresting. Yes, therefore, it is a perfectly valid conclusion. Do you ever trouble your head about problems which you know to be insoluble? Did you ever bestow much thought on the old puzzle of Achilles and the tortoise? Of course not, because you knew it was a hopeless quest. And so when you told me the story of a country girl who had disappeared, I simply placed the whole thing down in the category of the insoluble, and thought no more about the matter. I was mistaken, so it had turned out. But if you remember, you immediately passed on to an affair which interested you more intensely, because, personally. I need not go over the very singular narrative of the flint signs. At first I thought it all trivial, probably some children's game, and if not that, a hoax of some sort. But your shrewing me of the arrowhead awoke my acute interest. Here, I saw, there was something widely removed from the commonplace, and matter of real curiosity. And as soon as I came here, I set to work to find the solution, repeating to myself again and again the signs you had described. First came the sign we have agreed to call the army, a number of serried lines of flints, all pointing in the same way. Then the lines, like the spokes of a wheel, all converging towards the figure of a bull. Then the triangle or pyramid, and last of all the half-moon. I confess that I exhausted conjecture in my efforts to unveil this mystery. And as you will understand, it was a duplex, or rather a triplex problem, for I had not merely to ask myself what did these figures mean, but also who can possibly be responsible for the designing of them, and again, who can possibly possess such valuable things, and knowing their value, thus throw them down by the wayside? This line of thought led me to suppose that the person or persons in question did not know the value of unique flint arrowheads, and yet this did not lead me far. For a well-educated man might easily be ignorant on such a subject. Then came the complication of the eye on the wall, and you remember that we could not avoid the conclusion that in the two cases the same agency was at work. The peculiar position of these eyes on the wall made me inquire if there was such thing as a dwarf anywhere in the neighborhood, but I found that there was not, and I knew that the children who passed by every day had nothing to do with the matter. Yet I felt convinced that whoever drew the eyes must be from 3.5 to 4 feet high, since, as I pointed out at the time, anyone who draws on a perpendicular surface chooses by instinct a spot about level with his face. Then again there was the question of the peculiar shape of the eyes, that marked Mongolian character, of which the English countryman could have no conception, and for a final cause of confusion, the obvious fact that the designer or designers must be able practically to see in the dark. As you remarked, a man who has been confined for many years in an extremely dark cell or dungeon might acquire that power, but since the days of Edmond Dantes, where would such a prison be found in Europe? A sailor who had been immured for a considerable period in some horrible Chinese oubliette seemed the individual I was in search of, and though it looked improbable, it was not absolutely impossible that a sailor, or, let us say, a man employed on shipboard, should be a dwarf. But how to account for my imaginary sailor being in possession of prehistoric arrowheads? And the possession granted, what was the meaning and object of these mysterious signs of flint and the almond-shaped eyes? Your theory of a contemplated burglary I saw nearly from the first to be quite untenable, and I confess I was utterly at a loss for a working hypothesis. It was a mere accident which put me on the track. We passed poor old Trevor, and your mention of his name and of the disappearance of his daughter recalled the story which I had forgotten, or which remained unheeded. Here, therefore, I said to myself, is another problem. Uninteresting, it is true, by itself, but what if it proved to be in relation with all these enigmas which torture me? I shut myself in my room and endeavored to dismiss all prejudice from my mind, and I went over everything de novo, assuming for theory's sake that the disappearance of Annie Trevor had some connection with the flint signs and the eyes on the wall. This assumption did not lead me very far, and I was on the point of giving the whole problem up in despair, when a possible significance of the bowl struck me. As you know, there is a devil's punch bowl in Surrey, and I saw that the symbol might refer to some feature in the country. Putting the two extremes together, I determined to look for the bowl near the path which the lost girl had taken. And you know how I found it. I interpreted the sign by what I knew, and read the first, the army, thus: "There is to be a gathering or assembly at the bowl in a fortnight, that is the half-moon, to see the pyramid or to build the pyramid." The eyes, drawn one by one, day by day, evidently checked off the days, and I knew that there would be 14 and no more. Thus far the way seemed pretty plain. I would not trouble myself to inquire as to the nature of the assembly, or as to who was to assemble in the loneliest and most dreaded place among these lonely hills. In Ireland or China or the west of America the question would have been easily answered. A muster of the disaffected, the meeting of a secret society, vigilantes summoned to report. The thing would be simplicity itself. But in this quiet corner of England, inhabited by quiet folk, no such suppositions were possible for a moment. But I knew that I should have an opportunity of seeing and watching the assembly, and I did not care to perplex myself with hopeless research, and in place of reasoning, a wild fancy entered into judgment. I remembered what people had said about Annie Trevor's disappearance, that she had been taken by the fairies. I tell you, Vaughan, I am a sane man as you are. My brain is not, I trust, mere vacant space to let any wild improbability, and I tried my best to thrust the fantasy away. And the hint came of the old name of fairies, the little people, and the very probable belief that they represent a tradition of the prehistoric Turanian inhabitants of the country, who were cave-dwellers. And then I realized with a shock that I was looking for a being under 4 feet in height, accustomed to live in darkness, possessing stone instruments, and familiar with the Mongolian cast of features. I say this, Vaughn, that I should be ashamed to hint at such visionary stuff to you, if it were not for that which you saw with your very eyes last night. And I say that I might doubt the evidence of my senses, if they were not confirmed by yours. But you and I cannot look each other in the face and pretend delusion. As you lay on the turf beside me, I felt your flesh shrink and quiver, and I saw your eyes in the light of the flame. And so I tell you without any shame what was in my mind last night, and we went through the wood and climbed the hill and lay hidden beneath the rock. There was one thing that should have been most evident, that puzzled me to the very last. I told you how I read the sign of the pyramid. The assembly was to see a pyramid, and the true meaning of the symbol escaped me to the last moment. The old derivation from fire, though false, should have set me on the track, but it never occurred to me. I think I need say very little more. You know we were quite helpless, even if we had foreseen what was to come. The particular place where these signs were displayed? Yes, that is a curious question. But this house is, so far as I can judge, in a pretty central situation amongst the hills, and possibly, who can say yes or no, that queer old limestone pillar by your garden wall was a place of meeting before the Celts set foot in Britain. But there is one thing I must add. I don't regret our inability to rescue the wretched girl. You saw the appearance of those things that gathered thick and writhed in the bowl. You may be sure that what lay bound in the midst of them was no longer fit for earth. "So?" said Vaughn. "So she passed in the pyramid of fire," said Dyson, "and they passed again to the underworld, to the places beneath the hills." End of Section 1. The Shining Pyramid. Section 2 of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition by Arthur Machen. The Slibbervox recordings in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Out of the earth. There was some sort of confused complaint during last August of the ill behavior of the children at certain Welsh watering places. Such reports and vague rumors are most difficult to trace to their heads and fountains. None has better reason to know that than myself. I need not go over the old ground here, but I'm afraid that many people are wishing by this time that they had never heard my name. Again, a considerable number of estimable persons are concerning themselves gloomily enough, from my point of view, with my everlasting welfare. They write me letters, some in kind remonstrance, begging me not to deprive poor sick-hearted souls of what little comfort they possess amidst their sorrows. Others send me tracts and pink leaflets with allusions to the daughter of a well-known canon. Others again are violently and anonymously abusive. And then, in open print, in fair book form, Mr. Begbie has dealt with me righteously but harshly, as I cannot but think. Yet it was also entirely innocent, nay, casual on my part. A poor linnet of prose, I did but perform my indifferent piping in the evening news because I wanted to do so, because I felt that the story of the bowman ought to be told. An inventor of fantasies is a poor creature, heaven knows, when all the world is at war, but I thought that no harm would be done, at any rate, if I bore witness, after the fashion of the fantastic craft, to my belief in the heroic glory of the English host, who went back from Mons fighting and triumphing. And then somehow or other, it was as if I had touched a button, and set in action a terrific complicated mechanism of rumors that pretended to be sworn truth, of gossip that posed as evidence, of wild taradiddles that good men most firmly believed. The supposed testimony of that daughter of a well-known canon took parish magazines by storm, and equally enjoyed the faith of dissenting divines. The daughter denied all knowledge of the matter, but people still quoted her supposed sure word. And the issues were confused with tales, probably true, of painful hallucinations and deliriums of our retreating soldiers, men fatigued and shattered to the very verge of death. It all became worse than the Russian myths, and, as in the fable of the Russians, it seemed impossible to follow the streams of delusion to their fountainhead, or heads. Who was it who said that Miss M. knew 2 officers who, etc., etc.? I suppose we shall never know his lying, deluding name. And so I dare say it will be with this strange affair of the troublesome children of the Welsh seaside town, or rather of a group of small towns and villages lying within a certain section or zone, which I am not going to indicate more precisely than I can help, since I love that country, and my recent experiences with the bowmen have taught me that no tale is too idle to be believed. And of course, to begin with, nobody knew how this odd and malicious piece of gossip originated. So far as I know, it was more akin to the Russian myth than to the tale of the angels of Mons. That is, rumor preceded print. The thing was talked of here and there and passed from letter to letter long before the papers were aware of its existence, and here it resembles rather the Mons affair. London and Manchester, Leeds and Birmingham were muttering vague, unpleasant things, while the little villages concerned basked innocently in the sunshine of an unusual prosperity. In this last circumstance, as some believe, is to be sought the root of the whole matter. It is well known that certain East Coast towns suffered from the dread of air raids, and that a good many of their usual visitors went westward for the first time. So there is a theory that the East Coast was mean enough to circulate reports against the West Coast out of pure malice and envy. It may be so. I do not pretend to know. But here is a personal experience, such as it is, which illustrated the way in which the rumor was circulated. I was lunching one day at my Fleet Street Tavern. This was early in July, and a friend of mine, a solicitor of Sergeant's Inn, came in and sat at the table. We began to talk of holidays, and my friend Edith asked me where I was going. "To the same old place," I said. "Manavon, you know, we always go there." "Are you really?" said the lawyer. "I thought that coast had gone off a lot. My wife has a friend who's heard that it's not at all that it was." I was astonished to hear this, not seeing how a little village like Manavon could have gone off. I had known it for 10 years as having accommodation for about 20 visitors, and I could not believe that rows of lodging houses had sprung up since the August of 1914. Still, I put the question to Edith. "Trippers?" I asked, knowing firstly that trippers hate the solitudes of the country and the sea, secondly that there are no industrial towns within cheap and easy distance, and thirdly that the railways were issuing no excursion tickets during the war. "No, not exactly trippers," the lawyer replied, "but my wife's friend knows a clergyman who says that the beach at Tremaine is not at all pleasant now, and Tremaine's only a few miles from Manavon, isn't it?" "In what way not pleasant?" I carried on my examination. "Pirates and shows and that sort of thing?" I felt that it could not be so, for the solemn rocks at Tremaine would have turned the liveliest pirate to stone. He would have frozen into a crag on the beach, and the seagulls would carry away his song and make it a lament by lonely booming caverns that look on Avalon. Edith said he had heard nothing about showmen, but he understood that since the war, the children of the whole district had got quite out of hand. "Bad language, you know," he said, "and all that sort of thing, worse than London slum children. One doesn't want one's wife and children to hear foul talk at any time, much less on their holiday. And they say that Casteth Cock is quite impossible. No decent woman would be seen there." I said, "Really, that's a great pity," and changed the subject, but I could not make it out at all. I knew Casteth Cock well, a little bay bastioned by dunes and redstone cliffs, rich with greenery. A stream of cold water runs down there to the sea. There is the ruined Norman castle, the ancient church, and the scattered village. It is altogether a place of peace and quiet and great beauty. The people there, children and grown-ups alike, were not merely decent but courteous folk. If one thanked a child for opening a gate, there would come the inevitable response, "And welcome kindly, sir." I could not make it out at all. I didn't believe the lawyer's tales. For the life of me, I could not see what he could be driving at. And for the avoidance of all unnecessary mystery, I may as well say that my wife and child and myself went down to Manavon last August and had a most delightful holiday. At the same time, we were certainly conscious of no annoyance or unpleasantness of any kind. Afterwards, I confess, I heard a story that puzzled and still puzzles me, and this story, if it be received, might give its own interpretation to one or two circumstances which seemed in themselves quite insignificant. But all through July I came upon traces of evil rumors affecting this most gracious corner of the earth. Some of these rumors were repetitions of Edith's gossip. Others amplified his vague story and made it more definite. Of course, no first-hand evidence was available. There never is any first-hand evidence in these cases, but A knew B, who had heard from C that her second cousin's little girl had been set upon and beaten by a pack of young Welsh savages. Then people quoted a doctor in large practice in a well-known town in the Midlands, to the effect that Tremaine was a sink of juvenile depravity. They said that a responsible medical man's evidence was final and convincing, but they didn't bother to find out who the doctor was, or whether there was any doctor at all, or any doctor relevant to the issue. Then the thing began to get into the papers in a sort of oblique, by-the-way sort of manner. People cited the case of these imaginary bad children in support of their educational views. One side said that these unfortunate little ones would have been quite well behaved if they had had no education at all. The opposition declared that continuation schools would speedily reform them and make them into admirable citizens. Then the poor Arthurshire children seemed to become involved in quarrels about Welsh disestablishment and in the question of the miners, and all the while they were going about behaving politely and admirably as they always do behave. I knew all the time that it was all nonsense, but I couldn't understand in the least what it meant, or who was pulling the wires of rumor, or their purpose in so pulling. I began to wonder whether the pressure and anxiety and suspense of a terrible war had unhinged the public mind, so that it was ready to believe any fable, to debate the reasons for happenings which had never happened. At last quite incredible things began to be whispered. Visitors' children had not only been beaten, they had been tortured. A little boy had been found impaled on a stake in a lonely field near Manavan. Another child had been lured to destruction over the cliffs at Casteth Cook. A London paper sent a good man down quietly to Arfon to investigate. He was away for a week, and at the end of that period returned to his office, and in his own phrase, threw the whole story down. There was not a word of truth, he said, in any of these rumors, no vestige of a foundation for the mildest forms of all this gossip. He had never seen such a beautiful country. He had never met pleasanter men, women, or children. There was not a single case of anyone having been annoyed or troubled in any sort of fashion. Yet all the while the story grew, and grew more monstrous and incredible. I was too much occupied in watching the progress of my own mythological monster to pay much attention. The town clerk of Tremaine, to which the legend had at length penetrated, wrote a brief letter to the press indignantly denying that there was the slightest foundation for the unsavory rumors, which he understood were being circulated. And about this time we went down to Manavan, and as I say, enjoyed ourselves extremely. The weather was perfect, blues of paradise in the skies, the seas all a shimmering wonder, olive greens and emeralds, rich purples, glassy sapphires, changing by the rocks. Far away a haze of magic lights and colors at the meeting of sea and sky. Work and anxiety harried me. I found nothing better than to rest on the thymy banks by the shore, finding an infinite balm and refreshment in the great sea before me, in the tiny flowers beside me. Or we would rest all the summer afternoon on a shelf, high on the grey cliffs, and watch the tide creaming and surging about the rocks, and listen to it booming in the hollows and caverns below. Afterwards, as I say, there were one or two things that struck cold, but at the time those were nothing. You see a man in an odd white hat pass by and think little or nothing about it. Afterwards, when you hear that a man wearing just such a hat had committed murder in the next street 5 minutes before, then you find in that hat a certain interest and significance. Funny children was the phrase my little boy used, and I began to think they were funny indeed. If there was a key to all this queer business, I think it to be found in a talk I had not long ago with a friend of mine named Morgan. He is a Welshman and a dreamer, and some people say he is like a child who has grown up, and yet has not grown up like other children of men. Though I did not know it, while I was at Manavan, he was spending his holiday time at Casteth Cook. He was a lonely man, and he liked lonely places, and when we met in the autumn he told me how, day after day, he would carry his bread and cheese and beer in a basket to a remote headland on that coast known as the Old Camp. Here, far above the waters, are solemn, mighty walls turf-grown, circumvallations rounded and smooth with the passing of many thousand years. At one end of this most ancient place there is a tumulus, a tower of observation, perhaps, and underneath it slinks the green deceiving ditch that seems to wind into the heart of the camp, but in reality rushes down to sheer rock and a precipice over the waters. Here came Morgan daily, as he said, to dream of Avalon, to purge himself from the fuming corruption of the streets. And so, as he told me, it was, with singular horror, that one afternoon as he dozed and dreamed and opened his eyes now and again to watch the miracle and magic of the sea, as he listened to the myriad murmurs of the waves, his meditation was broken by a sudden burst of horrible, raucous cries, and the cries of children, too, but children of the lowest type. Morgan said that the very tones made him shudder. They were to the ear what slime is to the touch. And in the words, every foulness, every filthy abomination of speech, blasphemies that struck like blows at the sky, that sank down into the pure shining depths, defiling them. He was amazed. He peered over the green wall of the fort, and there in the ditch he saw a swarm of noisome children, horrible little stunted creatures with old men's faces, with bloated faces, with little sunken eyes, with leering eyes. It was worse than uncovering a brood of snakes or a nest of worms. No, he would not describe what they were about. "Read about Belgium," said Morgan, "and think they couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. There was no infamy," he said, "that they did not perpetrate. They spared no horror of cruelty. I saw blood running in streams as they shrieked with laughter, but I could not find the mark of it on the grass afterwards." Morgan said he watched them, and could not utter a word. It was as if a hand held his mouth tight. But at last he found his voice and shrieked at them, and they burst into a yell of obscene laughter and shrieked back at him, and scattered out of sight. He could not trace them. He supposes that they hid in the deep bracken behind the old camp. "Sometimes I can't understand my landlord at Castell Coch," Morgan went on. "He's the village postmaster, and has a little farm of his own. A decent, pleasant, ordinary sort of chap. But now and again he will talk oddly. I was telling him about these beastly children, and wondering who they could be, when he broke into Welsh, something like, 'The battle that is for age unto ages, and the people take delight in it.'" So far Morgan, and it was evident that he did not understand at all. But this strange tale of his brought back an odd circumstance or two that I recollected, a matter of our little boy straying away more than once, and getting lost among the sand dunes, and coming back screaming, evidently frightened horribly, and babbling about funny children. We took no notice, did not trouble, I think, to look whether there were any children wandering about the dunes or not. We were accustomed to his small imaginations. But after hearing Morgan's story, I was interested, and I wrote an account of the matter to my friend, old Dr. Defoyt of Hereford. And he, "They were only visible, only audible to children and the childlike. Hence the explanation of what puzzled you at first. The rumors, how did they arise? They arose from nursery gossip, from scraps and odds and ends of half-articulate children's talk, of horrors that they didn't understand, of words that shamed their nurses and their mothers. These little people of the earth rise up and rejoice in these times of ours, for they're glad, as the Welshman said, when they know that men follow their ways." End of Section 2, Out of the Earth. Section 3, of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Happy Children. A day after the Christmas of 1915, my professional duties took me up north, or to be as precise as our present conventions allow, to the northeastern district. There was some singular talk, mad gossip of the Germans having a dugout somewhere by Malton Head. Nobody seemed to be quite clear as to what they were doing there, or what they hoped to do there, but the report ran like wildfire from one foolish mouth to another, and it was thought desirable that the whole silly tale should be tracked down to its source, and exposed or denied once and for all. I went up, then, to that northeastern district on Sunday, December 26, 1915, and pursued my investigations from Helmsdale Bay, which is a small watering place within a couple of miles of Malton Head. The people of the Dales and the moors had just heard of the fable, I found, and regarded it all with supreme and sour contempt. So far as I could make out, it originated from the games of some children who had stayed at Helmsdale Bay in the summer. They had acted a rude drama of German spies and their capture, and had used Helby Cavern, between Helmsdale and Malton Head, as the scene of their play. That was all. The fools apparently had done the rest. The fools who believed with all their hearts in the Russians, and got cross with anyone who expressed a doubt as to the Angels of Mons. "Gang up to Beeston and tell them to seek a tale, and they'll not believe it," said one dalesman to me, and I have a suspicion that he thought I, who had come so many 100 miles to investigate the story, was but little wiser than those who credited it. He could not be expected to understand that a journalist has two offices, to proclaim the truth and to denounce the lie. I had finished with the Germans and their dugout early in the afternoon of Monday, and I decided to break the journey home at Banwick, which I often heard of as a beautiful and curious old place. So I took the 1:30 train and went wandering inland, and stopped at many unknown stations in the midst of great levels, and changed at Marishazambo, and went on again through a strange land in the dimness of the winter afternoon. Somehow the train left the level and glided down into a deep and narrow dell, dark with winter woods, brown with withered bracken, solemn in its loneliness. The only thing that moved was the swift and rushing stream that foamed over the boulders and then lay still in brown pools under the bank. The dark woods scattered and thinned into groups of stunted ancient thorns. Great gray rocks, strangely shaped, rose out of the ground. Crenellated rocks rose on the heights on either side. The brooklet swelled and became a river, and always following this river we came to Banwick soon after the setting of the sun. I saw the wonder of the town in the light of the afterglow that was red in the west. The clouds blossomed into rose gardens. There were seas of fairy green that swam about isles of crimson light. There were clouds like spears of flame, like dragons of fire. And under the mingling lights and colors of such a sky, Banwick went down to the pools of its landlocked harbor, and climbed again across the bridge towards the ruined abbey and the great church on the hill. I came from the station by an ancient street, winding and narrow, with cavernous closes and yards opening from it on either side, and flights of uneven steps going upward to high terraced houses, or downward to the harbor and the incoming tide. I saw there were many gabled houses, sunken with age far beneath the level of the pavement, with dipping roof trees and bowed doorways, with traces of grotesque carving on their walls. And when I stood on the quay, there on the other side of the harbor, was the most amazing confusion of red-tiled roofs that I had ever seen, and the great gray Norman church high on the bare hill above them, and below them the boats swinging in the swaying tide, and the water burning in the fires of the sunset. It was the town of a magic dream. I stood on the quay till the shining had gone from the sky, and the water pools, and the winter night came down dark upon Banwick. I found an old snug inn just by the harbor, where I had been standing. The walls of the rooms met each other at odd and unexpected angles. There were strange projections and juttings of masonry, as if one room were trying to force its way into another. There were indications as of unthinkable staircases in the corners of the ceilings. But there was a bar where Tom Smart would have loved to sit, with a roaring fire and snug old elbow chairs about it, and pleasant indications that if something warm were wanted after supper, it could be generously supplied. I sat in this pleasant place for an hour or two and talked to the pleasant people of the town who came in and out. They told me of the old adventures and industries of the town. It had once been, they said, a great whaling port, and then there had been a lot of shipbuilding, and later Banwick had been famous for its amber cutting. "And now there's nought," said one of the men in the bar. "But we get on none so badly." I went out for a stroll before my supper. Banwick was now black in thick darkness. For good reasons, not a single lamp was lighted in the streets. Hardly a gleam showed from behind the closely curtained windows. It was as if one walked a town of the Middle Ages, and with the ancient overhanging shapes of the houses dimly visible, I was reminded of those strange cavernous pictures of medieval Paris and Tours that Doré drew. Hardly anyone was abroad in the streets, but all the courts and alleys seemed alive with children. I could just see little white forms fluttering to and fro as they ran in and out. And I never heard such happy children's voices. Some were singing, some were laughing, and peering into one black cavern, I made out a ring of children dancing round and chanting in clear voices a wonderful melody. Some old tune of local tradition, as I supposed, for its modulations were such as I had never heard before. I went back to my tavern and spoke to the landlord about the number of children who were playing about the dark streets and courts, and how delightfully happy they all seemed to be. He looked at me steadily for a moment, and then said, "Well, you see, sir, the children have got a bit out of hand of late. Their fathers are out at the front, and their mothers can't keep them in order, so they're running a bit wild." There was something odd about his manner. I could not make out exactly what the oddity was or what it meant. I could see that my remark had somehow made him uncomfortable. but I was at a loss to know what I had done. I had my supper, and then sat down for a couple of hours to settle the Germans of Malton Head. I finished my account of the German myth, and instead of going to bed, I determined that I would have one more look at Bonwick and its wonderful darkness. So I went out and crossed the bridge, and began to climb up the street on the other side, where there was that strange huddle of red roofs mounting one above the other that I had seen in the afterglow. And to my amazement, I found that these extraordinary Bonwick children were still about and abroad, still reveling and caroling, dancing and singing, standing, as I supposed, on the top of the flights of steps that climbed from the courts up the hillside, and so having the appearance of floating in mid-air, and their happy laughter rang out like bells on the night. It was 11:15 when I had left my inn, and I was just thinking that the Bonwick mothers had indeed allowed indulgence to go too far, where the children began again to sing that old melody that I had heard in the evening. And now the sweet clear voices swelled out into the night, and I thought must be numbered by hundreds. I was standing in a dark alleyway, and I saw with amazement that the children were passing me in a long procession that wound up the hill towards the abbey. Whether a faint moon now rose, or whether clouds passed from before the stars, I do not know. But the air lightened, and I could see the children plainly as they went by singing, with the rapture and exultation of them that sing in the woods in springtime. They were all in white, but some of them had strange marks upon them which I suppose were of significance in this fragment of some traditional mystery play that I was beholding. Many of them had wreaths of dripping seaweed about their brows. One showed a painted scar on her throat. A tiny boy held open his white robe and pointed to a dreadful wound above his heart, from which the blood seemed to flow. Another child held out his hands wide apart, and the palms looked torn and bleeding as if they had been pierced. One of the children held up a little baby in her arms, and even the infant showed the appearance of a wound on its face. The procession passed me by, and I heard it still singing as if in the sky as it went on its steep way up the hill to the ancient church. I went back to my inn, and as I crossed the bridge it suddenly struck me that this was the eve of the Holy Innocents. No doubt I had seen a confused relic of some medieval observance, and when I got back to the inn I asked the landlord about it. Then I understood the meaning of the strange expression I had seen on the man's face. He was sick and shuddering with terror. He drew away from me as though I were a messenger from the dead. Some weeks after this I was reading in a book called The Ancient Rites of Bonwick. It was written in the reign of Queen Elizabeth by some anonymous person who had seen the glory of the old abbey, and then the desolation that had come to it. I found this passage. And on Childermas Day, at midnight, there was done there a marvellous solemn service. For when the monks had ended their singing of Te Deum at their matins, there came unto the altar the Lord Abbot, gloriously arrayed in a vestment of cloth of gold, so that it was a great marvel to behold him. And there came also into the church all the children that were of tender years of Bonwick, and they were all clothed in white robes. And then began the Lord Abbot to sing the Mass of the Holy Innocents. And when the sacring of the Mass was ended, then there came up from the church into the choir the youngest child that there was present that might hold himself aright. And this child was borne up to the high altar, and the Lord Abbot set the little child upon a golden and glistening throne afore the high altar, and bowed down and worshipped him, singing, Talium regnum colorum, Alleluia. Of such is the King of Heaven, Alleluia. And all the choir answered, singing, Amicti sunt stolis albis, Alleluia, Alleluia. They are clad in white robes, Alleluia, Alleluia. And then the prior and all the monks in their order did like worship and reverence to the little child that was upon the throne. I had seen the white order of the Innocents. I had seen those who came singing from the deep waters that are about the Lusitania. I had seen the innocent martyrs of the fields of Flanders and France rejoicing as they went up to hear their Mass in the spiritual place. End of Section 3. The Happy Children. Section 4. Of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ben Tucker. The Spagyric Quest of Beroaldus Cosmopolita. When the worthy quintessencer and most respectable traveller in the subterranean heaven, Master Beroald, of fragrant and delectable memory, had reduced into elemental powder and sophospagiric dust all his worldly goods, and found himself so sophisticated, metallurgized, suffused, salivated, and petrobolized, that he had not a crown in his pouch, he cried out, without caring who heard him, "Accursed be my furnace!" and proceeded to drive his servant away, which was wrong, for he was a canon, and as such should not have endeavored to be better than his neighbors, who were all canons, and who all kept serving-maids. Hence we may conclude that he was extremely annoyed, and desperately despairing, which indeed was the case, for he had passed the following articles through the furnace without any result. Item, 12 meadows by the river. Item, a house by the same. Item, 3 orchards. Item, a vineyard. Item, a medlar tree bearing 100 sacks of medlars every year. Item, 3 cows whose tails had been docked as a sign of mortification, to show that they were theological animals. Item, a house with a garden in the best street of Tours. Where can one find in these days such a house and such a garden as this was? Item, 3,000 crowns, and there remained not a farthing, or an apple, or a wine flask, or a blade of grass, or a medlar. Amen. The devil take those who endeavor to lead us the wrong way and make us meddle with metals or metals. Persons whose throats are dry with smoke so that they cannot taste good wine. Let us leave such men and their devices and search for the delectable quintessence of the true alchemy and the first matter of the world, which cannot thus be obtained, since it is mystigorical and resides in the mountains of the moon. Be silent. This is the true path, and it was opened to the canon Beroaldus that very night in which he cursed his furnace, and for 7 days he was not to be found in his stall nor anywhere else. At this much popular indignation was aroused, for his disappearance was connected with his sending away his poor girl, who had served him well and theologically, and had done her best. But people said that the produce of his own country was not good enough for Beroaldus, and he was gone to Paris to see what he could find. There were some in the chapter who said he had thereby offended ecclesiastically, and should be admonished to be content with what came to his hand, like the countryman of whom it is said that on whatever or whomsoever he put his hand, he did it with all his might. Some of the canons, however, thought differently, and a dispute arose concerning warming pans. I make no apology for using theological terms, for the story is a theological one. Stay, let us argue no more, but search for the cause of things, which is to be found in certain circular vessels well known to enologists and the brethren of the Holy Jar. This treatise teaches the true way of the spagyric quest, and it is the most opuscular of all opusculums, opus colorum, as an old canon used to call it, but he lived in the old scholastic days, when ecclesiastics could dispute in mode and figure. Beroaldus, then having forsworn his furnace, became in a state to receive grace ex congruo, which is a theological mystery not to be disputed, though some persons have not been able to understand how he could receive anything ex congruo after sending away his maid. Peace, do not tamper with the faith, or your faith will be like that of the student who undertook to see a girl named Faith home from the fair, and was afterwards burnt alive for heresy. He had tampered with faith. Let this be a lesson to you. The canon sat alone in his room, which smelt like the bottomless pit smells on melting day, when there is a heavy consignment of fat heretics, smug water-drinkers, and blasphemers of joyous diversions to be boiled down. His furnace was empty, the room was dark, and the books sat still on the shelves, looking about as lively as an ecumenical council, a row of empty bottles or the 3 barbels on the sign. Thus, dark and drear sat Beroald in his room when, as he gazed before him, expecting I do not know what, there rose a light at the window, which grew brighter and brighter, fumes of sweet-scented vapor, smelling like the incense at the introit, gathered below and above and all around the light so glorious, and in the midst and inmost brightness Beroald saw written these high and famous sentences, which are the essence, groundwork, foundation, ante secula, interior meaning, full commentary, perspicuous gloss, hypothetical symbol, Kabbalistic import, and Gnostic mystiglorification of all tomes of true science and registers of ancient wisdom. It is certain that on the tomb of the scarab, on the gate of the abyss of Demiurgus, on the tables of the Sephiroth, near to Ain Soph, in the lightened places of the subterranean heaven, and in the authentic formula of the first matter of the world, this magistral breviate is inscribed, for it means hush, Let us have it first, and the meaning will become apparent. On the outer circle was written Algar, Algastna, Amertet. On the inner circle was written Te, Dagarum, Adam. And on the inmost circle was written the 4 letters RTNT. There, you who have been working at the bellows and calling on Baal, you who have ridden post through wet and dry, up hill and down dale, in Valentine's triumphal chariot, and have never reached the Mons Magorum Invisibilis, you who have taken our sulphur, our salt, our earth, and our mercury, you who live on Kabbalistic sauces and drink the juices of the green dragon, you know now how to philosophize to some purpose, and by philosophize I mean the obtaining of the philosophical stone, the source of which is contained in the letters of the above juicy inscription or conscription, as the penitentiarius, who was noted for beginning everything with con, would have called it. You ask why I call the above inscription or conscription juicy. I bid you who ask go and search in that rich treasure house of conceptions, interludes, furnaces, fountains, sauces, records, mirrors, high tomes of weighty meaning, and lamps for sages to lanternize withal, where our great master dispenses wisdom in eternal paraphrases, while the great golden clouds cease their flight to listen to him. There are stored in golden vessels those juices which alone avail to the completion of the spigiric quest, which are called in good lingo the sum of the stars. Wait, let us come to our purpose. The canon got up from his chair and gazed at the appearance like dogs gaze at the full moon, and then he saw a hand pointing to a wheel of fire at one side of the circle, and then another hand beside it, and strange to say he saw 2 arms, which appeared to pertain to the 2 hands. Good, said he to himself, now we are getting at it. They will bring you strong wine if you drink all day. When he had gazed till the words of light were deeply printed in the hollows of his skull, all of a sudden the whole blaze vanished out of sight, and instead of it there was the sun shining in at the window, though it was an hour after sunset. Beroald the spagirist stared long enough at this marvel, as he thought somebody must have been saying mass backwards over him, but his wonder was much increased when he heard a mellow voice saying, "Shall we set out now?" He looked at the place where the voice came from, and there he saw a short, thick-set man, yellow-skinned and black-haired, with a mouth as large as a cow's, and eyes of fire. He wore a square cap and a scholar's gown, and stood just under the window where the vision had appeared. "Who are you, and where should we go?" said the canon, in whose body butter was flowing.
"I am sent," said the short man, "to lead you to the place where what is below is that which is above, where the earth is separated from the fire, where the brood of the crow change their feathers and are made like unto doves, where is performed the engendering of the sun from the philosophical egg. For know that of your own wit you can never attain to this work, but in a manner you are found worthy. Follow me."
Forthwith he touched the window, and the glass melted away, and Beroald followed him, and saw that from the window was built a very great flight of steps of white marble, that descended and went down, and was prolonged, extended, pursued, multiplied, and reduplicated, till it became black and invisible, and, as it was revealed, it consists only of 7 steps added to one another in a certain mystic manner. And the guide said again,
"Follow me, but look not to the right or to the left, where is the abyss, but only beyond and above."
And Beroald, looking beyond, saw only the stairs, and above he saw how the heaven was divided, and half of it was night with the moon and stars, and half of it was light with the sun shining.
"This is the mystery of the heaven above the earth, called celestial. We seek the mystery of the heaven below the earth, called subterranean,"
said the guide, and forthwith he began to descend the stairs, Beroald following closely behind him. Verily it seemed as if they would never reach the deepest depth, as the king once observed on a notorious occasion, which cost some persons, who had pushed the matter on their share of the royal favor. Well, but all things come to an end at last. Wedding nights, the generating of fools and of quintessencers, the dreams of dreamers, organ sounds and singers' voices, the pinnacles of the cloud castle of Roholigo, and the old canon's Easter sermon, and the journey across the waste, do they not all cease? Truly they do, and in one way or another sleep. Amen. So then it came to pass that Beroald and his guide came at last to the lowest stair, and the man in the scholar's gown told the canon to look round, and there he saw far off, as far could be, the top of the stair leading into his house, and the city of Tours with clouds all around it. This was a marvel, but the guide led him on through a narrow passage, which was quite dark, but short enough, and then he knocked at a door 5 times, and it was opened. And as it was being opened, the guide whispered to Beroald,
"Enter into Foursquare Garden, where all things are lawful, and here you shall learn what you desire."
"Here comes the spagyrist!" cried out the porter, whom Beroald knew very well, for he kept the 3 puddings and tors. Come in, most worthy sir! There are puddings enough here, and chitterlings and sauces, and enough mustard for the great master himself, and a puncheon full of grape guts. What the devil! Ora pro nobis, in omnia sacula saculorum. Amen, alleluia, alleluia. There are girls too, Deo gratias. The fields are ready for the harvest. Ut bos locutus, in populus barbaro. O domin, Philipposa fidexterandorum. Beroald made no answer to this intelligible discourse, for he was looking before him, and turning to his guide said to him, "Tell me, most admirable leader, what these things mean."
"Call me Lyra Pipiaster," answered he, "and come forward, and I will show everything to you, as you have indeed much to learn, and many doctrines wherewith to be indoctrinated. But tell me, before we go farther, can you answer me this? In quo sit bonum vinum continendum?"
"In botellis e flassis e barrilis e tonis," answered Beroald, who was a learned metaphysician and jurist, and had taken a great part in the trial before the cathedral penitentiary of the women accused of offending with a wineskin. This great case, be it added, was tried before the penitentiary Raoul de Fermebois, lasted for 2 years, and resulted in the condemnation of the accused, whereby great tumults were excited among the Touranian women, who considered the sentence as an unjust abbreviature of their liberties. The canon, therefore, answered firmly, and looked the scholar in the face, but Master Liripipiastor said, "'Tis answered carnally, and according to the wisdom of the flesh, which, as the apostle teacheth, is accursed. Such answers will not pass here. Come with me and hear how the matter stands." And Beroald followed him. But what was it that he saw the meaning of, which he craved to know? He saw the Foursquare Garden. What is that? It is a garden of pleasure, of high discourse, of wisdom, of sages, of good wine, of philosophizing, lanternizing, symbolizing, spagyrizing, the garden of the old concoction and the new juice, of songs and melodies where there are hundreds piping and hundreds playing on viols. It is a garden to look for maidens in. Did I say to find them? No. Then do not interrupt me. It is a garden of games and pastimes and joyous diversions, where they play and extract fifth essence, and toss balls, and drink all day. In fine, it is a garden whence all good books proceed. What books are good? Why, those which teach us in 1,000 ways to laugh, and therefore contain all wisdom. Books of concubines, multiplication, entrances into secret places, books full of merry demons who dance and twine about every page. It is a garden full of sun and shade, of groves and lawns, and hedgerows and rivulets and pools and wells, of marble seats and carven stalls, of rich stuffs, of halls, sculptures, towers, bells, chimes, pinnacles, galleries, courts, cupboards, a garden where they make green sauce all night. All these circumstances and pursuits made the canon Beroald wish to know about things, and the scholar Liripipiaster drew him through the throng, who were amusing themselves to a well, where the great master sat on a marble seat, and was discoursing to a few apart. And what a man was he! Of what a noble presence, with long white beard, and a cassock flowing royally about him like a king's robe. He made Beroald look down, since the canon had never met such a gaze before, and he asked, "Who is this Liripipiaster? Is he dogmatized sufficiently to come here?"
"He is the alchemist Beroald, whom I led down the stairs tonight, as he desires to attain the spagyric quest."
"Ha, ha! He comes from Tours, I swear. His father sold onions in the Rue Chaude. Well, son, do you know in what good wine should be contained? Or, in other words, what is the temple of good wine?"
"He lacks right knowledge on that point," said Liripipiaster, "for he says it is contained in botellis e flassis e barrilis e tonis. Wherefore I have brought him to you to be instructed."
"Listen then, Beroald, and you, Liripipiaster. Grobescornis, rotifuntulus, and patulo formas. And you other wenches. What, there are no wenches? Well, bottles then, and let us see whether they are not ejusdem substianti. Sic probatur. What would be the use of bottles without openings? The wine would have to be drunk inclusive. That is to say, it would be included in the bottles and secluded from you. Therefore, it would not be drunk at all. Or better still, it would be drunk and not drunk. Ut probatum est, which is a contradiction. Ergo non esse nuum. What do you say to this, philosophasters and lanternizers? But let us return to our potage, or rather our potus. Bottles must have openings. Ut probatum est, and so must girls, for if they had not openings they could not eat. Therefore bottles and wenches are of the same substance. Ut probatum est. Listen to that, you doggeralizers of good logic, and learn what it is to conclude in prima figura modo baci. As I was saying, listen, you other bottles, and learn what is the temple of good wine. What is wine? It is the true primum mobile, which turns the spheres. You will see that proved in Raymond Lully, and Bernard of Trevisan, and Arnold de Villanova, and Aristotle de Gluck, chapter 3. Wine, therefore, contains the universe, and makes the planets dance and engender stars. And how can anything contain that which contains all things? Listen, this is a great mystery, not to be revealed to the vulgar, but only to the true tosspots of true populations, who live vivified and permeated with right doctrine. Matter is contained in space, but the soul contains space, the clouds, the sun, and the stars, the oceans, and the heavens. Ergo, the soul contains bonum vinum, and by soul I mean the belly. Therefore the sage's belly is the temple of good wine, ut probatum est. And the corollary of this fundamental dogma is that the soul must be purged and prepared, cleansed, sanctified, mystigorified, and enlightened by the mystigorical preparation, which is mustard. Now you have heard the reason of these things, and we will now sanctify our souls. I mean drink good wine, or rather make that which is above descend to that which is below, or perform the transmutation of juice into laughter, or what you please.
Master, said Lyra Pipiaster, I heard a bottle chink from the well.
Hush, it is an oracle, a globular omen, a regurgitation, an influence from the spheres. Stoop down, Rotafuntulus, and listen to the voice from the well of science. The young man, Rotafuntulus, who looked to Beroald an angel of beauty, stooped down and put his ear to the bubbling well, and listened, but not a sound did Beroald hear, except the noise of the water. But the listener presently got up and said, The holy and omniscient oracle has been delivered in my ear of the word algorum, and from inspection of the well I foresee that a transmutation is at hand. Son, said the master to the alchemist, this is a word for you, and you are now about to learn the first matter of the work. Give me some more wine, for I am dry. Ah, that smacks well, nota bene. Know that the interpretation of the mystical and regenerating symbol, an allegorized paraphrase algarum, a word well known to the magicians who make children with it, ask again how it is done, is as follows: in the fruit of the tree of the second juice, which indeed is evident, as in the word there are 7 letters, which render these paraphrases so mystigorical that mixed with water they turn to wine. Let him listen to me if any sophister or spagyrist desire to know how to turn water into wine by the addition of paraphrases, since the method is contained in these discourses. But I have spoken enough. Go, son, and seek for that which is the fruit of the tree of the second juice. Who will show me how this is to be performed? Said the canon. Go, get into the midst of the garden and ask for the tree, and it will be shown to you, and everything else. Pax vobiscum, amen, venite cum potenmis. At this Beroald was compelled to depart, and, as it is related, he turned now to the right and now to the left, and became entangled in a labyrinth, for he was now without a guide, which would have put Daedalus to shame. It turned and returned 1,000 times upon itself, and was so dark and vast a place that the canon grew near to despair. But at last he came to a place where lamps were set, each lamp hanging by a golden chain, as it seemed, from empty space, and the light they gave him showed what was painted on the wall. And there was delineated in the most admirable colors and the most glorious gold the whole operation of the sons of wisdom, or the heavenly marriage, proceeding from the first concoction, the birth of the eagle, the engendering of the crow, the balneum solis, the great procession, the torchbearers, the storm at night, the white woman in the purple field, and the sun blessed of the fire, so that Beroald was utterly amazed, and yet without understanding, since he knew not the first matter of the work, nor how the white woman could have copulation with the red man. So he wandered around and around in this labyrinth, passing from light to dark and from dark to light, seeing now and again pictures at the lasciviousness of which he was astonished, for he did not understand the spirit, but only the letter. At last, weary and sick of all, he cried out, "O Domin Deus! If I could have a seat in the sun and a flask of wine, I should be content, for this labyrinth is toil without knowledge." No sooner had he said this than he beheld a little door in the wall, and over it was written, "Solus introitus," in VSDM, and Berwald lifted up the latch and passed through. And from black his garments had turned to white, and his hand, feeling in the air, closed upon a wine flask. Now indeed he had attained through the labyrinth to the place called the magician's heavenly chaos, where the subterranean sun shines eternally, bringing the magic fruit to perfection. It was surrounded with a wall of trees, thick, high, and dark. It was a green meadow of the softest grass, with banks whereon to lie in the sunlight. In the midst, Berwald beheld the so famous 7 fountains which are set about the tree of the second juice, and are as follows according to the description of the best authors. The first is the fountain of the spiritual soul. It is a golden bowl, having carven on it the 1,000 names, and the process, the multiplication, the color, the immensity, the depth, the sound, the voice, in short, what is whispered at the door. You understand what I mean? Silence. This bowl is immeasurable. No one can say how broad it is. It is, in fact, a golden sea, welling up with an eternal spring. In the depths of its waters are all things reflected. The water is magical, a fluid in which to bathe most of the volumes that have been written. The second is the fountain of the spiritual Luna, and contains the liquid from which beautiful girls with enticing shapes are produced by a quintessential process. In shape it is a spire of light, continually ascending, pointing like a spear, and having its base in the floods and waters. With a drop of this liquid of Luna, a philosopher once anointed his flagon, and ever after it was full of wine. The third is the fountain of the spiritual Venus, in shape a sphere, abounding and glowing with ruddy light. In the liquid of this sphere the great master beheld his voyages, and discovered the way to attain, for it contains all philosophies. In it may be seen the flights of all the stars, and the most precious secret of the generation of fools. A mystic matter. In it delivered the sense of the words Goye Supre. The fourth is the fountain of the spiritual Mercurius, the argent vive, full of a thick viscid and spermatic fluid which runs a race round a bowl of earth, and from it doves rise up continually and fly away into the heaven. I read in an ancient book that this liquor is the seed of the world, and makes everything fertile. It was symbolized in those mysteries of Priapus, the father of the chitterlings, now counted obscene. The 5th, 6th, and 7th are not, as might be thought, fountains of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, but are mirrors in which each man sees what he desires. In them are cities, maidens, dances, clouds, stars, spires, phrases, allegories, treatises, breviates, tomes, songs, and chanting, hieroglyphics, visions, and tennis balls. Look in them for facetious sayings, you whose brains run dry. Look for sunlight in the dark days when a fine rain falls continually. These mirrors are magistral and enigmatical, fit only for sages. While Berwald was busily engaged in sucking in all these mysteries, without lifting an eye to what stood in the midst, he heard a voice saying, "First drink, and then demand what you will." And Berwald saw an old man standing beside him, in a robe of ash-grey. "What shall I drink?" asked the canon. "Drink the volume of delectation in your hand. It is the true wine, the comfortable potation, the orthodox commentary. It is full of reasons of everything. It warms the skull and fills its dark places with the sun." So Berwald drank and became full of boldness, and said with great courage, "I come here in search of algarum, otherwise what is contained in the fruit of the tree of the second juice." "Where do you come from?" "The world." "What is the world?" "Listen, for I am drunk and full of reasons. Once there was a true world, a holy spiritual city. But long ago, before the secrets of hot sauces were discovered, the arch-concocter of bad productions dreamt an ill dream which we now call the world." "Well answered. How came you?" "By the 7 stairs and through the 4-square garden, to the presence of the master and to the oracular well. Hence I came through the labyrinth fortified with the word of algarum, a paraphrase which turns water into wine." "Then behold, son of regeneration, the tree of the second juice, and the fruit thereof." And Berwald lifted up his face, and beheld in the midst of the fountains the mightiest tree he had ever seen. so lofty that the clouds swam across its top, and in breadth a day's journey covered with dark green leaves from which is prepared the green sauce of the philosophers, and with the golden fruit, somewhat like an apple, which the world desires in vain. And amidst the branches were cities and castles and golden spires, inhabited by the homunculi, and Beroald was bidden to climb this tree if he would gain the fruit. He therefore took of the spiritual Mercurius and the spiritual soul from the fountains, and anointing himself, was carried on high into the tree, where he underwent the 7 transmutations. He became a volume, a cloud, a star, a pinnacle, a faun, a song, a dream. He ate the fruit, and drank the mixed draught, and was wedded to the queen Soteris in the mystical marriage. And when he returned to the ground, he carried with him a book containing 1 leaf, and in it was written, In the 6th hour of the 6th night search nothing but thyself, and thou shalt find the first matter of the stone, and in no other place in the whole wide world shalt thou find it. End of Section 4. The Spagyric Quest of Beroaldus Cosmopolita. Section 5 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Priest and the Barber. It is mighty well, said the priest, but now we are in York Street, let us see this library which you have told us so much. With all my heart, answered the barber, and calling the housekeeper, he bade her light the way to the room containing so many curious books. They went up more flights of stairs than I can number. In short, the sky was not far off, when the housekeeper stopped before a door, and presently unlocked it. This she did, not without terror, knowing that many of the books treated of magic, necromancy, spells, and incantations. But the priest told her not to be afraid, since he was a bachelor of arts, and had his exorcisms on the tip of his tongue. He said this in jest, for he knew that books seldom hurt men in any way other than by sending them to sleep, and without more ado they all went in, and setting down the candle began to look around them. And the first book that Master Nicholas the barber put into the priest's hands was a piece written with the pen, being the last 2 books of Ptolemy's Quadripartite, or Tetrabiblion. This, said the licentiate, seems a thing of mystery, for I suppose that the Quadripartite was the first work on astrology of any account written in the learned tongues, and from it have arisen an infinite swarm of commentaries, paraphrases, volumes of cloudy annotations, and the like, and from its weight and authority it has been done into all our modern languages. That is true, said the barber, and this volume was first translated into the Latin by Melanchthon, and from his Latin into English. But I see here another version of it, the 4 books translated by one James Wilson, and yet another with notes by James Ashmead. But tell me, Master Licentiate, what is this book I have, the title of which I cannot read, for I do not know Chinese? Nor is it necessary that you should, answered the priest, but for all that, this writing is not Chinese, nor yet Arabic, but good Greek, and spells. Christologia. This is a curious book, and should be curiously kept, for it is by that learned and exact divine, Dr. Butler, Bishop of Durham, who wrote the Analogy. It is said that he began to write this piece to confute astrologers, and ended by becoming one himself. But what are those books bound in boards on that shelf at the back? Taking the candle, the barber began to examine the books in question, and to read out their titles. Here, said he, are the selected works of one Porphyry, or Borphyry. Porphyry, you would say? Struck in the licentiate. I know him well, though I do not understand him, since he is an obscure writer, and in this volume, I perceive, is contained the Care of the Nymphs, wherein he makes old Homer as fantastic as himself. But yet his allegorical notions are beautifully set forth and well contrived. But the translation, I see, was done by Thomas Taylor, the famous Platonist, who is reported to have sacrificed a bull to Jove in the back parlor of his lodging. And here, said the barber as he groped in his dusty and dark corner, are more translations by this same Taylor, who indeed seems to have been a very notable botcher of ancient doublets. This is the Fragments of Ancient Pythagoreans, this Plato's dialogues, and here we have the lost writings of Proclus, surnamed the Successor. Pray, Master Licentiate, where do these successors live? For I know no family of that name.
You mistake, Master Nicholas, said the priest, not without smiling. This Proclus was the successor of Plato, and, so he said, the last link of the Hermaic chain. But let us have done with him, for I see on the shelf the triumphal chariot of Antimony, by Basilius Valentinus, with Anima Magica Abscondita, and Lumen de Lumine, by Thomas Vaughan, called in alchemy Eugenius Philandlethes, and just beyond is the victorious philosophical stone, and, by St. Chrysostom, the Comte de Gabalis. All these, Master Nicholas, are exceedingly choice reading, and books not to be found every day. But while I dip into these, do you put that great folio to the question, for though it be a big book, it may chance to be a good one also.
And while the barber struggled with the folio aforesaid, drawing it from under quartos, octavos, and duodecimos innumerable, the priest, lifting his eyes, happened to catch sight of a volume which made him put back Lumen de Lumine into darkness.
A jewel, Master Nicholas, cried he, in so high a tone that the barber left his task and came running,
and said, By what chance could a jewel or anything of worth come into a room where there are only books?
I would not say, answered the licentiate, that I have here the shining and unconquerable diamond, or any store of right orient pearls, or mystical opals, but for all that I have a book full joyous. It is, in fine, the treatise of Henry Cornelius Agrippa, or Herr Trippa, as Rabelais styles him, on the vanity and uncertainty of all the sciences and arts. Truly, this is Liber Jucundissimus, and full of curious learning also. But bring hither that great folio, and open it on the table.
And when the book was brought into the light, it was found to be Zoega de Origine et Uso Obeliscorum, and the priest began to examine it with great curiosity, for it had many plates of obelisks, choicely printed. However, he is not recorded to have said anything about this book, or concerning obelisks, and in this it would have been well if others had followed his example of silence, for few can speak of obelisks and to the point at the same time. But while the licentiate was investigating the obelisks, Master Nicholas was by no means idle, and presently called out, Here, Master Priest, I have found a whole nest of curious books, and all engrossed by hand, and painted, and adorned with figures, but as easy to read as print.
Declare to me the titles of some of them, answered the priest, and we shall see if they be of any account.
Forthwith the barber began. Collectania Chymica, a collection of rare and curious treatises on hermetic science. Mr. Yardley's Process for Making Gold, Book of the Offices and Orders of Spirits, Key of Solomon the King, and would have gone on had not the priest stopped him, that he might himself look into these volumes. But as he turned the leaves over, admiring the seals, pentacles, magic writings, circles, figures of the Kabbalah, and the like wonders of theurgy, there slipped out a sheet of paper closely written on, in a fine character. What is that? Said the barber, as the priest picked it up and began to read it. But he got no answer for some while. At last the priest said,
This, Master Nicholas, is a relation of an interview with a spirit, showing how a man conjured a demon to appear and how they spoke together. But put it back in the volume of divine magic whence it came, since my blood begins to run cold. And see, what is that worthy folio yonder?
This, said the barber, is the Herbal by Gerard, and as I am a Catholic Christian, here are images of all manner of sweet and wholesome herbs, set in lively portraiture on every page. To speak the truth, this is just as if I walked in my own garden. Why, I could almost pluck this sprig of borage, and put it in a cup of wine. Would that I had such, for this learned dust makes my throat mighty dry. And Lord, here is bugloss, of which a neighbour of mine makes so comfortable a syrup, and thyme, and vervain, and balm. It is probable that Master Nicholas would in this fashion have run over the whole general history of plants, from the cedar tree that is in Lebanon, even unto the hyssop that springeth out of the wall. But the priest cut him short with,
Master Nicholas, we are come here to see books, not to hear nor to deliver lectures and discourses, unless indeed I have occasion to speak a word in season,
to do which is a privilege that pertains to bachelors and doctors. Do you, therefore, instead of prating, proclaim, like a king-at-arms, the style and title of the several books?" Forthwith the barber began. "Audiobook, or Physic Refined, being a new rise and progress of philosophy and medicine for the destruction of diseases and the prolongation of life." "Stay," said the licentiate, "since this seems no common book, pray declare who wrote it." "One Val Helmont, it appears," answered the barber. "Say not one Val Helmont, for there is but one, and a most ingenious, subtle doctor. In his Audiobook and his ternary of paradoxes you will find strange, unheard-of curiosities, as the birth of tartar in wine and deliriumenta catari, which means the ravings of the room. But read on." "The discovery of witchcraft, wherein is displayed lewd, unchristian practices of witchmongers." "That, Master Nicholas, is Scott's discovery, and a kind of barn where conjurations, horoscopes, witches, sabbaths, necromancies, and the like are stacked roof-high." "That were an ill barn to sleep in on an eve of May. But I have here a book that pleases me, for it is the Prognostications of Nostradamus, and that, I am sure, must be a very comfortable book." "It is so," answered the priest, "but do not read it, neighbor, for fear you should also begin to prognosticate, and so turn from an honest barber into a false prophet. Instead, read me the title of that small volume you are handling." "The Open Entrance to the Shut Palace of the King." "I know the book, and have read it in the Latin, but can scarce say the entrance is altogether an open one. Rather, it is a wonderful maze, adorned with mystical figures that shadow forth the great work. But what is that chest of books that you have opened?" "It seems to me," said Master Nicholas, "that this chest is full of magnetisms, somnambulisms, and phrenologies." "I think you are right," said the priest, as he picked out one or two of the volumes, "and in the chest they shall for the present time remain, except this Swedenborg and Mesmer, which seem noteworthy." "But I wonder by what strange chance this old book called Sciographia, or the Art of Shadows, has got among these modern tracts on magnetisms, mesmerisms, and somnambulisms." This came from the barber, who should have been an inquisitor. "It were hard indeed to say," answered the priest, "what shadows have to do with such grave and weighty books. But I see this is a work on making dials, printed in 17th century, which may be called the age of dials, as this present time is the age of clocks. But what have we here? By Virgil's tomb, none less than Del Rio on magic, and in vellum too. These, Master Nicholas, are, I verily believe, the most curious and wonderful 6 books in the world, fitted out with all manner of strange stories and quaint, stupend relations. For, believe me, the good Father Del Rio was not like one of our modern scribblers, who picked here and picked there, mingling scraps of all sorts like a cook making a stew, but rather one of those learned persons called by the author of Pantagruel quintessencers, or extractors of fifth essence, who do everything judiciously and admirably. Take him from my hands, and lay him back softly in his stall, for fear he should fascinate me, and with his incantations root my eyes to his page." But as the barber did this, whether he was over-careful, or whether it was so fated, a whole battalion of books slipped out, and without crying Santiago, came charging on his skull, like men in mail. "Why, this," said the barber as he rubbed his pate, "is just as if the church tower, or some such mass of masonry, had fallen on one." "You say truly," answered the priest, picking up the volumes that had well-nigh overwhelmed the barber, "for here are the whole hosts of Masonic books concerning the royal arch-degree, the flower Shushan, the divine name, and the like secret matters of the craft. But cheer up, it was not fated you should die so, as you may see, if you will, in this complete book of knowledge, showing the effects of the planets, also Pythagoras' wheel of fortune, palmistry, and the interpretation of dreams. But here I see all the wonderful works of Jacob Behmen, that prince and prodigy of all theosophers. Here we behold, like Daphnis and Virgil, both the clouds and the stars, the aurora, the tables of divine revelation, and the discourse of souls, all irradiated in a wonderful and awful light. But read on, what have you there?" "Anima Astrologiae, or A Guide for Astrologers, by Mr. William Lilly, printed in 1676. "I know the book well," answered the licentiate. "In it are the 146 considerations of Guido Bonatus, and the choicest aphorisms of the 7 segments of Jerome Cardan of Milan. But this edition of 1676 I have not seen before, since it is of the rarest. And here, Master Licentiate, is another book by this same Lilly, namely his Christian Astrology, modestly treated of in 3 books. And at hand I see a whole pile of thick and glossy books called ephemeris, a word I do not remember to have heard before.
It is merely Greek for an almanac, the priest answered, and the plural of ephemerides, though indeed it is not necessary for you, who are a barber, to know so much.
But pray, sir, among so many curious books treating of wonderful arts, is there no pleasant and easy work showing a man how to live his 100 years or so with less trouble than many take now to live to 50 or 60?
We have seen something of this sort already, but I have here a choicer way, answered the priest, namely Hermippus Redivivus, and a merry witty treatise it is. But I am grievously afraid your wife would mislike the method, and would have you reinforce your radical heat and moisture after some other fashion.
Now, as may be imagined, all this precise scrutiny had not been done in a moment, and as the barber began to say, "I think, Master Licentiate, we might do worse than cast our eyes over the books in those top shelves yonder," the housekeeper adjured them from below to come down presently, unless they both had a mind to pass the rest of the night in Cockloft land. And so, with many regrets that they could not linger any more in this dusty and fantastic realm, the licentiate and the barber went out and left the books in darkness. End of Section 5. The Priest and the Barber. Section 6 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Splendid Holiday. And there was a broad level by the river, Julian went on, telling the story of his holiday. A broad level of misty meadows, divided by low banks between the hills and the river. They say the Roman world is lost beneath the turf, that a whole city sleeps there, gold and marble and amber all buried forever.
You did not see anything?
No, I suppose not. I used to get up early and go out, and leave the little modern village behind me, hidden in the hot haze, and then I would stand there in the misty meadows and watch the green turf shimmer and lighten as the gray halo rolled away. Oh, the silence! There was no sound except the lapping of the river, the wash of the water on the reeds. The banks are yellow mud, he went on, but in the early morning as the sun began to shine in the mist, they pearled and grew like silver. There was a low mound that hid something, and on it was an old thorn tree bent towards the east. It was a little way from the tide's brim. I stood there and saw the woods swell out of the haze in the early morning, and that white sun seemed to encompass the town with gleaming walls. If I had stayed still, I think I should have seen the glittering legion and the eagles. I should have heard the sonorous trumpets pealing from the walls.
I expect you to have seen and heard more than that, said his friend. I always told you that the earth, too, and the hills, and even the old walls are a language, hard to translate.
And I came upon a place that made me think of that, said Julian. It was far from the town. I lost my way amongst those rolling hills and strayed by footpaths from field to wood, and all that I saw of man was here and there a blue smoke that crawled up from the earth, from the tree it might be, or the brook, for I could see no house. I went on, always with the sense that I was following an unknown object, and suddenly a shape rose from forgotten dreams. An old farmhouse, built of gray, silvering stones, a long barn wavering and dipping down to a black pool, pine trees overhanging the roof. It was all dim, as if it had been seen reflected in water. I went a little nearer, and I found that I was lifted free of the maze of hills. I fronted the mountain, looking across a deep, broad valley, and all the year the mountain winds must blow upon the porch. They look from their deep windows and see the fleeting of the clouds, and the sun on that vast green hillside. Yellow flowers were shaking in the garden, for even on that still day the mountain wind swept across the valley. But those gray, glistening walls, a light flowed from them, and they spoke of something beyond thought. I visited, too, the river valley, passing out to the north. The town was soon hidden behind trees, behind a curtain of Lombardy poplars, whispering of Italy, of the vine, the olive garden. The curving lane led me beneath orchards, their underboughs dark green, almost black, in the shadow, and the road winding between orchard and river led me into the long valley, where the forest is as a cloud upon the hill. I watched the yellow tide cease and the water flow clear, and the breath of the wind was unearthly. It was there that I saw the burning pools.
You stayed for the sunset?
Yes, I stayed all day within the valley. The sky was gray but not cloudy. Rather, it was a glowing of silver light that made the earth seem dim and yet shining. Indeed, I say that, though the sun was hidden, you would have dreamed that white moons were floating through the air. For now and again I saw the misty hillside pale and lighten, and a tree would appear suddenly in mid-forest, and glitter as if it blossomed. Yes, and in the calm meadows by the riverside there were little points of brightness, as if tongues of white fire sparkled in the gray grass.
And the river itself?
It was all the day a hieroglyphic, winding in S's beneath those haunting banks, colorless and yet alight like all the world around. At last in the evening I sat down beneath a wych elm on the slope where I breathed the scent and knew the heavy stillness of the wood. Then a strong wind blew high up in heaven, and the gray veil vanished. The sky was clear, pale blue. In the west there was exhibited an opal burning green, and beneath a purple wall. There in the middle of the purple a rent opened. There was a red glint and red momentary rays, as if rose-hot metal were beaten and dinted on the anvil, and the sparks fled abroad. So the sun sank. I thought I would wait and see all the valley, the river, and the level, and the woods sink into twilight, become somber, formless. The light went out from the river. The water paled as it flowed between the sad reeds and grasses. I heard a harsh, melancholy cry, and above in the dusky air a flight of great birds passed seaward in changing hieroglyphic order. The keen line of the hills by sunset home seemed to melt away, to become vague. Then I saw the sky was blossoming in the north. Rose gardens appeared there, with golden hedges and bronze gates, and the great purple wall caught fire as it grew leaden. The earth was lit again, but with unnatural jeweled colors. The palest light was sardonyx, the darkness was amethyst, and then the valley was aflame. Fire in the wood, the fire of a sacrifice beneath the oaks. Fire in the level fields, a great burning in the north, and a vehement flame to the south above the town. And in the still river the very splendor of fire, yes, as if all precious things were cast into its furnace pools, as if gold and roses and jewels became flames.
And then?
Then the shining of the evening star.
And you, said his friend, perhaps without knowing, have told me the story of a wonderful and incredible passion.
Julian stared at him in amazement. You are quite right, he said at length. End of Section 6, The Splendid Holiday. Section 7 of The Shining Pyramid, The Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Lost Club. One hot afternoon in August, a gorgeous young gentleman, one would say the last of his race in London, set out from the circus end and proceeded to stroll along the lonely expanse of Piccadilly Deserta. True to the traditions of his race, faithful even in the wilderness, he had not bated one jot or tittle of the regulation equipage. A glorious red and yellow blossom in his woolly and exquisitely cut frock-coat proclaimed him a true son of the carnation. Hat and boots and chin were all polished to the highest pitch. Though there had not been rain for many weeks, his trouser ends were duly turned up, and the poise of the gold-headed cane was in itself a liberal education. But the heavy changes since June, when the leaves glanced green in the sunlit air, and the club windows were filled, and the hansoms flashed in long procession through the streets, and girls smiled from every carriage. The young man sighed. He thought of the quiet little evenings at the Phoenix, of encounters of the Row, of the drive to Hurlingham, and many pleasant dinners in Joy's company. Then he glanced up and saw a bus, half empty, slowly lumbering along the middle of the street, and in front of the White Horse Cellars a four-wheeler had stopped still. The driver was asleep on his seat, and in the badminton the blinds were down. He half expected to see the briar rose trailing gracefully over the Hotel Cosmopole. Certainly the beauty, if such a thing were left in Piccadilly, was fast asleep. Absorbed in these mournful reflections, the hapless Johnny strolled on without observing that an exact duplicate of himself was advancing on the same pavement from the opposite direction, save that the inevitable carnation was salmon color, and the cane a silver-headed one. Instruments of great magnifying power would have been required to discriminate between them. The two met, each raised his eyes simultaneously at the strange sight of a well-dressed man, and each adjured the same old-world deity. "By Jove, old man, what the deuce are you doing here?" The gentleman who had advanced from the direction of Hyde Park Corner was the first to answer. "Well, to tell you the truth, Austin, I am detained in town on legal business. But how is it you are not in Scotland?" "Well, it's curious, but the fact is I have legal business in town also." "You don't say so. Great nuisance, ain't it? But these things must be seen to, or a fellow finds himself in no end of a mess, don't you know?" "He does, by Jove. That's what I thought." Mr. Austin relapsed into silence for a few moments. "And where are you off to, Phillips?" The conversation had passed with the utmost gravity on both sides. As the joint mention of legal business, it was true, a slight twinkle had passed across their eyes, but the ordinary observer would have said that the weight of ages rested on those unruffled brows. "I really couldn't say. I thought of having a quiet dinner at Azerio's. The badminton is closed, you know, for repairs or something, and I can't stand the Junior Wilton. Come along with me, and let's dine together." "By Jove, I think I will. I thought of calling on my solicitor, but I dare say he can wait." "I should think he could. We'll have some of that Italian wine, stuff in salad oil flasks. You know what I mean." The pair solemnly wheeled round, and solemnly paced towards the circus, meditating, doubtless, on many things. The dinner in the little restaurant pleased them with a grave pleasure, as did the Chianti, of which they drank a good deal too much. "Quite a light wine, you know," said Phillips, and Austin agreed with him, so they emptied a quart flask between them, and finished up with a couple of glasses apiece of green chartreuse. As they came out into the quiet street smoking vast cigars, the two slaves to duty and legal business felt a dreamy delight in all things. The street seemed full of fantasy in the dim light of the lamps, and a single star shining in the clear sky above seemed to Austin exactly of the same color as green chartreuse. Phillips agreed with him. "You know, old fellow," he said, "there are times when a fellow feels all sorts of strange things, you know, the sort of things they put in magazines, don't you know, and novels. By Jove, Austin, old man, I feel as if I could write a novel myself." The pair wandered aimlessly on, not quite knowing where they were going, turning from one street to another and discoursing in a maudlin strain. A great cloud had been slowly moving up from the south, darkening the sky, and suddenly it began to rain. First slowly, with great heavy drops, and then faster and faster, in a pitiless, hissing shower. The gutters flooded over, and the furious drops danced up from the stones. The two Johnnies walked on as fast as they could, whistling and calling handsome in vain. They were really getting very wet. "Where the dickens are we?" said Phillips. "Confound it all, I don't know. We ought to be in Oxford Street." They walked on a little farther, when suddenly, to their great joy, they found a dry archway, leading into a dark passage or courtyard. They took shelter silently, too thankful and too wet to say anything. Austin looked at his hat. It was a wreck, and Phillips shook himself feebly like a tired terrier. "What a beastly nuisance this is," he muttered. "I only wish I could see a hansom." Austin looked into the street. The rain was still falling in torrents. He looked up the passage, and noticed for the first time that it led to a great house, which towered grimly against the sky. It seemed all dark and gloomy, except that from some chink in a shutter a light shone out. He pointed it out to Phillips, who stared vacantly about him, and then exclaimed, "Hang it, I know where we are now. At least, I don't exactly know, you know, but I once came by here with Williams, and told me there was some club or something down this passage. I don't recollect exactly what he said. Hello, why, there goes Williams. I say, Williams, tell us where we are." A gentleman had brushed past them in the darkness and was walking fast down the passage. He heard his name and turned round, looking rather annoyed. "Well, Phillips, what do you want?" "Good evening, Austin. You seem rather wet, both of you." "I should think we were wet. Got caught in the rain. Didn't you tell me once there was some club down here? I wish you'd take us in, if you're a member." Mr. Williams looked steadfastly at the two forlorn young men for a moment, hesitated, and said,
"Well, gentlemen, you may come with me if you like, but I must impose a condition. That you both give me your word of honor never to mention the club or anything that you see while you are in it to any individual whatsoever."
"Certainly not," replied Austin. "Of course we shouldn't dream of doing so, should we, Phillips?"
No, go ahead, Williams. We'll keep it dark enough."
The party moved slowly down the passage till they came to the house. It was very large and very old. It looked as though it might have been an embassy of the last century. Williams whistled, knocked twice at the door, and whistled again, and it was opened by a man in black. "Friends of yours, Mr. Williams?" Williams nodded, and they passed on.
"Now, mind," he whispered as they passed the door, "you are not to recognize anybody, and nobody will recognize you."
The two friends nodded, and the door was opened, and they entered a vast room, brilliantly lighted with electric lamps. Men were standing in knots, walking up and down, and smoking at little tables. It was just like any club smoking room. Conversation was going on, but in a low murmur, and every now and then someone would stop talking and look anxiously at a door at the other end of the room, and then turn round again. It was evident that they were waiting for someone or somebody. Austin and Phillips were sitting on a sofa, lost in amazement. Nearly every face was familiar to them. The flower of the row was in that strange club-room. Several young noblemen, a young fellow who had just come into an enormous fortune, 3 or 4 fashionable artists and literary men, an eminent actor, and a well-known canon. What could it mean? They were all supposed to be scattered far and wide over the habitable globe, and yet here they were. Suddenly there came a loud knock at the door, and every man started, and those who were sitting got up. A servant appeared. "The President is awaiting you, gentlemen," he said, and vanished. One by one the members filed out, and Williams and the 2 guests brought up the rear. They found themselves in a room still larger than the first, but almost quite dark. The President sat at a long table, and before him burned 2 candles, which barely lighted up his face. It was the famous Duke of Dartington, the largest landowner in England. As soon as the members had entered, he said in a cold, hard voice, "Gentlemen, you know our rules. The book is prepared. Whoever opens it at the black page is at the disposal of the committee and myself. We had better begin." Someone began to read out the names in a low, distinct voice, pausing after each name, and the member called came up the table and opened at random pages of a big folio volume that lay between the 2 candles. The gloomy light made it difficult to distinguish features, but Phillips heard a groan beside him, and recognized an old friend. His face was working fearfully. The man was evidently in an agony of terror. One by one the members opened the book. As each man did so, he passed out by another door. At last there was only one left. It was Philip's friend. There was foam upon his lips as he passed up to the table, and his hand shook as he opened the leaves. Williams had passed out after whispering to the President, and had returned to his friend's side. He could hardly hold them back as the unfortunate man groaned in agony and leant against the table. He had opened the book at the black page. "Kindly come with me, Mr. Daubigny," said the President, and they passed out together. "We can go now," said Williams. "I think the rain has gone off. Remember your promise, gentlemen. You have been at a meeting of the Lost Club. You will never see that young man again. Good night." "It isn't murder, is it?" gasped Austin. "Oh, no, not at all. Mr. Daubigny will, I hope, live for many years. He has disappeared, merely disappeared. Good night. There's a hansom that will do for you." The 2 friends went to their homes in dead silence. They did not meet again for 3 weeks, and each thought the other looked ill and shaken. They walked drearily with grave, averted faces down Piccadilly, each afraid to begin the recollection of the terrible club. Of a sudden Phillips stopped as if he had been shot. "Look here, Austin," he muttered. "Look at that." The posters of the evening papers were spread out beside the pavement, and on one of them Austin saw in blue letters, "Mysterious Disappearance of a Gentleman." Austin bought a copy and turned over the leaves with shaking fingers, till he found the brief paragraph. "Mr. St. John Daubigny of Stoke Daubigny, in Sussex, has disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Mr. Daubigny was staying at Strathdown in Scotland, and came up to London, as it stated, on business, on August 16th. It has been ascertained that he arrived safely at King's Cross, and drove to Piccadilly Circus, where he got out. It is said that he was last seen at the corner of Glasshouse Street, leading from Regent into Soho. Since the above date, the unfortunate gentleman, who was much liked in London society, has not been heard of. Mr. d'Aubigny was to have been married in September. The police are extremely reticent.
Good God, Austin, this is dreadful.
You remember the date? Poor fellow. Poor fellow.
Phillips, I think I shall go home. I feel sick.
D'Aubigny was never heard of again. But the strangest part of the story remains to be told. The two friends called upon Williams and charged him with being a member of the Lost Club and an accomplice in the fate of d'Aubigny. The placid Mr. Williams at first stared at the two pale, earnest faces, and finally roared with laughter.
My dear fellows, what on earth are you talking about? I never heard such a cock and bull in my life. As you say, Phillips, I once pointed to you a house, said to be a club, as we were walking through Soho, but that was a low gambling club frequented by German waiters. I am afraid the fact is that Osario's County was rather too strong for you. However, I will try to convince you of your mistake.
Williams forthwith summoned his man, who swore that he and his master were in Cairo during the whole of August, and offered to produce the hotel bills. Phillips shook his head, and they went away. Their next step was to try and find the archway where they had taken shelter, and after a good deal of trouble, they succeeded. They knocked at the door of the gloomy house, whistling as Williams had done. They were admitted by a respectable mechanic in a white apron, who was evidently astonished at the whistle. In fact, he was inclined to suspect the influence of a drop too much. The place was a billiard table factory, and had been so, as they learnt in the neighborhood, for many years. The rooms must once have been large and magnificent, but most of them had been divided into 3 or 4 separate workshops by wooden partitions. Phillips sighed. He could do no more for his lost friend, but both he and Austin remained unconvinced. In justice to Mr. Williams, it must be stated that Lord Henry Harcourt assured Phillips that he had seen Williams in Cairo about the middle of August. He thought, but could not be sure, on the 16th. And also that the recent disappearances of some well-known men about town are patient of explanations which would exclude the agency of the Lost Club. End of Section 7. The Lost Club. Section 8 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. A wonderful woman. On an isle of refuge, a Patmos mercifully set in the midst of an ever-roaring torrent of hansoms going from the north to the south of London, and vice versa, 2 men who had not seen each other for many years met face to face one sultry afternoon in early autumn. They recognized each other simultaneously and shook hands. "My dear Villiers," said the elder of the two, a grizzled man of 40, "it must be 7 or 8 years since we have seen anything of each other. I am glad to meet you, extremely glad to meet you again." "You are very kind, Richardson. As you say, we managed to lose sight of each other. One does in London, I think, almost without knowing it. And how are you getting on?" "Thank you, moderately well, I am happy to say. As you know, I am in the India trade, and of late years I have managed to increase my connection to a great extent. At present we are doing, I think I may say, respectably. Have you entered any business?" Villiers laughed, merrily like a boy. "No, Richardson, I have no time for business. I have definitely chosen a great subject, the study of which will occupy me for the rest of my life." "Indeed, a scientific subject, I presume?" "Yes. The fact is, I am a student of London. I survey mankind from Cricklewood to Tooting, from Turnham Green to the Isle of Dogs. Can you speak the French of Soho? Do you understand Yiddish?" "Certainly not, Mr. Jones. Our corresponding clerk is a good linguist, but I do not remember his speaking of the dialects you mention. I am afraid, Villiers, you are still rather an idler. I had hoped that when your poor father died you would have entered the China trade." "No, I sold my interest in the business. In one sense, my interest in it was very small indeed. But from a practical point of view it yields me a good income. Have you still got your rooms at Clement's Inn?" Mr. Richardson blushed. He was rather a grim-looking man with a straight mouth and a forbidding whisker. He was thoroughly good-natured, but dry and devoid of humor. But he blushed, and a queer sly smile played about his lips. "No, Villiers, I don't live in Clement's Inn now. I am married." "You, Richardson! You married! You really astonish me. I thought you were the typical bachelor. I must congratulate you. When did the event take place?" "We were
married 3 months ago. My wife and I met quite by accident. In fact, I was enabled to render her some assistance in a dispute with an insolent cab driver, and the acquaintance ripened into affection. I am a very happy man, Villiers."
"You deserve to be, Richardson. You are a good fellow. I should like to meet your wife."
"So you shall. Are you free tomorrow?" "Good. Then come down and dine with us at 6. Here is my card."
The two friends parted, each darting through a momentary gap in the race of cabs. Villiers looked at the card. It referred to him as The Limes, Angelina Terrace, Clapham. He wondered exceedingly what manner of wife this good-hearted, dry city man had found for himself, and his wonder sharpened the sauces at his little dinner at the Italian restaurant in Regent Street and gave additional zest to the Falerno. He was still wondering as he walked out of Clapham station the next day. Villiers was some time in finding Angelina Terrace. The neighborhood was a very new one. 2 or 3 old mansions, with their pleasant lawns and cedars, had been developed. The result was a maze of brand-new streets and terraces, street like to street and terrace to terrace, and every house built after the same pattern in blinding white brick with red facings and green Venetian blinds. The inhabitants thought it a cheerful neighborhood. Artists swore at it, and Villiers accepted it as a fresh chapter in his great study. He found the desired terrace at last and was shown into the drawing-room at the Limes. He had barely time to notice that the most prominent work on the polished round table was a memoir of the Reverend Alex Macaw, of Dunblather, when Richardson came in, beaming with pleasure.
"That's right," he said. "You have broken the ice, and I hope we shall often see you. Nice cheerful place, isn't it? Better than the dingy old red brick inn, eh? Here's my wife. This is my old friend Villiers, my dear. I was just saying that I hoped he would come down often."
Villiers had started as if he had received an electric shock, as the pretty though demure-looking woman entered the room. He managed to join pretty well in the indifferent conversation with Richardson kept up during the dinner. Mrs. Richardson was silent. Indeed, her manner to Villiers was markedly cold. Her husband addressed himself to her now and again, calling her "my dear Agnes," but Villiers was thinking all the while of one Mary Reynolds, of certain merry dinners at this or that restaurant, of little trips to Hampton and Richmond, of the scent of patchouli and the green room at the Gaiety. He seemed to hear the popping of champagne corks. Mrs. Richardson drank a little water in a wine-glass, and certain strains of French songs of a fin de siècle character. Richardson's quiet stream of talk sounded idly in his ears, like a brook murmuring far away. Villiers looked furtively at the grave lady at the head of the table. She was wearing a diamond brooch he himself had given to Mary Reynolds. He gasped for breath.
"Yes," Richardson was saying, "my wife has some real beautiful jewelry, which she inherited from a distant cousin, Sir Lawrence Bueller of Beaulieu Park in Norfolk. That brooch which I perceive you are admiring is by no means the finest piece. After dinner, my dear, you must show Villiers your jewelry. Those pearl necklaces are truly magnificent." "I don't think Mr. Villiers takes much interest in such matters."
The tone was hard and threatening. Villiers bowed and smiled in a dazed sort of way. The champagne, foaming bright in the glasses, danced before his eyes, and his ears were ringing with the daring chanson. What a strong smell of patchouli there was in the room. He felt stifled.
"You don't seem quite the thing tonight, Villiers," said Mr. Richardson, as he showed his guest out. "Take care of the steps."
Thanks. I'm all right now. I think the heat has been too much for me. Trying weather, isn't it? Good night, Richardson." Villiers went home in a kind of stupor. He felt sure he had not been misled by a chance likeness. He remembered the brooch too well. A few days later an irresistible impulse made him find out Mr. Richardson's city address and call upon him there. The worthy man seemed constrained in his manner. He was kind, but looked anxious, like a man charged with some unpleasant duty. The climax came when Villiers proposed to accompany him home and take pot-luck. "My dear Villiers, you know I always liked you much. Your poor father was very kind to me. It's a great pity, but to tell the truth, Agnes is very particular. She evidently heard some stories about you. I am afraid, Villiers, you have never lived a very strict life, and she says that as a married woman she would not care to meet you again. It grieves me, I assure you, to have to say this, but after all, one would not wish one's wife—" Villiers had been staring in stupid astonishment, but at this point he burst into a wild peal of laughter, which echoed above the clamor of Cornhill. He roared and roared again, till the tears ran down his cheeks. "My dear Richardson," he said at last, "I congratulate you again. You have married a wonderful woman. Goodbye." Villiers went on his way, and as he disappeared into a hansom, he was still bubbling over with unconquerable mirth. End of Section 8. A Wonderful Woman. Section 9 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Introduction to the Secret of the Sangreal. The following essays on the matter of the Holy Grail were written in 1907. On its being proposed that they should be reprinted, I had thoughts of rewriting them, but I have changed my mind. In the first place, I am a bad hand at the new handling of old work. If I try to do so, I find that the article or the story, or whatever it may be, has, as it were, set, and it is not to be made again into the likeness of anything recognizable. Secondly, I am not aware that any new light has been shed upon the mystery of the Sangreal. I have read Miss Jessie L. Weston's From Ritual to Romance, and have admired both its learning and its ingenuity. But Miss Weston has failed to convince me that the Grail legend rests on the two bases of a fertility cultus and of a secret Gnostic sect which persisted in Wales up to the Conquest. As to the Gnostic sect, that I think is clearly a dream and a fable. There is no evidence of the existence of anything of the kind, and the hint given by Miss Weston that she has secret information from initiates is almost conclusive, to those who know anything about occultists. It is a melancholy thing, but a dolorous enchantment is laid upon these unfortunate persons, and the effects of this enchantment is that they are seldom able to speak the truth. The fertility motive is not quite so simple. Let us grant, if you will, that the question of fertility, which is the question of life, both for ourselves and for our cabbages, is behind everything. If we go far back enough, it is clear that we can do nothing in this world if we are so unlucky as to be dead, and this applies equally to the phallic hypothesis of the origin of everything, which can be worked in very well with the fertility hypothesis. Sometimes there seems a conflict between the two, and on this point see Miss Harrison's treatment of the affair of the Maypole. Formerly, even as early as the unscientific age of Prynne the Puritan, the Maypole was nothing more or less than a phallus, a gross symbol of the reproductive forces of nature. But Miss Harrison denies this. The Maypole, she declares, was not an imitation phallus, but an imitation tree. It was originally hung with green boughs, and its signification was an appeal to the real trees in the wood to put out their leaves once more. Just as the sailor imitates the wind that he desires by whistling for it, so, says Miss Harrison, did the countryman imitate the trees in the wood by making a mock tree, called a Maypole. Now supposing we choose to believe the one theory of the Maypole or the other, or even both at once, what light shall we gain as to the actual emotions and intent of the 17th or 16th century people who danced about the Maypole? I venture to say none whatever. They were not moved at all by either consideration. They were not invoking the reproductive forces of nature by rearing up the image of the phallus. They were not addressing any invocation to the woods or to do anything else. They were being jolly or merry at a certain time of the year in a traditional manner. For all I know, our learned people may decide that the game of marbles was originally a reminder to the spheres to keep on rolling. If I am told so, I shall not deny the doctrine, but I shall maintain that the boys who handle their alley tours and comedies on London pavements know nothing of it. Granted this hypothetical origin of marbles, it has nothing whatever to do with the game of the 20th century as played by Bob and Bill in Southwark or Hornsey. So dancing may have been, in the first place, an imitation of anything you like, an invocation of whatever you please, animal, vegetable, or mineral. But such considerations are wholly out of account if we are writing on the minuet, or the gavotte, the foxtrot, or the jazz. To put the same thing in a different way, if I call a friend, behind his back, of course, an imbecile, I am not thinking of a weak old man tottering with a stick, but very likely of a strong young man swaggering without one. Or, to put the same thing in a different way again, the stimulation of fertility, animal or vegetable, has nothing in the world to do with the Grail romances of the 12th and 13th centuries. and its connection, if any, with the legends from which the romances sprang, is of the same nature as that which exists between imbecile and imbaculo. In a word, I have read nothing in the books of the fertility people which inclines me to modify or retract anything which I have wrote on the Grail 17 years ago. And there is one last reason, a slight one, which has induced me to leave these notes as I find them. They open with a topical allusion to a tale which was current in 1907. I think it might be called the first of the foolish tales of Glastonbury. There have been many since, but in those days brother Johannes had not forgotten his mother English and learned the speech of Wardour Street. The silly tale in question was to the effect that the Holy Grail had been found in a well or stream near Glastonbury. And in the first of these articles following, I tell the story as it appeared in a newspaper. As will be seen, the paper, acting no doubt on information received, said that a British museum expert had pronounced in favor of the antiquity of the supposed sacred vessel. I do not know whether this were the case, but I do know that soon afterwards an undoubted authority, I think the president of the Society of Antiquaries, declared that the supposed Grail was a modern forgery. But the whole story was an odd one indeed. It is a grief to me that I have forgotten many of the details, but in broad outline it was something like this. A gentleman is traveling in southern France, and in the window of a curiosity shop he sees an object which attracts him strangely. It is a saucer-shaped vessel of blue glass, shot with silver. He goes into the shop, buys the object, and when he is back in England shows it to his father, who is at once deeply interested and agitated. "This is most important," he is supposed to have said. "During my lifetime I must have charge of it, but when I die it will come to you." I am not sure whether the tale represented the older man as adding, "This is the Holy Grail," or merely, "This is exactly what I conceive the Holy Grail to have been." Well, in due course of time the blue saucer descended from father to son. I do not know how long it had been in his possession before a voice or a vision or sense of the fitness of things bade him place the vessel in a well or stream of Glastonbury, and I have forgotten if I ever knew how long it lay in the said waters, before voices or dreams or visions came to two young ladies of Bristol city and told them all about it. At all events, they retrieved the object and took it back with them to Bristol. It went on journeys then. It inhabited for a while a safe in a city office, and then it would appear it made a stay in the library of some great London house. Dom Adrian Gasquet was making some researches in this library at the time and was guided by the saucer, dropped it seemed somewhat unceremoniously behind the books on one of the shelves to a volume before unheard of, which solved all the difficulties of the 1,000 years' dispute between the Eastern and Western churches. This fact I learnt from a document drawn up by a distinguished occultist, the very initiate who a few years later told a friend that the Germans, who fell during the retreat from Mons, were found to be full of arrows, shot, I suppose, by my own faithful bowman. Somehow or other, the Grail found its way back to Bristol, where it was housed in a befitting shrine. Here it reconsidered matters in the light of modern advanced thought. It became liberal in its views and naturally, strictly undenominational. Its standpoint approximated, so far as I can remember, to that of Brother Johannes, whom I have mentioned already, and it gave oracles on many topics, not being limited by the bounds of a narrow ecclesiasticism. After all, they didn't know everything down in Corleone or Camelot or Judea. I heard of one of these oracles from a friend of mine, who was then a teacher of singing. There was a concert at Bristol, and my friend was in the artist's room with a lady, a pupil of his. He heard from the platform the strains of a violin playing a very indifferent modern composition. "Why on earth do they play that rubbish?" he asked with some appearance of contempt. "Oh, didn't you know?" replied the lady, shocked and awed also. "That piece has been ordered to be played by the Holy Grail. It must be 15 years since I heard this history, and that was the last news that came to me of the Grail of Glastonbury and Bristol. Possibly it no longer manifests so openly. Possibly it has been taken away and hidden in some secret place, say in another curiosity shop. But I think this story was worth preserving. I have said elsewhere that I am quite sure that an invitation to witness the feeding of the dragons, morning dress, at Hampton Court would be pretty widely accepted. There are 2 points which I should like to emphasize. It has been said by the upholders of the pagan theory of the Grail legend that certain processions and pageants in some of the romances can have no possible relation to Christian sacramentalism. This is true, These circumstances have no relation whatever to Christian sacramentalism. They come from the doubtless pre-Christian tale of Peredur, or Percival, the exile, return, and vengeance story. They are presented before Percival to remind him of the wrong that has been done his house, and to incite him to take vengeance on the wrongdoers. I have endeavored to explain in the course of these notes how the two perfectly distinct stories were drawn together into one. The medieval romance writer believed above all things in combining his materials, and his materials were, more or less, anything and everything that came to his hand. A bit here from a missionary legend, a bit there from a folk tale, a scrap from an apocryphal gospel, a reflection of the war between the Roman and Celtic churches, a fragment of Welsh hagiology, a notion gathered from the lays of Marie de France, a high doctrine of transubstantiation, traces of bardic teaching, as much fighting as you please derived from the Gestus and human nature, the courtly story of Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere. These are some of the materials which the writer of Grail romances, 1170 to 1220, had in his mind as he sat at his desk. But, as I must repeat once more, while he revolved many things, there were two thoughts that were absent even from his nightmares. The thought of the stimulation of fertility, animal and vegetable, and the thought of the sect of Gnostic initiates who survived in Britain almost into his own age. And if he found himself thinking of the spear and chalice as sexual symbols, I believe he would have poisoned himself on the spot. Then another point, the case of the wounded or maimed or stricken king who is the keeper of the Grail. It may also be said that each romance has a different explanation of the king's condition. The confusion seems hopeless, the problem before the modern critic impossible of solution. But in the first place, one fact emerges, that since each romance writer gives a different reason for the Grail king's disablement, it seems pretty clear that there was no reason to give. No reason, that is, in the legendary materials from which he drew his tale. One thing only was clear to the writer's mind, that the king, the lord of the Grail castle, the keeper of the holy mysteries, the entertainer of the questing knights, was himself sorely stricken, unhealed by the vessel of healing which he kept. Why? The authors of the romances did not know in the least, and so each one invented an explanation the best he could think of, and it is my belief that the solution of this puzzle of the wounded kings to be found in the story of Bran, as told in the Mabinogion. In this story, Bran is a British king who goes over to war in Ireland. He was remarkable in this, that he was so tall that no house could hold him. In fighting, he is wounded by an enemy spear in his foot. Thereupon, he calls his companions, the heroes about him, and strangely commands that they cut off his head, and bear it to a certain castle or palace, promising that the head will give them as rich entertainment as ever he himself had done, so long as they forbear to open the door that looks on Cornwall. This accordingly was done, and for many years the heroes were enchanted by the entertainment of the venerable head. They lived, as it were, in the state of paradise, feasting and rejoicing, and listening to the singing of the 3 fairy birds of Rhiannon, whose voices sounded close at hand and yet echoed as if they came from beyond the waves of ocean. The end will be guessed. One of the heroes at last opened the door that looked on Cornwall, and paradise was lost forever. And here I believe we have the origin of the Grail king, keeper of the holy things, keeper of paradise itself, and yet himself maimed, smitten, unhealed. And the odd thing is that a most curious parallel to the tale of Bran is to be found in the folklore of the Indians of North America. Mark Twain, of all people, quotes it at length in his Life on the Mississippi. In the Red Indian story, the primary fault was the neglect of a girl to observe a certain ceremony of puberty, whereon it became necessary that the head of her brother should be cut off, lest ruin should come upon the world. But the severed head, exactly in the fashion of the venerable head of Bran Vendigid, becomes ruler and administrator, guide and protector of the household. It is barely possible that the Indian folklore has been corrupted by Welsh missionaries, but this appears very unlikely, especially on consideration of the nature of the Indian story, and so perhaps the story of the venerable head is one of the oldest stories in the world. It went through its changes in Britain. The fatal wound remained, but the head was no longer seen, save in one very notable passage in the Grand Saint Graal. The story was baptized, just as the demigod Bran became an early Christian saint in the estimation of uncritical Welshmen. And so in the end, the strange figure and symbol of an infinite past becomes the mysterious wounded king, the lord of the castle of the Grail. End of Section 9. Introduction to the Secret of the Sangreal. Section 10 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Secret of the Sangreal. It is really rather refreshing. Scareheads are presumably inevitable. In the pleasing language of their inventors, they seem to have come to stay. Well, if we must have them, it is much better to be confronted with mystery of a relic. Finder believes it to be the Holy Grail, 2 visions discovered at Glastonbury. Then with an array of trumpet-toned capitals which tell us the king is going to meet the Kaiser at Marienbad. And the story told is quite a curious one. A saucer-shaped vessel made of bluish-green glass into which silver leaf has been introduced was found in a well at Glastonbury. The newspaper accounts leave its genuineness an open question. But we are informed that a British museum expert who has seen the vessel pronounces in favor of its antiquity, and considers it to be of Phoenician workmanship. So goes the history of the matter. There is also a legend. The legend is more difficult. It is an affair of spiritual voices, of visions declaring the vessel to be the cup used by our Lord at the Last Supper that he made, of seeresses who describe the object without seeing it, of dreams in which a woman appears holding the vessel in her hands, of a strange radiance which is diffused from this possibly holy relic. But there are some curious points in the tale, apart from its supernormal ingredients. In the first place, the newspaper reporters speak of the vessel as a cup. It is not a cup, it is a saucer, and therefore it is idle to speak of it as the chalice of the Last Supper. In the second place, the discoverers, who say it is the Holy Grail, once the great relic of Glastonbury Abbey, are apparently ignorant of the fact that Glastonbury never claimed the possession of any such object. William of Malmesbury, who wrote the Glastonbury legend in the first half of the 12th century, says that the body of Joseph of Arimathea was buried somewhere in the abbey precinct, and that with his body there were 2 phials of the precious blood. The idea may have been suggested to Ghoul Marisbarensis by the fact that a phial said to contain the precious blood had just been brought to Bruges. But so far as we are aware, the monks of Glastonbury who discovered the body of King Arthur in the reign of Henry II never discovered the body of St. Joseph or the phials. Then again, there is the consideration that, with one exception, the romances insist on the final withdrawal of the Grail, either into a vague region of mystery, or as in the great Galahad quest, first to Sarras and finally to heaven. The one exception is Wolfram's Parzival, where the Grail is left at Montsalvatch, guarded by the Templesians, but the followers of Wolfram, pressed probably by the universal tradition, bore away the Grail at last to the realm of Prester John. Of course, there is the question of what the word really means. Paulin Paris thought it came from Grail book, Mass book. As a matter of fact, the gradual was called the Grail in the Middle Ages, and according to Ducange, a Grail service meant a morning service or Mass. But more modern scholarship derives the word from a conjectured form, cratella, a diminutive of crater, and the word seems to have implied to the 12th century mind a sort of shallow dessert dish, standing on a stem or foot. Now there is neither foot nor stem to the vessel, just discovered at Glastonbury. And yet it is odd enough that a sculptured stone at Nigg in Scotland depicts 2 Celtic priests bowing in adoration before something which resembles a saucer or a stem over which hovers a dove bearing a host in its beak. In this connection, it must be remembered that the Grail was a vague object to the Romance writers. In the High History, for example, the object assumes 5 different forms, the last of which is a chalice. There is a very short and easy way of dealing with the legend. Somehow or other you get hold of a theory, make up your mind that it is true, and then manipulate the evidence. The simplest way is to select the particular romance which fits in best with the theory that you have acquired, and then you ignore all the other romances which may conflict with it, more or less. The best instance of this method is Dr. Sebastian Evans' ingenious and attractive In Quest of the Holy Grail. Dr. Evans, it must be said, was the accomplished and admirable, if somewhat archaistic, translator of one of the romances, to which he gave the title The High History of the Holy Grail, and on this particular romance he found his theory. It is an attractive one, as I've said, but it is quite terrible. There is a very odd and inexplicable incident in most versions of the legend. Logres, that is, Britain, is supposed to be in the doleful condition of enchantment. Physically and spiritually the land languishes, and the keeper of the Grail is sick of a mystic wound. All that is required is for the chosen knight of the adventure to come to the Grail castle, and then the holy vessel is borne from him as he sits in the hall. He must then ask what the Grail is and whom it serves, whereupon the evil enchantments will be annulled, the sick keeper will be healed, and all that is broken will be made whole. For one reason or another, the knight does not ask this question on his first visit. Consequently, the doleful state of Britain continues, and the wounded keeper of the mysteries is unhealed. It should be mentioned that the keeper is sometimes called the King Fisherman, sometimes the Rich Fisher, and this title, be it noted, is not the smallest of the many difficulties in this extraordinary tale. Well, Dr. Sebastian Evans knew what all this meant. I should first mention that in the particular romance which he selected, Logres is not enchanted on the arrival of Percival at the Grail castle. Misfortunes fall upon the land afterwards, in consequence of Percival's unhappy failure to put the question to the keeper. Here again is another illustration of the difficulties which beset the Grail student. The romances disagree with one another on the most important points, but Dr. Evans' interpretation of the whole legend is briefly as follows. It is, he says, an allegory of the events which fell out in England in the reign of King John, when the realm was laid under an interdict by the Holy Father. Percival, the hero of the quest, is Saint Dominic. King Fisherman is the Pope. The King of Castle Mortal, or Deadly Castle, is the Emperor. Sir Gawain is Fulk the Troubadour. Lancelot is the elder Simon de Montfort, and Galahad is Saint Francis of Assisi. The silence of Percival meant that Saint Dominic omitted to ask the Holy Father a certain question. The circumstances were these. Dominic was conferring with the Pope on the Albigenses, with special reference to the question of the exemption from the interdict enjoyed by the Cistercian order, but he never thought of discussing the question of interdict and Cistercian exemption in any other country besides Languedoc. And so when England was laid under interdict, the Cistercians were not allowed to say Mass, and this was the dolorous enchantment of the Isle of Britain. This is the crudest outline of Dr. Sebastian Evans' theory, and it must be said that it worked out in his book with the greatest ingenuity and the nicest skill, and that some of the analogies between the history of the time and the high history are quite extraordinary. They are so extraordinary that I am almost tempted to believe that they were expressly contrived by the great enemy of literary students, a very malevolent devil he, that Dr. Evans might be led to adopt a theory which is undoubtedly quite preposterous. It would be a tedious and long task to demonstrate the vanity of the Evans theory. I hope its evident falsity will become apparent in the course of this note. But it may be said, by the way, that there is one fatal and manifest flaw which vitiates the whole argument. That is, that the Grail legend is the legend of a great loss. The Grail in the high history is finally taken away into the unseen. In the quest it is removed to heaven. Another romance ends with the statement that it was henceforth seen of none so openly, and the tales which carry on the legend of Montsalvatch remove the sacred thing to the realms of Prester John. But in actual history, the interdict was removed, and Mass was once more freely celebrated. The discrepancy is quite fatal, and from another point of view, is it credible that a Cistercian, writing circa 1220 in Norman French, would ever dream of getting up obscure Celtic legends and details of Welsh folklore with the idea of giving his ecclesiastico-political allegory a picturesque setting? Or yet again, I am a man in the street, I am sorry to say, as to the precise dates of the manuscripts, but I believe the learned are tolerably well agreed that some of the Grail romances, at all events, were written years before the English interdict was heard of. I've gone so far with Dr. Sebastian Evans' theory because it is the most ingenious of all the straightforward explanations of the Grail story. There are many other writers who are quite as certain, and not nearly so interesting. There is the pagan school, which regards the whole story as a bit of pre-Christian Celtic folklore, into which Christian fetishism was crudely and pitiably introduced in the 12th century. There is the frankly nonsensical sun myth theory, according to which Galahad and Merlin are sun heroes. This latter explanation has now gone the way of all such rubbish, but I dare say it has been succeeded by the equally ridiculous Covent Garden theory, and for all I know Galahad may now be explained in certain quarters as Collahad or Cabbage Hero. Then there is the notion that the Grail romances are somehow or other a Templar manifesto, the veiled utterance of the secret doctrine of the poor fellow soldiers of Christ. Here again we may say, how account for the introduction of obscure Welsh names, for the mention of obscure Celtic customs in books which are supposed to represent the teachings of a cosmopolitan order of chivalry with its headquarters in the East? But the most decisive answer to this hypothesis is that, in the first place, there is no earthly reason to suppose that the Templars had any secret doctrine, or, if we are to believe one or two very dubious charges made against them, their doctrine was distinctly anti-sacramental. And the doctrine of the great romances is, on the other hand, hyper-sacramental. It would be just as reasonable to declare that ultramontanism originated in the bosom of the wee Kirk. But people will talk nonsense about the Templars. Then there is somebody who says that water was a symbol of purity, truth, wisdom, and salvation, and so the vessel which contained water became a symbol of these great things. It is fine, but as it happens, the Grail did not contain water. There are other and still wilder theories, most of them devoid of the mere semblance of reason. It seems likely that these attempts at explanation are so far from being satisfactory because they attempt a task which is in the nature of things impossible. If you are asked to explain the Grail legend, you are really being asked a dozen questions, not one single question, and the attempt to reply to all these interrogatories with a single answer is bound to end in failure. And again, it is always a mistake to say that X is A, when you know in your heart that you should have remarked that there is a good deal to be said in favor of the statement that X is A, or even there is a bare possibility that X is A. But it seems so weak to content oneself with such timid affirmations as these after a course of long and wearisome research, and so the bolder way is followed, and the truth is obscured. I want to say at the outset that I am content to be weak. What I know about the Grail is very little, but I have a vision of certain probabilities, some quite strong and some rather doubtful. It is my opinion, then, that the legend of the Grail, as it may be collected from the various romances, is the glorified version of early Celtic sacramental legends, which legends had been married to certain elements of pre-Christian myth and folklore. I say legends, not legend, because it seems highly improbable that the numerous and important differences between the various romances could have arisen if there had been one recognized legend, one textus receptus of the story. And the legend as we know it is a glorified version. It was the work of an age that knew how to transmute Norman architecture into the marvelous beauty of first-pointed or early English. I should think that this process in architecture which we know did take place offers a pretty fair analogy to the transmutation of scattered Celtic legends into the splendid and glorious history of Galahad and the Sangreal. Only, unfortunately, while we can point to tangible and mighty evidence in stone of the one process, we have only very fragmentary proofs of the other. But I think we can say for certain that at least one X is A, that the origins of the Grail are certainly Celtic. Otherwise one would have to conceive the Anglo-Norman romance writer as mugging up Celtic literature, learning Welsh, wandering over Glamorganshire and Carmarthenshire, in search of obscure names on tombstones, which names he would presently carefully distort into a French form, making himself acquainted with the unending genealogies of the Welsh saints and heroes. He would, for instance, have discovered with some pains the name Avaloch in early Welsh pedigrees, and then have made it into Evelech, and have smiled at the result. He would have visited St. Dogmael's inspection of the bilingual Ogham stone, with the inscription Sagramni Maqui Cunatemni, and have gone on his way rejoicing, conscious that Sir Sagramor in his forthcoming romance would be both melodious and entirely correct. I do not think that this was the way in which romances were written in the 12th century, though a 20th century storyteller might well use some such methods. In the same way, the High History has the following passage. The history witnesseth us that in the land of King Arthur at this time there was not a single chalice. The Grail appeared at the sacring of the Mass in 5 several manners that none ought not to tell, for the secret things of the sacrament ought none to tell openly, but he to whom God hath given it. The history goes on to say that the last of the forms assumed by the Grail was that of a chalice, and that from the pattern seen in the mystery King Arthur caused chalices to be made for the churches of Britain. A brief having been found under the corporal, declaring that God's will was that in such a vessel should his body be sacrificed. Now in the Lebar Briac, written circa 1097, but evidently following very ancient tradition, We hear that under the rule of Columcille or Columba, there was a mass chalice in every church. It is difficult to determine the exact force of these allusions, but Miss Evelyn Underhill, Mrs. Stuart Moore, a very weighty authority in such matters, has afforded a possible explanation. She suggests that there was a strong Egyptian influence in Celtic Christendom, and points out that the hermits of the Egyptian desert showed a strong tendency to become Catholic Quakers. That is, to live solely the life of contemplation, without the use of the sacraments. Hence the command of Saint Columba, in fact, and the command of King Arthur in the romance. This is, of course, a conjecture, but it seems to me a brilliant one. But I cannot imagine anything more profoundly uninteresting than an attempt to show that there is no connection between the passage in the High History and the passage in the Lebar Brec. Again, it is known, I suppose, even to those who know but very little of Celtic things, that every saint of Britain and Scotland and Ireland had his holy bell. Many examples of these bells still remain in wonderful preservation, some of them still retaining the reputation of miraculous powers. And in the chapter of the High History which has been cited, the holy bell is almost as of much importance as the Grail itself. It was one of these that had been cast by King Solomon, one for God, one for Our Lady, and one for the honor of the saints. King Arthur thought that he had heard this bell ringing all the way of his journey from Cardwell to the Grail Castle, and he commanded that bells should be made after the pattern of it. It is distinctly not conceivable that such details as these should be inserted to give an archaic and Celtic atmosphere to a 12th century tale. We are forced to conclude that the French or Anglo-French romance writers were working on old Celtic materials. The people who say that the Normans made up the whole story out of their heads are clearly out of court. So far good. But now comes the difficulty. What did these Celtic materials amount to? Here knowledge ceases, and opinions more or less probable begin. But in the first place, it would be well to be clear on one point. Percival was not the original Grail Knight, though the first book now existent which utters the great word Grail is the Conte de Grail of Christian de Troyes, of which Percival is the hero. It seems certain that Percival was not the hero of the old legend, because the Peredur of the Mabinogion, a latter form of the legend from which Christian doubtless derived his Conte, has no mention of the Grail at all, and such is the case with the English metrical legends of Percival. Peredur, or Percival, is, as Mr. Nutt has pointed out, an exile, return, and vengeance story, doubtless pre-Christian. Christian was engaged in turning the tale into French verse. Here's some vague rumors of the Grail legend, and mentions the Grail so vaguely that it seems doubtful whether he knew what a Grail was. Wolfram von Escherbach, who followed Christian, says truly enough that he had not got the right story. The appearance of the Grail is a mere dubious incident, introduced without much reason into the tale of Percival. One can see, perhaps, what made Christian think of it. In the Mabinogion, mention is made of a salver in which a man's head swims in blood. It was the head of Peredur's cousin slain by the sorceresses of Gloucester. It was the reminder to Peredur that he must execute vengeance on these sorceresses. But a dish full of blood might well remind Christian of another strange story that he had heard of a miraculous vessel, and so he tentatively introduces the Grail into his romance, into a tale of a quite distinct origin and meaning. Christian then does not count, but he coupled the name of Percival with the Grail legend, and so we find later writers such as the authors of the High History and the Parzival adopting Percival as the Grail hero. It is undoubtedly futile to make the story of the San Grail a purely pagan legend into which Christian symbolism intruded at a later period. It is futile, to take one reason out of many, because the story of the San Grail is essentially and chiefly a high, mystic, sacramental, and Christian legend. Take away its Christianity, and it is merely a queer bit of folklore. The Gargantua has, of course, folklore elements or traces, perhaps in the proportion of 0.0001 to the 1,000, but the book does not owe its value or its interest to the old farmhouse tales about a giant. It is pretty much the same case with the Graal histories. There are undoubtedly pre-Christian elements in the mythos. The feeding properties of the blessed vessel are perhaps the most distinct of these, and carry one back to the bardic cauldrons, to the Muas of Gwydno Garanhir, who it may be noted derived his revenue from a salmon weir, and may have thus accounted for something in the invention of the title rich fisherman. These were miraculous feeding vessels, illustrations of a conception which is perhaps worldwide, which is certainly not peculiar to Celtdom, since there is a mill which will give a perpetual supply of flour in the Kalevala, and one sees that these cauldrons of eternal refection could well be married to the instrument of the Dulcissimi Convivi. For there are numerous authorities which might be cited in favor of the belief that the Eucharist feeds not only the soul but the body. And on the other hand, the pagan cauldron was not wholly physical. It would not cook the food of a coward. We can see, I think, without much difficulty that the cauldron of Caraduen might well be fused with the chalice of the Eucharist, and we may allow that certain properties of the sangral were suggested by the basket of Gwydnogarnir, the horn of Bral Galed, the cauldron at Tirnog, and pan and platter of Padarn Bezrud, and other such food and drink multiplying rarities of the Isle of Britain. And there is another point in which pre-Christian legend may have had an influence. That is the quest motive. Arthur ventured into the depths of the underworld in search of magic treasures, and here, I think, we have the origin of the search for the Grail, which I do not believe formed part of the sacramental legend in its earliest form. This was a legend of vanishing and of loss, not of finding. The two motives have been combined with wonderful skill in the quest, where Galahad achieves the Grail, discovers the holy and thaumaturgic object after many perils, and yet in the end Galahad dies, and the Grail is borne up to heaven. And I really think that when we have admitted these traces, we have given all the credit that can justly be given to the pagan elements in the story. And even in the matter of the quest idea, which is decidedly most important, I am not sure that we have a purely pre-Christian motive. The wanderings of the Celtic monks may count for a good deal. It is wonderful to think that the typical adventure of the medieval knight-errant, the leaping into a boat without oars or sails, trusting utterly to the deep and the design of God, was, one might almost say, part of the ordinary routine of the average Celtic monk. It is curious to note the final manifestation of the boat without oar or sails. It descended from the Celtic monks and hermits to the Arthurian knights, and from them it came down to the fantastic literary knights of the Spanish romances of chivalry. And from these it passed to one who is, in a sense, the most glorious of all knights, though he is also the most glorious of all jokes. When Don Quixote discussed the matter of chivalry with the curate and the barber in the first chapter of the second part, he spoke thus: "No one now, issuing from the wood, penetrates yonder mountains, and then treads the barren, lonely shore of the sea, mostly a tempestuous and stormy one, and finding on the beach a little bark without oars, sail, mast, or tackling of any kind, in the intrepidity of his heart flings himself into it and commits himself to the wrathful billows of the deep sea, and finds himself, when he least expects it, 3,000 leagues and more from the place where he embarked." So much for the theory. And when it came to practice, the knight was not found wanting. As Don Quixote and his squire were riding by the banks of the Ebro, they discovered a small boat, without oars or any other gear, that lay at the water's edge, tied to the stem of a tree growing on the bank. Don Quixote at once dismounted and ordered Sancho to dismount. Sancho, a notoriously obtuse man, failed to draw the obvious inference and asked why, whereupon the knight answered, "Thou must know, Sancho, that this bark here is plainly, and without the possibility of any alternative, calling and inviting me to enter it, and in it to go to give aid to some knight or other person in need of it, who is no doubt in some sore strait, for this is the way of the books of chivalry, and of the enchanters who figure and speak in them." And in sober fact, even so late as the reign of King Alfred, such a boat, with 3 monks in it, drifted on to the coast of Cornwall from some cell on the shores of Ireland, and when the Northmen came to Iceland they found there a population of such adventurers. Celtic monk errantry is a strange matter. One does not know how far these voyages were the expression of missionary zeal, how far they were due to the desire for a greater solitude than might be had in the cell, for the desert in ocean that St. Columba's monk tried to discover, or how far they were really voyages to the semi-pagan, semi-Christian paradise, deep Avalon of the apple blossoms far beyond the waves, the glassy isle where some say Merlin is hidden, having with him the 13 rarities of Britain. In these voyages, undoubtedly, we have the origins of all that is most poetic and most romantic in the romances of chivalry. And the journeys of the Celtic monks may well have had some share in the quests of the Knights of the Grail. There is also another possible element which must be examined and estimated for. Though Dr. Sebastian Evans is undoubtedly wrong in his main thesis, I should like to think that there is something in another theory of his, Dr. Evans holds the view that Geoffrey of Monmouth's curious book was written to order, written to further certain ambitions of the House of Anjou, which dreamed of a British Empire and a British Church, the latter independent of the Roman Curia. Geoffrey wrote of the glories of the British kings, and these glories, according to Dr. Evans, were to be taken over by the Normans, as the legitimate successors of King Arthur. One wonders whether this were so. If so, it would explain certain things which are at present hard to understand. It would explain, for example, how men dared to set up Josephus, an imaginary son of St. Joseph of Arimathea, as a rival to St. Peter, as infinitely superior to St. Peter. Christ himself, according to one of the romances, makes Josephus bishop, styling him the Moses of the New Covenant. Was Josephus intended to be the legendary founder of a British Christianity, not merely independent of, but infinitely more exalted than the Christianity of St. Peter and his successors, the popes? This is a question on which more light is needed, but if it were established, it would certainly do something to explain the odd air of contemporary illusion which some of the romances possess. 2. The evidence for the Celtic and sacramental origins of the Grail legend is to be found directly in the lives of the Welsh saints, especially in the life of St. David. Indirectly, it may be gathered from many works which treat of early British Christianity. Now, before we begin to trace certain analogies between our legend and the ecclesiastical histories, it will be as well to say a word or two about Celtic Christianity. And in the first place, there rises the question: was the Celtic Church of the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries the continuous successor of the Christian Church which undoubtedly existed in Britain during the Roman occupation? Or, again, did Christianity conquer the whole island during the Roman rule, or was it confined, with exceptions, to the garrison towns and to the country adjacent to such towns? There is no certain answer to either of the questions, but the more probable opinion seems to be that the Christianity of St. David, St. Difrig, St. Illtyd, and their successors was, in the main, a new or a greatly modified form of Christianity, grafted perhaps on certain remnants which had survived the Roman exodus. There are reasons to be given for these probable conclusions. There are no early Welsh legends which profess to give the story of the first introduction of religion into Britain, though all the legends take it for granted that the faith was established from early times. The hagiology of the British Church begins for all practical purposes with the post-Roman period, and tells how Pelagianism, having overwhelmed the island, certain saints from Gaul came over, routed the heretics, and established orthodoxy. It has been suggested that for Pelagianism we should read paganism, and that the two saints, Germanus and Lupus, were in reality the evangelizers of Britain. No doubt there were Christians scattered about here and there, but the rather late monumental stone, with the inscription Homo Christianus fuit, inclines one to believe that Christianity was the exception rather than the rule. Celtic scholars have wondered how an imaginative people could have been attracted by the heresy of Pelagius, which is more stupid and unenlightened than the common run of heresies, and the answer may be that the British never were attracted by this new theology of the 5th century. Of course, there is the story of Bran Vedegid, but here we have an evident transmutation of a purely pagan demigod into a Christian saint. Gildas, a contemporary of King Arthur, knows nothing of this legend, nor indeed of any material whatsoever for the early history of British Christianity. We may take it, then, that as a working hypothesis at all events, that the early Christian memory could go no farther back than the period of the saints Germanus and Lupus, and this period therefore would be, so far as our inquiry is concerned, the epoch of the Christianization of Britain. From which tentative but highly probable conclusion it follows that the Celtic legends, which were available for the Anglo-French Romance writers of the 12th century, were legends which refer to the saints of the 5th and 6th centuries, and not to the saints or missionaries of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries. These doubtless had existed, but for one reason or another they had not succeeded in dwelling in the Celtic memory. And so, when we read in a romance of Joseph of Arimathea coming from Palestine to Britain in the 1st century, we may translate that sentence into X came from Gaul to Britain in the 5th century. In other words, the British Church of the Romances is a glorification of the British Church, from circa 420 to circa 666, about which time Cadwallader, the last king of Britain, died. The relics of the saints were removed or lost, and Celtdom and the Celtic Church began to suffer their long death agony. Now the lives of St. David, St. Caradoc, and of other saints of the same period are accessible in histories which date from the end of the 11th or the beginning of the 12th century. But whatever may be said of the date of compilation, the material used is certainly antique. There is little or no trace of Norman or Roman influence, and the manner of the legends and of the incidents described is exactly similar to the manner of the 7th century life of St. Columba by St. Adamnan. As an example of the primitive and uncorrupted state of the Welsh hagiologies, I may mention that Arthur, whose name occurs a few times, is very far indeed from having attained the position which he occupies in Geoffrey of Monmouth. He does not even foreshadow the Arthur of the romances. In one tale, a certain tyrant named Arthur is punished by a saint for his impiety. In another life, he is represented as being in a district about 20 miles from Caerleon, the splendid capital of the later Arthurian legend, and Arthur does not know in the least where he is. Of course, there may have been another set of early Welsh stories in which Arthur was already a mystic figure. Indeed, it is almost certain that this was the case, but the absence of all romantic treatment of him in the lives of the Welsh saints proves, I think, pretty conclusively that we may accept them as handling on faith traditions of the 7th and 6th centuries. These traditions, then, are legends of the Christianizing of Britain, and of the great men who carried out the work, and such done into romantic dialect is the story of the coming of the Sangreal. To take the case of St. David first, his birth was foretold to his father by an angel in a dream. Sant, or Sande, was to go out hunting, when he would find 3 things: a stag, a fish, and a honeycomb, prophetic of the son who should be born to him. And the adventure duly fell out as the angel had foretold. The honeycomb prophesied David's wisdom, for the honey is in the wax, so he will hold a spiritual sense in a historical instrument. A sentence which I venture to think a very remarkable one. But the fish denotes his aquatic life. Therefore David will be surnamed David of aquatic life. Note here the analogy of the saint and the rich fisherman of the Grail romances. And while this point is under consideration, it may also be remarked that in South Wales there is a church of the watermen. They were rescued from the water and nourished by miraculous fishes, and that one of the saints, Ilar, is actually called Bosgatur, or fisherman. It is certain, then, that the early Celtic Christianity was acquainted with the ichthus symbolism, and it would appear that at a later period the significance of the fish had been forgotten. The phrase denotes his aquatic life. The title Vir Aquaticus seemed to show that the writer of the life was ignorant of the fact that the fish is Christ, and more especially the Christ present in the Eucharist. It is not difficult, perhaps, to imagine that from this ignorance, this confusion, arose the figure of the Roi Pecure, the rich fisherman, who keeps the Grail, the holy vessel which held the mighty unpolluted fish, that is, the body and blood of Christ. Panis ipse veris et aquae vive piscis. In the earliest of the romances, the ancestor of the Grail keepers is made to catch a fish, which gives him his title. It is not difficult, I say, to suppose that such a story should be invented to account for forgotten symbolism, and the associations which I have noted between certain of the Welsh saints and the fish are at least worthy of attention. There are many curious circumstances in this life of St. David. At the Synod of Llandoveryffe, it is said that David was acknowledged as sovereign of the saints of the Isle of Britain, as God gave Matthias in Judea, Christ in Jerusalem, and Peter in Rome, so he has given St. David to be in the Isle of Britain. The passage is a curious one. There are already traces of the extravagant claim made for Josephus in the romances. Still more curious is another passage. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, who is represented as the consecrator of David, gave him a certain hallowed altar in which the Lord's body had reposed, which abounded in innumerable virtues. Never was this altar seen after the death of the bishop, St. David, by any son of man, but it lies hidden, covered with skins, and hence the common people call it the gift from heaven. And in another passage this altar is called Anseps, doubtful, perilous, mysterious, which may be interpreted by a passage from the life of St. Caradoc, to whom Christ gave an honorable altar from on high, the color of which no person could comprehend. In these quotations, it seems to me, one has already the germ of the Grail, and of the claims made by its keepers, for it should be noted that in the early romances the chalice idea is by no means a fixed and constant one. We have seen how, in the High History, the Grail assumed 5 forms, the last of which was the chalice, while in the metrical romance of Boron and in the Grand Saint Grail, the holy vessel is taken as the antitype of the sepulchre in which Joseph of Arimathea had laid the Lord, and Wolfram says the Grail is a stone called lapsit exilit, lapis ex coelis. It should be remarked also that the word Grail, cretella, implies not so much a chalice as a shallow bowl on a stem. To the medieval mind it must have given the idea of a vessel something like the dishes on which dessert is served. St. David's altar was, in the earlier legend, a gift from the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Later it became a gift from heaven, and its virtues, its thaumaturgic powers, were due to the fact that in it, Dominicum jacebat corpus, it is an altar, and yet there is already the suggestion of hollowness in its shape, and above all it is an altar in which the Lord's body has been laid. It is not difficult to see how the name of Joseph of Arimathea was suggested to later writers. And if the gifts, which were called afterwards e colo Venetia, were at first in a more sober-spirit presence, though miraculous presence, from the Patriarch of Jerusalem, then it would be likely enough that St. David, at first consecrated by the Patriarch, should ultimately be consecrated by Christ from heaven. And the equations of St. David with St. Peter, with Christ himself, are undoubtedly in the same line of thought as the wild and extravagant claims made for Josephus in the great St. Grail. It is worth noting, too, how there is already something mysterious about the appearance of the object. It is called dubious anceps. The similar altar given from heaven to St. Caranach is of a color that no man can comprehend. St. David's altar was not seen openly after the saint's death, even as the Grail vanished in the romances. So when William of Malmesbury was writing up Glastonbury Abbey, circa 1130, perhaps 60 years before the earliest of the romances was written, he speaks of St. David's altar, known as Sapphirus, as one of the treasures of the place, lost for a long time and then recovered. I do not think that it is temerarious to say that in the legends of these Welsh saints, hallowed in the East, endowed with miraculous altars of divine origin and of wondrous form, evangelizers of Britain, there is the probable ancestry of the great romances of the Grail. So much for the direct analogies between the Celtic legends and the Grail books. The indirect are perhaps as interesting. It is difficult, I think, to read the lives of Celtic saints without recognizing that a great deal of the atmosphere of the romances derives from the hagiologies. Take the following passage from the Life of St. Columba by St. Adamnan. For 3 days and 3 nights he allowed no one to approach him, and remained confined in a house which was filled with heavenly brightness. Yet out of that house, through the chinks of the doors and keyholes, rays of surpassing brilliancy were seen to issue during the night. Certain spiritual songs also, which had never been heard before, he was heard to sing. He came to see many secrets, hidden from men since the foundation of the world fully revealed. One of St. Columba's monks saw him on another occasion enter the church, and along with him at the same time a golden light that came down from the highest heavens. This light was seen several times, and when the saint died, the whole church was filled with heavenly brightness. It would be impossible to read of these appearances of celestial light without being reminded of the glorious brightness that accompanied the manifestations of the Grail. So when St. Cadoc, to whom the church of Carleon is dedicated, died, a great brightness shone on the people devoutly engaged in performing his funeral rites, so that no one of them was able to sustain it. And again, in the light of St. Fechin, a Scotch saint, we are told that when St. Fechin entered his church, the multitude saw light shining from the windows and the doors. Another topic of the romances is illustrated in the legend of St. Tathan, who found a little ship without oars or sails, and entering boldly was borne to Britain. And in the strange story of the sacred fire of St. Cadoc, we hear how this holy relic, having been defiled by the profane, vanished away, and hurts and doles were healed no more. St. Illtyd, again solitary in his cave by the shore, saw approaching a ship on which was an altar divinely supported. The oarsmen gave St. Illtyd the perfumed body of a very holy man, whose name, they told him, which he was never to utter. Taking these and other similar tales into consideration, we might almost pronounce that the heroes of the romances are Celtic monks in armor. There has been a certain fusion between the monk-errant of the Celtic legends and the knights of Charlemagne, and from this admixture, which one may say was being realized at the time in the Templar order, proceeded Galahad and the Knights of the Grail. Now, it is to be noted very carefully that when a Celtic biographer speaks of the relics of the saints, He does not mean their bones. He means any holy vessels or objects which have belonged to them, such as the altars of which we have spoken, books, bells, and croziers. This is of great importance in considering the passage in Geoffrey of Monmouth, who repeats the prophecy of the angel to Cadwallader, the last king of Britain. Cadwallader died in foreign lands, in Rome according to the Normanized Welshmen of the 12th century, but probably in the east, perhaps in Jerusalem, in the original legend. Prosperity shall return to Britain, says the angel, when Cadwallader's bones are restored to the island, and when the relics of the other saints, which had been hidden on account of the fury of the pagans, should be revealed. Here we see there was an old legend, which connected the vanishing of certain holy objects with the great loss and doom of Britain. In the romances, the loss is a final one, so far as the relic, the Grail, is concerned. In the Celtic tradition, there was to be a restoration of all things. Cadwallader was to return, Saxons were to be eradicated, and bards were to flourish, in the words of a poem in the 12th century Red Book of Hergest, which, however, makes no mention of any relics. The romances contemplate a certain fashion of restoration. Arthur was to return and rule once more, but the Grail, it would appear, has gone forever. Does this mean that the House of Anjou still clung to the idea of a British Empire, but had given up the thought of an independent British Church? I do not venture to give even an opinion, much less a judgment. I scarcely dare suggest the possibility of the politics, ecclesiastical or civil, of the time having had any influence in the concoction of the romances. Wolfram, it is true, following a Grail tradition which differs curiously from the tradition of the Anglo-French romances, refers to the chronicles of the House of Anjou as one of the sources by which he corrected Christian's imperfect and erroneous story. This may be either an important clue or an empty compliment to a powerful reigning house. I take refuge in confessed ignorance. It is now time to examine a curious fact in Celtic tradition. That is the extraordinary veneration given to the relics of the saints, the remarkable powers ascribed to these relics, and the strange story of their hereditary keepers. We have already seen that in the Celtic Church practically every saint left relics behind him, bells, books, croziers, etc. So far as I know, the honor given to these objects, the miracles ascribed to them, are quite unique in the history of Christianity, and I am strongly tempted to believe that the relics were in reality the sanctified successors of tribal palladia, of certain objects which, mutatis mutandis, had exercised the same powers and commanded a like veneration in heathen times. The saint's relic, in Celtdom, could do almost anything. The prosperity of the tribe, afterwards perhaps of the race, was bound up with its safe preservation and reverent custody, and terrible penalties sanctioned the due observance of the relic ritual. Only those authorized by hereditary or acquired powers might so much as look on some of these objects, and in most cases they were enshrined in reliquaries rich with all the splendor and mystic symbolism of Celtic art. And I think that it is worth noting here the very great difference between the Roman and the Celtic attitude towards such relics and holy objects. Briefly, the difference was this. The Roman view was that the more you looked on the relics, the better for you. The Celts, on the other hand, held that unless you had certain special qualifications, you had better not come near the relics, under pain of blasting or death. The Book of St. Columba was born in battle and brought victory to the clan, if carried by one of pure heart. It is curious to note here the motive which perhaps developed into the conception of Galahad. Other relics gave oracles. There was a bell that refused to ring save in the hand of the saint, for whom it was destined by God. Another bell sailed through the air, guiding its saint to an appointed place. Other relics were angel-born from heaven. One, being removed from its shrine and habitation, cried aloud, day and night, till it was restored. Some healed diseases, others detected criminals or restored lost cattle. In a word, it would be very difficult to exaggerate the immense importance which these relics occupied in the Celtic mind. And at the present day the healing cup of Nant Eos is revered in Wales, not only for its potent cures, but also as a venerable gift of the Almighty. So late as 1887, a harper, to whom the relic had been solemnly exhibited, felt profound remorse for having treated the holy thing lightly and irreverently. The man came again in a miserable condition of mind, and he was only pacified by a second exhibition of the relic, to which he paid devout reverence. In Scotland and in Ireland, many of the relics also survive. and some, wonderful to say, still belong to the descendants of their original keepers. Indeed, the keeping of certain relics was in many cases incorporated into the feudal system. Charters are extant granting land in return for the due custody of some holy bell or crozier, and in one or two instances the keeper was given a sort of popular title of nobility. Sad enough are the ends of some of these old songs. A battered iron bell with faint traces of its former splendors still surviving, turned up by the plough, or found by boys playing in a cave by the seashore. A poor Irish schoolmaster of the 18th century, last of the keepers, bequeathing some wonderful piece of Celtic workmanship to the man who had befriended him. Such are some of the last chapters of these strange histories. The keepers, it should be remarked, were in almost all cases the collateral descendants of the saints whose relics they had in custody. And there was more than a trace of the belief that something of the original virtue and sanctity of the saint descended to his successor in the guardianship of the relics. It was remarked that the Irish of the 12th century were so ignorant that they believed the possessor of St. Patrick's relics to be ipso facto Archbishop of Armagh. Such are the facts as to the hereditary relic keepers of Celtic Christendom. It is for the student of the Grail romances to judge as to the probability of the existence of these keepers having originated the wonderful story of the hereditary guardians of the Holy Grail. Monsieur Paulin Paris had a most interesting theory as to Galahad. We had seen that Cadwallader, the last king of Britain, was in Welsh legend expected to return once more, restoring all things and bringing with him the relics of the saints. Cadwallader indeed loomed a more heroic figure than Arthur in the Welsh imagination. Celtum canonized him, and the churches bearing the name Longadwallader were built in his honor. It is noteworthy that while other Welsh saints are styled Sant, or sometimes Aegis, Cadwallader shares with mystic Bron the title of Blessed, or Vindigid, Benedictus. One does not know what was the true history of the real man's life and death. There are various stories, but it is certain that the date assigned for his death coincided with the death sentence of Celtum, both in church and state. The Yellow Hag, some form of plague, swept away the Cymry by thousands. The Saxons tightened their grip and extended it over the whole island, and strangely enough the making of Celtic saints ceased. The Celtic monk-errants had swept all over the continent of Europe. They had set up the rule of St. Columbanus at Bobbio, by the Pope's door, and Columbanus had addressed the Holy Father as an equal, not without a hint that any case of error or heresy on the part of the chief bishop of Christendom would meet with due correction from the Celtic monk. But the tide turned. Cadwallader died, the relics of the saints were lost, or taken into concealment, and everywhere the Roman power prevailed, abolishing Celtic customs and rites, and doing its work so thoroughly that no Celtic liturgy had survived. A dreary enchantment, from the Celtic point of view, fell upon the sanctuaries of the saints, and the abomination of desolation, in the form of the Roman Missal, succeeded the high offering of the perpetual choirs of the Isle of Britain. Now, Monsieur Paulin Paris thinks the name in the tale of Galahad are derived from the name in the tale of Cadwallader. In the case of the name, which was sometimes spelled Catgwalart and Catgwalatyr, I think Monsieur Paulin Paris is right. And for the tale, well, there is a good deal to be said for his point of view. As Galahad, the last possessor of the Grail in the quest, went to Sarras, carrying the holy vessel with him, so Cadwallader went to Jerusalem, for Rome and Geoffrey of Monmouth is almost certainly a substitution, partly due to a confusion between the names of the Welsh hero and the Saxon king, carrying with him, presumably, the relics which are to return with him. It is to be noted also that, as Galahad was of lineages of Joseph of Arimathea and of Our Lady, so also was Cadwallader descended collaterally from the Blessed Virgin and St. David. But it would be rash, I think, to assert that the story of the British king was more than a rough sketch for that splendid and glowing figure of Galahad. The romance writer had heard an old legend, perhaps, a wandering and uncertain and broken tale with the last glow of the Celtic fire still shining dimly from it, and from these poor fragments he built up the miracle of the quest. It would be unsafe to say that the Celtic legend counted for much more than a hint in the execution of that wonderful romance. 3. It will be understood, I hope, that these papers do not pretend in any sense whatever to be so much as an outline of the great literary question of the Sangreal. They are merely notes and hints and suggestions on certain interesting points in the legend, and my hope is that they may stimulate more learned and more fortunate questers to a deeper research. It is not altogether necessary then for me to apologize for omissions, since if I once began to do so I should never have done, but there is one point which I should have mentioned in my first chapter in treating of the pagan elements in the story. This is the very singular and significant appearance of a head so rich and beautiful that never mortal saw aught so glorious, in the wonderful description of the Grail worship at Sarras, in the Grand Saint Grail. This head was borne by one of the angels in red vestments, who served the great rite. It is impossible, I think, to deny its close relationship to the venerable head of Bran, which would have made an eternal paradise for the heroes, if they had not disobeyed a certain prohibition. Meat and drink and entertainment, and the enchanted song of the fairy birds of Rhiannon were the portion of the followers of Bran, till they opened the door that looked towards Cornwall, and then all delights and pleasure vanished away. The rich head of the Grail romance is undoubtedly the pre-Christian demigod or deity, consecrated to the service of the holy vessel. It is interesting to find so positive a proof of the Celtic origin of the legend. By the way, it may be remembered that there are many traces of this head cultus in Celtdom. In Pembrokeshire, for instance, there is a well sacred to St. Talo, the water of which heals sickness if administered by the hereditary keeper in the skull of the saint. In Scotland, again, there was a saint's skull which was washed ritually, and the water of the washing was regarded as holy and salutary. And I should like to be instructed in the real meaning of such place names as Holyhead and Penzance. Do they mean the holy headland, or do they imply that in these places there was a special cultus of the venerable head? It is interesting to note that Penzance bears as arms a head on a dish, supposed, of course, to be the head of St. John the Baptist. But for our especial purpose, this rich head, strangely introduced into the Grail ritual, is of very high interest, for one cannot help thinking of that other head, the head of Peredur's slain cousin, exhibited to him in a dish full of blood. This latter was not a holy object. It was apparently an incitement to vengeance on the murderers. The dish full of blood, the spear ever dripping with blood, cried to Peredur for vengeance. We have here, I suppose, an instance of the traps and confusions and coincidences which lurk in the romance literature of the Sangreal, and also an example of the way in which two streams of quite distinct origin are joined into one. To pass on to the more immediate purpose of this article, there are many reasons for supposing that the romances celebrate and glorify the curious and ancient quarrel between Roman and Celtic Christianity. In some of the earliest versions of the legend, we hear of a distinct rite called the Grail service. This ritual was performed at Terce, the medieval hour for the principal mass of the day. It was called going to grace, and it would seem that the worshippers were wrapped into an ecstasy. Again, in the high history, we hear of the priests and hermits of the Grail, who were removed by the Lord God into a sure place during the usurpation of the king of Castle Mortal. And in the quest, the service of the Holy Grail was performed divinely in the precious chapel where the Holy Grail used to appear. To me it seems difficult to avoid the conclusion that in such passages as these we have highly romantic allusions to the Celtic Church, the possessor of sacrosanct and Eucharistic relics, a colo Venetia, and of a distinct Eucharistic rite. How far we may take the romance allusions is conjectural, and perhaps will always remain conjectural. It may be that the allusions of the high history and the quest are fairly accurate accounts of events which really happened. It may be that they have the slenderest historical foundations. We do not know, and probably we never shall know. And now as to the peculiarities of the Celtic Church as distinct from the Roman. Here many we are in a region of few certainties and again possibilities and probabilities. One thing at least is certain. The anti-Celtic fervor of the Roman authorities was so thorough that there was no such thing as Celtic liturgy in existence, and perhaps the latest reference to such a thing dates back to the 12th century, when the remnants of the Culdes are reported as celebrating some kind of barbarous rite in a corner of a Scotch church. There are few certainties beyond this, but there are probabilities. I have already said that I accept as a working hypothesis the theory that the Celtic Church was really the work of the 5th century, and that it was organized by Gallican missionaries, and that being granted it follows necessarily that the churches of Britain and Ireland were of the type that is called Oriental. Of course, all Christianity is in origin a Syrian mission, but for whatever reason or reasons, the local Roman Church became differentiated from all others at a very early period, and developed a liturgy, the Latin Mass, which it is convenient to call Western. It would be tedious in the highest degree to examine minutely the variations between the rite of Constantinople and the rite of Rome. It will be sufficient to say that the most important of the many differences between the two services is the presence of the epiclesis in the Eastern, and its absence from the Western Eucharist. The epiclesis is the invocation of the Holy Spirit on the elements, in some Eastern rites on the congregation also, and in the divine liturgy of St. James it runs as follows: Have mercy on us, O God, according to thy great goodness, and send upon us, and upon these proposed gifts, thy most Holy Ghost, who descended upon thy holy apostles in the likeness of fiery tongues in the upper room of the holy and glorious Sion at the day of Pentecost. Send down the same most Holy Ghost, Lord, upon us, and upon these holy and proposed gifts, that coming upon them with his holy and good and glorious presence, he may hallow and make this bread the holy body of thy Christ. People, Amen. Priest, and this cup the precious blood of thy Christ. People, Amen. It is by this formula, or by some equivalent prayer, that the present Orthodox Church of the East believes the mystery of the consecration to be effected. The West, the Roman and English churches, on the other hand, make the efficacy of the sacrament to depend upon the due recital of the words of institution. And yet I believe that the Eastern Church would hardly declare all the consecrations of the West to be void and of none effect. This, then, is the epiclesis, and it is almost certain that the British liturgy possessed some such formula. It is not absolutely certain because, as I have stated, there is no Celtic liturgy in existence, but the probability is very high. Indeed, considering the derivation of the Celtic Church of the 5th century from the Church of Vienne and Lyon is almost inevitable. It should be noted, by the way, that the early Gallican Church in question occupied a peculiar position with respect to the epiclesis. The formula was not, as in the East, an integral and essential portion of every Mass. It occurred in the Eucharists on certain saints' days, and not on those of others, and such we may presume was its place in the ritual of Celtic Christendom, unless indeed the Celts followed the more primitive and allied Mozarabic rite, in which I think the invocation of the Holy Spirit is invariably used. Now, in some of the Grail romances there are curious references to certain secret words used in the Eucharist. A claim is made, if the expression may be allowed, for a super-valid consecration. Robert de Boron, for example, says that he dare not speak of the secrets revealed to Joseph, and if he would, he could not, without the great book. Où les histoires sont écrites, par les grands clercs faites et dites, là sont les grands secrets écrits, qu'on nomme le Graal. Is this a reference to a Celtic liturgy, or rather to a vague rumor of a Celtic liturgy? Are the grands secrets of the Graal service the prayer of invocation? I think there is a remote possibility that this is so. I dare not say more. Wales conformed to the Roman Church between 750 and 809, and therefore we may conclude that the prescription of the Celtic liturgy began towards the end of the 8th and the beginning of the 9th centuries. It is quite likely that the native ritual was not extinguished without a struggle. It is quite likely that it continued to be celebrated by patriot recluses, by saints, who had oratories among the rocks and among the woods for a long period after the Roman missal had become the only legal use. It is quite likely that the primitive liturgy endured long enough for the rumor of it to have reached the ears of the Romance writers. The Grail service was said divinely in the precious chapel where the Grail itself had once been wont to appear. This may mean that the Celtic ritual was used after long pretermission in an oratory, where once some venerated altar, reputed to be of heavenly origin, had been preserved. It would be temerarious to say more. There is another probable argument in favor of this identification of the Grail service with the British Rite. In the Grand Saint Grail, the first Mass is described, in connection with the alleged apostolate and primacy of Josephus, son of Joseph of Arimathea. The passage is as follows: Le fils Joseph, le premier sacrement qui onque fut fait à celui Paul, mais il eut mort tous accompli, car il ne dit que c'est parole seulement, quand Jésus-Christ dit à ses disciples à la chaîne, venez si mangez et chou et les meilleurs corps qui pour vous pour maint autre je sera livré et martyr et à torment. Et autres l'heure de d'élever. Tenez si bevez tout, car tu es le sang de ma nouvelle loi.
l'imie mesma qui pour vous sera espandu en remission de bêtises. Now the Roman formula of consecration is for the bread, hoc est inum corpus meum, and for the wine, hic est inum calix sanguinis mie novi et aeternae testamenti mysterium fidei, qui pro vobis et pro multis effunditur in remissionem peccatorum. The question is, where did the author of the Grand Saint Graal get his formulae? Professor Warren, an authority on Celtic Christianity, thinks that there is a ground but not proof for confrangature, as the word in use in the lost British liturgy. It may be noted that there is proof of very early intercourse between the Egyptian and Celtic churches, and that the Coptic consecration formula is similar to that of the Romance in its use of the future tense. Again, it is not wise to do more than suggest a probability. It would be delighted if one could point to the words of the Grand Saint Graal as an undoubted fragment of the lost ritual of our fathers, but to do this were to play the higher critic in his wildest moods. It may be that here we have a remnant of the Celtic liturgy. We must not be more positive. The general position that the Grail Church symbolizes the Celtic Church is, I think, probable in a very high degree. The particular conclusions must be left in doubt and in mist. There is one very odd circumstance about the Parzival of Wolfram von Eschenbach. We have seen that he accused Christian of having told the wrong story. He himself professes that he corrected Christian by the chronicles of the House of Anjou, and by the narrative of one Quiot or Guyot, Provençal. However that may be, the Parzival is in one most important respect entirely distinct from all the other romances. A grail, as we have seen, probably implied to the readers of the Romance a shallow bowl or deep dish on a stem and foot, and we have noted also the curious uncertainty which seems to have existed as to the exact shape of the holy vessel. In one romance it assumes 5 forms, the last of which is the chalice. In another it is an image of the sepulchre in which Christ's body was laid by Joseph, the paten being the stone slab placed on top of the grave. It is at once a chalice and also the vessel in which Christ willed that his body should be offered and sacrificed. There is a singular ambiguity. One story says that it was the vessel in which Christ washed the apostles' feet, another that in it he made his sacrament, and one cannot help thinking of St. David's altar, in quo Dominicum jacebat corpus. In the Parzival, the Grail is a stone called lapsit exilit. It was hallowed, its virtue was ever renewed by a dove that brought on the Good Friday of each year a consecrated host from heaven, laying it on the Grail. There was no reference whatever to the precious blood, and it seems impossible that the Grail of Wolfram's conception could have served any of the uses of a cup or chalice. It was a stone that had fallen from the crown of Lucifer when the great angel was driven from heaven, a precious stone presumably, and one is reminded of William of Malmesbury's reference to St. David's altar lost and restored, so he says, to Glastonbury and called Sapphirus. I do not say that Wolfram's story proves that the Grail was originally an altar and not a chalice. I am content to affirm that it is evidently strongly in favor of that hypothesis. The sculptured stone, 8th or 9th century I believe, at Nig in Scotland would seem to illustrate an idea not remote from Wolfram's. In the center of the stone there is figured a vessel like a very shallow champagne glass, or a saucer on a stem. Above this hovers a dove holding in its beak a round disc resembling a wafer. On each side an ecclesiastic bows in adoration, and below 2 lions crouch to the ground. Now, accepting as a hypothesis the altar theory, the question naturally arises. How did the altar become transformed into a chalice? This, I think, is not an insoluble enigma, and the answer may probably be obtained from William of Malmesbury's eulogy of Glastonbury Abbey, in which there are several notable points. Firstly, it is said by William that the body of Joseph of Arimathea was buried somewhere in the precincts of the abbey, and so far as I know there is no earlier mention of Joseph in connection with Glastonbury or with Britain. The story dates from circa 1130 to 40. Secondly, it states that with the body were buried 2 phials containing the precious blood of Christ. And here it seems to me we have the secret of the Grail of the Romance writers. Nor is it difficult to trace this invention of the legend to its origin. Somewhere in the 30s of the 12th century, a crusading knight had remitted to the town of Bruges a phial said to contain the blood of Christ, which the Church of Antioch had given him.
in reward for great services rendered against the miscreants. The phial in question, which is still preserved at Bruges and venerated by the faithful, is adorned with work of the 7th or 8th century. Beyond that date, of course, history must give place to legend. But it is certain that in the beginning of the 12th century the cultus of the precious blood received a great impetus, and the inventive William endowed Glastonbury with a relic which would be certain to enhance the prestige of the convent. It does not seem hard to imagine that the Norman French romance writers combined two distinct objects, the altar of St. David or of some other Welsh saint, with the supposed phials of Glastonbury, and that the union of the two instruments produced the Sangreal. An altar could not hold blood. A phial would not serve in the Eucharistic connection which attached to the altar. And so a compromise was effected in the Holy Grail, at first a vague and ill-defined object, put on at last the form of the chalice, and yet was spoken of as the vessel in which God willed that his body should be offered. There is no proof of all this, most likely there never will be, but it seems to be a very probable solution of a most difficult question. Then, of course, there is the substitution of the name of Joseph of Arimathea for our hypothetical Welsh saint. And here again the difficulties do not strike me as insuperable. So far as I know, there is no reason to suppose that the legend of Joseph as the evangelist of Britain existed before the beginning of the 12th century. But it was fashionable, if we may use the term, for every church in Christendom to claim an apostolic or semi-apostolic origin. And it is easy to understand that such names as Dewi and Caranoch, Illtyd and Elar had no particular prestige or enchantment for Norman French ears, or for readers of Paris town. The precious blood cultus had suggested the phials. The belief of the Glastonbury monks that the body of Joseph was buried in their abbey was possibly a convent tradition. It was simple to put things together, to make Joseph the founder of British Christianity, and the possessor of a priceless relic. The apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus supplied the tale of his imprisonment by the Jews. His voyage to Britain was probably suggested by the legend of the Sainte Marie de la Mer, and indeed one of the names occurring in the Grand Saint Grail is taken bodily from the Provençal story. And so the romance grows, mingling Celtic legends, apocryphal gospels, missionary tales, a popular cultus, and sheer invention in books of the most wonderful and glorious inspiration. And this last is, after all, by far the greatest element. Matters of varying merit went into the crucible. It was the power of the medieval artistry that was the red powder, glistering and glorious as the sun, which transformed, transmuted, recreated, glorified, changing copper into gold, wandering and broken legends into splendid romance. The change seems to me not improbable, for the 13th century was the age in which Salisbury Cathedral was built, and the time that could raise the rough ashlar to such power and glory and dominion and spiritual life was doubtless able to form rough literary materials into the great temple of the Grail romances. End of section 10. The Secret of the Sangreal. Section 11 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Mystic Speech. I suppose that there are certain scraps of wisdom, practical and theoretical, that very few of us have escaped. There is the case of mustard, for example. I was comparing notes on this matter with two of my friends the other day, and I found, as I had expected to find, that all three of us had been instructed in the fabled utterance of Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman said that he hadn't made his fortune by the mustard which people put on their beef, but by the mustard which they left on their plates. This instance, it is seen, is purely moral and practical in its nature. It cautions one against the wasteful use of an agreeable condiment. But there are two other anecdotes which all the young have received, I think, in their day, that are more to our purpose. One tells how Stevenson watched the kettle boil, the lid thereof vehemently rising and falling, and so invented the steam engine. The other shows the illustrious Newton idling or meditating in the orchard. An apple drops to the ground, and the theory of gravitation is the result. Few, I say, can have escaped these instructive stories, but I hardly think that the true moral has generally been drawn from them. So far as I'm aware, they are usually employed to show that a mere trivial accident issues in a great discovery. Indeed, I am half inclined to believe that this moral belongs to the chapter called The Malice of the Undistinguished. The undistinguished do not compose music. So they make up a tale to the effect that Hundel, walking through Edgware, heard the church bells ringing and the blacksmith's hammer clinking, and thus wrote The Harmonious Blacksmith. I regret to say that the actual process was still simpler, for Hundel cribbed the tune in question from an old French composer. But I have always believed that the undistinguished would fain say, if I had been walking that day in Edgware and had heard those bells and that hammer, then I should have written The Harmonious Blacksmith. And so I fancy the undistinguished would insinuate that they would have thought out gravitation and invented the steam engine easily enough if they had been in that orchard in that kitchen. The undistinguished hate genius, for it is a mystery, and mystery is anathema to them. But this apart, I do not think that the real moral has been drawn from the instances of the apple and the kettle. The real moral is not that great things spring from trivial incidents. It is rather this, that great things can be and are before the eyes of men for countless ages, and yet are not perceived. For how many aeons had fruit fallen to the ground before the eyes of men? That is a question for the geologists and paleontologists. It may be answered briefly. So long as there have been men on the earth, I do not know the judged antiquity of hot water. I presume it must be nearly coeval with the age of fire. At any rate, the steam must have lifted the lid of the pot for many rolling centuries before the day of Stevenson. Homer's heroes saw this marvel by the shores of the wine-dark sea, and yet they saw it not. They did not discern it. Now, of course, it may be objected that the true state of the case is this, that both Newton and Stevenson had the prepared mind, the soil that made ready for the seed. In one case the scientific mind, in the other the mechanical mind, and that in the case of the engine inventor there had been for 50 or 60 years a great progress in mechanical work, which had made the way ready for him. And it might be alleged that the minds of the Homeric heroes, let us say, were so wholly alien and remote from physical theories of the universe and mechanical improvements that the phenomenon in question could not possibly make any impression on them. There is something in this. I confess that if I pass along the London streets and see in a bookseller's window a pamphlet with the title, The Lintel, the Secret of Everlasting Life, I go on without considering the matter, knowing that it is no sort of concern of mine. So, it may be urged, science and mechanics had to progress and be extended for many years before the apple and the kettle could become in any way significant. This is very well, but how about the case of logic? Here is a matter which has nothing to do with any applied science, with any long course of subsidiary inventions. It exists without any reference to the exterior state of man, to war or peace, riches or poverty, learning or ignorance. The matter of logic is of the matter of man himself. The man without it is no longer a man. It is inherent in every use of the word because. There cannot fail to be a syllogism in every action we perform. It is not indeed true to say that the reasoning process is the exclusive prerogative of man, for I believe it is pretty clear that many of the brutes reason. But it is true that a man who does not reason is inconceivable. It is not merely that without the reasoning process he could not write the Ode on a Grecian Urn. Without it he could never catch his train to the city. Without it, the Paleolithic man could never have overcome the mastodon. Here then is a faculty which is absolutely necessary to man, infinitely more necessary to him than his arms or his legs. And yet it was not till the days of Aristotle that this faculty was, as it were, perceived, analyzed, displayed as an intelligible thing with its certain and fixed laws. Yet centuries before the days of Aristotle there had been mighty, prosperous, and peaceful civilizations. I remember reading that the Italian explorers finding the plumbing and the bathrooms of the Cretan period, which flourished about 2500 BC, threw up their hands and said, "Absolutely English." And I suppose perfect plumbing is an undeniable proof of a high civilization. Then there was Babylon. Then there was Egypt. There were nations, that is, which had their leisured, thoughtful, philosophic classes. And yet this process of reasoning, which they used every day and every hour of their lives, was hidden from them. It was seen, and yet it was not seen. You see, we can no longer say, as is said of the kettle and the apple, but people weren't so curious about these things, their minds didn't run that way. In a certain sense, anybody's mind must run in the way of logic, if it is to run at all, and specifically the leisured and cultured class that exists in every civilization cannot help turning its thoughts toward the reasoning process. Yet, I repeat, the analysis of ratiocination was not performed till the late age of Aristotle. Now for an instance which I think is even more curious. Washington Irving, the American writer, was a man of very wide literature, of a very delicate and delightful perceptiveness. He was a man, I would say, alert in the discovery of beautiful things and quaint things. He almost succeeded in enchanting the state of New York with his legend of it. And this seems to me an amazing achievement. Above all, he was a lover of the old, gracious, kindly life of England, in all its dear, merry observances. Never was a man fonder of an ancient thing just because it was ancient. Yet, this Washington Irving, writing in the 20s of the last century, speaks with a kindly contempt of the Gothic of Westminster Abbey, as barbarous ornament. He likes it, certainly, but merely because it is old. In his heart he despises himself for liking it. He knows that it is all savagery, that he has no business to like it. Now this seems to me a most extraordinary case. Here is a man of very much more than average artistic sympathy, absolutely blind to the wonder and beauty and splendor of Gothic. It is before him, great and visible, but he can't see it and doesn't see it. A cloud, one would say, comes down and is heavy before his eyes so that all alike is hidden. Both the spiritual aspiration, the divine poetry of the whole building, and the marvel of the detailed ornament, which is as the marvel of the earth breaking into leaf and flower and greenness in the season of spring. Washington Irving sees Westminster Abbey, but he sees it not. And of course it had been so for 2 centuries or more. From 1620 to 1820, one may say, nobody had seen Gothic at all. It is interesting to look at 18th century prints of cathedrals, for it is at once quite evident that the artists did not really see what they drew. If you look at these engravings from a little distance, you might almost say that the artist has been gazing not at Peterborough or Lincoln Cathedral, but at a clever model made by a boy with wooden bricks and bits of wire. Draw closer and examine the detail, and it is all almost incredibly false. The tracery, the cusps, the moldings are not a bit like the objects that were before the artist's eyes. Everything is parodied, degraded, cheapened. It is difficult to believe that the man who drew the picture had really seen the cathedral at all, that he was not working from rough jottings supplied by a Chinaman or a Choctaw. But it is interesting to note that these bald cusps, these cheap-looking pillars, these cast-iron piers and arches, in the view of the interior, have very much the effect that is produced by many of the pieces of the Gothic revival. There was actually a church in Derby of which the window tracery is in cast iron. The effect is very similar to the effect of the 18th century print. And so here you have the artist, the man of the trained eye, whose business it is to see and represent, utterly unable to see what was before him. His case is more remarkable than that of the mere lay observer, such as Smollett, who speaks with actual horror of York Minster as a barbarous and altogether ghastly structure that should speedily be supplanted by a neat Grecian room. Yet Smollett was an acute man, and a travelled man. But he saw York Minster, and it affected him as a coal cellar might affect us. To take yet another instance, Dr. Johnson, in the first place, was an entirely honest man. He was utterly incapable of professing admiration if he did not sincerely feel admiration. He would never have praised that which he did not approve, merely because it was fashionable to praise. His great maxim was, "Clear your mind of Kant. Think honestly, without regard to fashions or conventions of any kind." One is quite certain, then, that his literary judgments were absolutely honest judgments. And again, he was a man of very wide reading. He loved his age, but he was very well read in the literature of all ages. He was well furnished, that is, with examples and standards of comparison. Yet Johnson firmly held that Pope's work was not merely poetry. It was the touchstone of poetry. If Pope did not write poetry, what is poetry? And he was not able to disguise his opinion that if Milton's Lycidas were not rubbish, it was something perilously near it. Now we may almost say of Lycidas that which Johnson said of Pope's work. It is almost the touchstone of poetry. And Pope, with all his brilliance, his polish, and his wit, scarcely wrote poetry at all. So here's another instance of the honest and skilled and trained eye seeing and not seeing. Nay, though Lycidas is written with affectionate remembrance of the classic models in literature which Johnson loved, yet he could not see its shining beauty. He found it drivel, or almost drivel. and it will not do by any means to say that the late 17th century and the whole of the 18th century were inartistic. They were nothing of the kind. St. Paul's Cathedral is not Gothic, but it is a mighty architectural masterpiece of its sort, both in its main design and in its detail. How great it is you may judge by comparing it with a modern attempt in the same order of architecture, that miserable joss house in the Brompton Road called the Oratory. And if there be a pure art, it is music, and the late 17th century and the 18th century produced such masters as Purcell, Handel, Mozart, Pergolesi, and the archmaster of all musicians, John Sebastian Bach. And you had deep theology in Butler and in Law and follower of Boehme. And on the whole, one may say you had what should have been the best jury in the world, an assemblage of men of learning, acuteness, wide reading, and much leisure who wrote and appreciated without either the desire or the necessity of pleasing the populace. Indeed, so far as they were concerned, there was no populace. The well-informed wrote for the well-informed. Yet they could not see the beauty of Gothic. Though Horace Walpole and a few others pretended that they saw it, they could not see the beauty of Lycidas. To these men, an illuminated Book of Hours of the 13th century, which is one of the principal beauties of man's spirit and hands, would seem a mere grotesque. It would appeal to them as an oddity, much as some queer idol from the South Seas appeals to us, an affair of ugly, elaborate ingenuity. And now, for the last instance of all, and the strangest of this blindness of man to things that are evidently before his eyes. Whatever we see or do not see, we cannot help seeing the visible world that is before our eyes, from the star above to the flower at our feet. And yet we may say that it was not till 1796 or thereabouts that men so much as approximated to the significance of the great sacrament of the world. It is true that there had been hints written in Hebrew and Greek and Latin, but they were but hints. It was left to the age of Coleridge and Wordsworth to discern that, in the spectacle of external nature, there is something much more than mere pleasantness or sensuous beauty. Horace found both these elements in his Font Bandusiae Splendidor Vitro, that in fact there is a revelation of things hidden in things which are open to all. It is clear then that in a sense Coleridge and his fellows discovered the significance of the invisible world. There was given to them a revelation of that which had been hidden from the beginning. So it will seem pretty clear, I think, considering all the instances which I have quoted in physical science, in mental science, in architecture, in literature, in the contemplation of trees and clouds and streams and flowers, that things which are most clear may yet be most closely hidden, and hidden for long ages, and hidden not only from the gross and sensual man, but from the fine and cultured man. And that being evident, does not the consequence follow that we, who have certainly not attained to perfection of any kind, may be, nay, almost certainly are, as blind as those who have gone before us? That we too gaze at great wonders, both of the body and the spirit, without discerning the marvels that are all around us? And again, it would appear that we may be groping after the perception of things which we apprehend in a dim and broken and imperfect manner. I have alluded to Walpole and his sham Gothic, and I suppose that Walpole was beset by a sort of vague idea that there was something in this architecture of a past age which was somehow or other curious and admirable. So Walpole tried to attain it, and it is quite clear from his imitations that he was far indeed from the truth of the matter. Now, one would not for a moment class the school of Coleridge in its appreciation of nature with the school of Walpole in its appreciation of the Gothic. But may it not be that Coleridge and his fellows were but the forerunners of a new doctrine, which was not fully revealed to them? It was the misfortune, I think, of Coleridge that, after his first rush and flood of inspiration, he went after the strange metaphysical gods of Germany, clouding his soul with a more deadly drug than the opium which he applied to his body. He thought that he was drinking a strong spiritual wine. He was in reality swallowing the winds of the North Sea, which are but sour emptiness. The light within him became dim. He talked of his system in place of seeing visions. He forgot that he had already found truth. He thought he was going to find it by some wretched abracadabra charm of object and subject, by some mumbo-jumbo incantation of the distinction between the reason and the understanding. I would not say at all that he despised his poetry, but he thought himself embarked in a far higher quest of something that he called the truth, whereas the fact is that his poetry at its finest was the truth and the vital truth. Let me say here that in the Catholic faith, the highest and final and uttermost mystery is not contained in the symbol of St. Athanasius, but in the simplest rite in the world, in the matter of natural, familiar, physical things which all men know and taste and see, that is, in bread and in wine. That is the manner in which the Christian religion protests against all the horrible heresies which, under various disguises, have taught that the world and all that therein are the work, not of God, but of the devil. Thus it signifies to us that the way to the spiritual things is by the gate of the sensible things. This is the secret language, open to all men, but disregarded by all, or almost all. This is the witness against those who would maintain that lectures and jawings in general, and moralizings and philosophies are higher matters than the scent and color of a rose, rightly apprehended, than the flame of torches, than the odor of incense, than golden vestments, than high mass, that is, than bread and wine. Now, I have said that all manner of things may be under the eyes of men through long ages, and yet be unperceived, undiscerned by them. This is true, and yet these things are none the less there. The Stone Age man, hunting for his dinner and avoiding monstrous beasts, was arguing in Barbara and Celarent all the while, though he knew it not. And be sure that he who tried to argue in Barbara and Celarent soon ceased to argue at all, for he died of hunger or was crushed by dinosaurs. And so, in spite of 18th century blindness, the splendors of Lincoln and Durham were not in any way veiled. They shone in glory, though dim eyes could only see Barbara's confusion. And so, this secret language of the visible universe, though it may not have been openly spoken, was everywhere whispered. It is the sure mark of a fool or an ignoramus, or both, to declare, for instance, that the Song of Solomon is just a beautiful Oriental love song, and nothing more. I believe that the Oriental scholar who is nothing more than an Oriental scholar can smash this falsity. He will be able to prove that the symbolism of the Song of Songs is in an age-old language of the East, which has persisted to this day, that the sacred books of the Sikhs speaks in this tongue, that the Babis of Persia are familiar with it. But apart from all scholarship, those who have eyes and ears, the common senses of humanity, can perceive not only that the apples and wine and love and banqueting of the song refer to divine and eternal mysteries. The Christian church has always seen that. The Jewish church always knew that the thirst of the heart for the water brooks really showed the longing of the soul of God. That is one side of the question, and an important side. But there is another, and that is the correlative truth, that all these things, apples, water brooks, wine, feasting, human love, owe all their significance, all their value, all their light, all their beauty, to the fact that they are both images and sacraments of eternal joys and wonders and delights, to the fact that they are words, as it were, in the secret language of God, that they are communications, in varying degrees, of the divine mysteries. An old prayer says, "Let us so pass through things temporal, that we lose not the things eternal." Our blessed but idiotic reformers, in translating this prayer, inserted the word finally. Let us so pass through things temporal, that we finally lose not the things eternal. This would mean, do let us be careful not to eat too many apples, or drink too much wine, or look at sunsets too long, when we might be writing business letters, or we shan't go to heaven. In fact, the great sentence would be turned into a choice piece of that two-penny morality which is so dear to the English heart, which leads, if not to the city of God at all events, to the city of London, which we call the city. But the true meaning of the ancient sentence is, of course, let us apprehend the eternal savours of the things of time. Through all the beauties and delights of this earth, let us see veiled the beauties and delights of the everlasting. A cup of cold water will win paradise, but a cup of cold water is already a part of paradise. Wine maketh glad the heart of man. That is because its parent grape was grown in the vineyards of the kingdom. An earthly feast is a goodly thing, because there is a heavenly feast. Dawn and sunset are wonders to look upon, being pale reflections of eternal splendors. And as to the feast, I was once talking to a Scottish philosopher, a Hegelian who could not stomach Plato.
Why, Plato maintains, said he, that there is actually a table set in the heavens. Of course, Plato was perfectly right. If there were no table in the heavens, there would certainly be no table on earth. Two-legged beasts would no doubt eat and drink to satisfy their hunger and their thirst after the fashion of other beasts. But there would be no table, and these beasts, though they might be cunning, would not be men, that is, sons of God. The Adoro to devote latens deistis of St. Thomas Aquinas has its special and sacred application to the mystery of the altar. But like all universal truths, as distinct from various pieces of information about things, which is the best definition of physical science, the doctrine implied goes through even to the uttermost parts of the earth. That which is on high is as that which is below, and the latent deity is latent in all things. In all things, that is, that have not been clouded and defiled and deprived of their divinity by the ill will of man. I remember that there was an instruction given to me on joining a certain secret society, that one should so see and so think as to behold and know nothing but God. I considered this point, and when I next met my instructor I was frank with him. I said, while I was reading that matter of finding nothing at all but God, I was sitting in my armchair in Gray's Inn and looking at the tiles about my hearth. They are horrible things, though shiny horrible, both in coloring and design. I must resolutely refuse to see anything of divinity in them, and my teacher confessed that the matter was difficult. I cannot remember that he found me any solution. But a few months ago, when I was writing a chapter in my reminiscences, this incident occurred to me, and my memory went back many long years. And I wrote somewhat as follows. Everything to me was wonderful. Everything visible was the veil of an invisible secret. Before an oddly shaped or colored stone, I was ready to fall into a sort of reverie or meditation, as if it had been a fragment of paradise or fairyland. There was a certain herb of the fields that grew plentifully in Gwent that even now I cannot regard without a kind of reverence. It is a spire of small yellow blossoms, and its leaves, when crushed, give out a very pungent and aromatic odor. This odor was to me a separate revelation or mystery, as if no one in the world had smelt it but myself, and so the whole earth, down to the very pebbles, was but the veil of a quickening and adorable secret. I look back to the time when the mountain and the tiny shining stone, the flower and the brook, were all alike, signs and evidences. I see myself all alone in the valley under hanging woods of a still summer evening, entranced, wondering what the secret was that here was almost told. And that, or something like that, I suppose, must have been in the mind of the hierarch, whoever he may have been, who told those about to be initiated that they must find God in all things. And so I go on and say that you cannot write of anything or make the image of anything without writing of God or making the image of veiled divinity, heeding always the examples of the tiles in my sitting room in Gray's Inn. Man is almost omnipotent. He can quite destroy for himself and the fools who trust in him the great work of God. It is within the power of the sculptor, look about London, to say, let us make man in the image of sheer stupidity and chaos and nonsense, or rather in the image of the fashion plates of this or that year, very badly carried out in bronze. It is in the power of the writer to be enormously clever, to show the vastest knowledge of the common thoughts of people at large, and to write long, highly successful books, which nearly everybody says are lifelike or slices of life. Indeed, these things are like life, as Madame Tussaud's waxwork is like life, or as a beefsteak is most undeniably a slice of life. But these things are not life, because the latens deatus, which makes life, is not discerned in them. I will not take any English examples, though these be many and flagrant, but I would say that the short stories of Guy de Maupassant illustrate my meaning perfectly. They are exquisite studies indeed, but in entomology, not in humanity. But, as I say, corruption or blindness apart, it is impossible to write of anything without writing of God. And this is true of the simple, homely things, as well as of the splendid, glowing, and illustrious things. The secret language is spoken everywhere, and by all creatures. The foolish and the folklorists read, for very different reasons, their Arabian Nights in Burton's version. I always knew by instinct that Burton was all wrong from any point of view,
save that of the collector of Oriental manners and customs. And when I had struggled through a page or two, I never could manage more of his detestable English, I knew by experience that he was all wrong. The wise read the Arabian Nights not for manners and customs, but for splendors and for wonders, for the story of hidden doors that arc suddenly disclosed in ways of daily passage, for the vision of jewels which glowed like the sun and moon in all the assemblage of the stars, for the magic carpet, for the tent which can shelter a host and yet be folded in the hand, for the magic, for the divinity, that is, which every uncorrupted mind perceives to be latent in life. And I would go a step further, and say that I believe that the uncorrupted mind perceives by instinct that all these marvels are real. Not actual, perhaps. I would not dare to say that the tent which can shelter an army, and then be reduced to the compass of the palm of the hand, will ever be part of ordnance. But still, it is real. Real in the power of human imagination and transcendence. Law, following Bohm as I suppose, taught that before the fall, the universe was fluid. This must refer to the period before the electrons became atoms. That is, obedient to the will of man. After the fall, it hardened, but not altogether. Aladdin's palace still rises in a single night. I suppose, then, it is no great task to see in such a book as the Arabian Nights a veiled picture of the wonders and splendors of the world. That is, of the glory of God in the world. But there are obscurer ways of the secret language, which speaks in the simplest things as well as in the most splendid things. Indeed, we have already seen that the psalmist found a thirsty stag a good enough image of the great desire of the soul for God. And again, in the 23rd Psalm, such homely symbols as wine, oil, and a table are sufficient in his view to convey a meaning which is deep and high enough. It is then, I think, to be considered whether bread and cheese and beer, and a safe hearth and a roaring fire, and a secure roof tree on a bitter and stormy night may not have their significance. These are vulgar things, I know, but oil is quite a vulgar thing to an Oriental. To me an olive tree is a sacred tree. The first sight of it was a revelation. The silvery green of the olive orchards was a veritable magic carpet journey in time rather than in space. But well do I remember how the old Provençal lady shook her sides when I confessed that I gazed with reverence on the olives about her farm. I am sorry to refer so often to the Holy Scriptures. I know it is an Oriental book. But it has been so long translated into the tongues of the West that I am afraid that it has become almost as vulgar as bread and cheese and a warm fire on a cold night. Still, the Psalm Benedicite Omnia Opera, to put a good Latin face on it, is much to my purpose, and I would ask you to think over these measured appeals to showers and dew, winds and fire, winter and summer, frost and cold, ice and snow, to bless the Lord, praise him, and magnify him forever. All these, you see, are the commonest of common things, yet they are addressed by the children with angels and saints, as if they were creatures in the eternal chorus. And so addressed, as I believe, because they too, according to their degree, utter the eternal word, and though of earth speak to the instructed ever of unearthly wonders. And thus I think it is that if you know how to describe a lonely man stumbling on his way up a long and winding lane on a winter's night, buffeted with mountain winds, drenched with driving rains, overwhelmed with darkness, and yet attaining at length to homely shelter, to a seat on the settle by a roaring fire, to a place whence he can listen to the storm without. Well, incidentally you have made literature, but essentially you have described the passage into paradise. And that, by the way, is no doubt the true definition of literature, of the secret language, well expressed. It must deal with the passage to paradise, and if you are to apprehend the secret language, you have got to understand that the villa at Dulwich, where Mr. Pickwick rested from his pilgrimage, is in fact paradise. I am sorry that Dulwich is just a suburb of London, with 3 stations attainable from Victoria, Ludgate Hill, Holborn Viaduct, or London Bridge. I am aware that it ought to be called Umatigala, or Ispadan, or something queer. Still, there it is, and I am afraid I must say that anybody who has difficulty in finding Dulwich a fit symbol of paradise had better abandon the study of the secret language forever. But such persons will have Blake against them. They will have Plato, a greater name, against them, with his table in the heavens. They will have Solomon the king with his wine and apples against them. They will have the psalmist with his wine and oil against them. They will have every good man against them. They will be in the company of the accursed Manichees, and in the company of all the fools who have maintained that the earth is not the Lord's but the devil's. It is written that he who cannot love his visible brother can in no wise love the invisible deity. That is evidently the same doctrine in another phrase. I would also say that he who cannot see the eternal gifts in bread and cheese and beer and homely friendship and kindly mirth may gabble occult abracadabras all his days, but he shall never taste of the eternal reflections of paradise, or sing the new song of the redeemed. The stubborn child who will not learn the alphabet, it is clear, shall neither read nor write immortal verse, though the alphabet, to be sure, is a horrid, elemental thing with all sorts of silly and tedious associations about it. It is curious how this secret language has informed all fine literature from all time. It has had many modes of expression. But there is one in particular that I would remark. When the great legend of the Holy Grail, and especially the Percival branch of that legend, came up before the folklorists, they said, and said it very justly, that the story of Percival was an example of the exile and the return and the vengeance formula. That is, your hero is, at the beginning of the tale, described as exiled from all, deprived of all, driven forth from pleasant and prosperous places into the wilderness. He sets forth from the wilderness on some kind of pilgrimage. He meets with all sorts of adventures, enemies, hardships, enigmas, terrors, and at last, at the end of the story, he is restored to all that he has lost, and to far more than all. His wicked enemies have been trodden under his feet, all tears have been wiped from his eyes, all goods have been given back to him, nay, given back tenfold. His beloved is his, and in the beautiful old ending, he lives happily ever after. That is the exile, return, and vengeance formula, which makes, according to the folklorists, one of the age-old stories of the world. There the folklorists stop. But we, I think, may be bold to say that, under these figures, is told the story of man, who comes from paradise, and at last returns to paradise, having conquered all his adversaries and trampled down all the terrors that beset him. For my part, I very willingly receive this tale as a part of the primitive instinct of man, or, if you will, a part of the primitive revelation made to man. And I hold, too, that if this be not accepted, then it follows that all literature and all art are but forms of mania, ravings about rests and palaces and refreshments that have no real existence in the universe. I should be sorry to accept this doctrine, and so I hold that Nicholas Nickleby is one of the great witnesses to the truth. It is true that in Nicholas Nickleby the word for paradise is Dawlish, which is a small town in Devonshire, on the Great Western Line. But again, I must maintain that Dawlish, as Dulwich, is no unfit symbol of the place of rest and refreshment, and joys that are perdurable. For you will remark that in the real books you feel that the hero and his friends are come to the place of the undying, to the garths of the immortals. Their sorrows are all over in the earlier chapters of the book. Squeers is sent overseas, Ralph is dead, Nicholas, with Madeline, is returned to the old garden, and there he lives to this day, young and happy forevermore. They live happily ever after. I have only indicated possibilities. I have shown that things most manifest have been before all eyes for long ages, and yet have remained concealed, even from the wise. I have spoken of a hot fire on a cold night, of bread and cheese and beer, and the tales of an early Victorian novelist, all these things being everywhere apparent to all. I leave you to judge of what else is known to all, and yet hidden from all, among the signs of the kingdom. End of section 11. The Mystic Speech. Section 12 of The Shining Pyramid, Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. In Convertendo. At last Ambrose Merrick caught that famous train from Lupton to Birmingham. He had waited for many years. He had yearned and sickened for the sight of the old land of his fathers. He had not allowed the memory of Gwent to fail. And now, when the whistle sounded and the train began to move out of the station, he was astonished to find himself so little uplifted by the granting of his desires. He looked up with a kind of sober joy at the railway bridge on which the poor little boy had stood so often, for so many hours, straining his eyes towards the west. He remembered that one day, when the earth burned as with fire, and his heart and soul and body were faint almost to death, he remembered how he had been refreshed by the vision of the mountain, by the wind that breathed new life into him. It was curious, he thought, how, against his own desire and his own faith, he had ceased to take daily account of such a merciful marvel as this, which should have been a perpetual talisman, a constant defense against all weariness and sickness and despair, an hourly reminder that the world was not given up entirely to the powers of darkness. He understood the difficulty of the great act of faith, which must be renewed day by day, again and again, by a constant exercise of the will, or else the abyss, the fall into the black pit of nonsense and despair which most people spoke of as the world, and not half a bad place either, if you take it the right way. It was so simple, the not half a bad place creed. One fell in with it so easily, without any conscious effort of acquiescence. One conformed even against one's own steadfast convictions, unless these were continually renewed and proclaimed. One knew better, perhaps. One had been vouchsafed sure proofs from within and from without. And yet it was so entirely natural to believe that man is sustained by loaves from the baker and meat from the butcher, and to take one's measures accordingly. As the train sped away to the west and the south, he resolved that this should be amended, that for the future he would daily remind himself that he was fed not by baker's bread and butcher's meat, but by miracles and wonders. But the past year had been given over to that process of dryness and fear which is called the purgative way. It is needful, but it lacks all refreshment and unction, speaking more of unworthiness and darkness than of light and compassions. He feared, indeed, lest he should have bowed down too low in the temple of the false gods of Lupton, though the motive had been good, but he had tried to listen sympathetically to the doctor's sermons. And what a course it had been during the last term! The main point enforced had been that one could not arrange one's life in separate compartments, without relation the one to the other, that all life was of infinite and equal importance, that the games and the schoolwork were to be regarded just as seriously as the pursuits and labors of later years. "Do not let us mistake," said the preacher one Sunday morning. "We are already inhabitants of eternity. Here at Lupton, in school and in the playing fields, in our sports and in our studies, each action is of eternal import. Each action forms part of that character which will be our everlasting possession." And the whole gist of the series was that every boy who wished to be a plausible and successful humbug in afterlife had better set about his great task immediately. "Remember," said the doctor, "we are not in the Dark Ages now. None among us will ever be called upon to be the minister of a capricious and arbitrary sovereign. There is no one here whose gift of statesmanship will be exercised in concocting measures against the liberties of the people. There is no one whose military ability will be utilized in deeds of savage and remorseless oppression. We are not in the Dark Ages. There may be future prelates in your ranks for all I know, but the bishop of today is successor in name only to the medieval hierophant. No, we are to serve a sovereign who wears no visible crown. Remember once and for all that popularity in its true sense is a noble aim, nay, it is the noblest of all aims. What wonder that the Jewish populace cried, Hosanna! He had compassion on the multitude. The common people heard him gladly. Let us all beware. We are not to work for cliques, for small and select aristocratic bodies. However exquisite their tastes, however high their standards, we are to work to speak to the multitude, the common people. We are to win popularity. Ambrose shuddered and laughed at the recollection of this discourse and of others like it. It was clear that he had enough of such follies. It was time for him to leave behind Lupton and all its ways. Already it seemed to belong to things departed. He would return for a little while at the end of the holidays and go through such formalities as were necessary. But Lupton was over. Its foolish routine, its magazines of cant, its dull pedantries, its sense of being at the center of all things, it was all past and performed, and lay in his mind like the recollection of a tedious and unimportant play that one has witnessed and would willingly forget. Behind him all this weariness, its dolors and its languors, its pains and longings. Before him was the land of desire, the end and the goal and the perfection. When the train reached Hereford, Lupton had vanished from his mind, and all recollection of it. He had been exiled, and he was returning, and when the great hills rose up before him, a strange emotion beat within his breast. He did not know the precise boundary of the counties, but at the sign of the hills he took off his hat, worshipping the dear soil of Gwent. The land had an unutterable word for him, and all his being made answer. The whole earth kept that day a great festival. He could almost have said, Montes exultaverant, ut arietes, et coles sicut agni ovium. It was a day of soft sunshine behind a delicate veil. The land was all in a golden, wonderful radiance, and the clear streams glittered in the light, and the leaves of the trees danced with the exultation in a wind blowing from the west. He looked out of the carriage window with a gaze of such ardor and delight as lovers know. Qui convertit petram in stagna aquarum, et rupum in fontes aquarum. His sojourn in the dry and stony land was ended. There rushed the translucent brook down from the mountainside, from the very heart of the rock. He fancied that he could hear the sound of the pouring waters and their voice of gladness. There was the glen that led to the wild country, the land of green bubbling wells, and the far purple fields of heather, and the world of golden scented gorse, where the great rocks looked like magic druid rings. He and his father had climbed by that little path, so many years ago, to see a church of very old religion and the well of an old saint. The brook rushed on. The line ran parallel with it for some miles. He feasted his eyes on that wonderful clear stream. He had seen no such sight since the day on which he had left Gwent, for about Lupton most of the rivers and brooks were poisonous sewers, and even the unpolluted waters were dull and muddy and sluggish as they crawled through dull fields. Here was quick crystal, which sang laetare as it poured from the hill into the valley. Its pools were a shining darkness. Its ripples were of silver light. It was pure as the dawn upon the mountains. It was as if the great alchemy of God had transmuted the hard, innermost rocks with all their secrets into that rejoicing brightness. On his left hand now rose the hill of the apparition of St. Michael the Archangel, a strange riven height, venerated by the people before the coming of the Black Hag of Geneva, who sends body and soul quick to hell. Here, they said, in the old days those who knew would sometimes go apart, climbing the red height till they came to the chapel of the Archangel, a very small and ancient place, of which the foundations still remained standing in a thick wood of ash trees. This observance, it has been said, furnishes the explanation of the curious poem by Morvran, called The Sovereignty of the Ash. Ambrose, as he gazed up towards the mountain, could see the wood, the boughs of the ash trees tossing in the wind, and he remembered the poem, a strange piece of metrical ingenuity in the original, which had served as a model to many generations of bards, though none had ever equaled it in the complexity of its structure. In its lines, Morvran had mingled alliteration and rhyme and assonance in a wonderful manner, and as the poet said, besides all this there were inspiration and unction, of such a singular magic that it was sometimes spoken of as the supreme incantation of Morvran. The poem represents all the trees as contending for the honor of sovereignty. As the first hues of the dawn above the forest of Carrieu, there appeared a red blossom out of the shadow of the trees. The rose spoke. It was like the clear chant of the angels. Though I am least of the trees of the wood, though I am hidden and overshadowed in the wood, though I dwell often in obscurity, yet I claim principality in this assemblage, because I am a native of the old garden, because I typify the accomplishment of the saints, because in my blossom is hidden the great mystery, because I waft abroad sweet odors of paradise, ancient relics of the lost kingdom. The hazel boasts that its boughs are the choir of the birds of God, the wych elm of its potency and magic. The oak has borne sway from all ages, the white thorn is the shining house of Merlin. The yew has an honorable station near the altars of the saints. And so the poem ranges through all the trees of the wood, till the ash triumphs. Because I keep watch over the shrine of the chief angel, because beneath my boughs shone the majesty of heaven, because I was a veil to the glorious appearance, because I was visited by heaven's high warrior. My angel is my advocate, the bearer of the offering, unto the supreme altar of the Most High." Ambrose was murmuring these last lines to himself as the train passed the base of the Mount of Apparition, and the man who had got in at Hereford glanced round nervously and looked at the cord of communication. Ambrose saw the glance, and, understanding it, was amused to think that if he had told the man in the corner a filthy story, he would have been thought a very pleasant companion. But he looked longingly at the boughs of the ash tossing in the wind on the far mountainside, thinking of the stories told of those who retired to this shrine in the Dark Ages, before what was called the flaming picture of the chief angel. These vowed persons would remain 3 whole days and nights in silent devotion, wrapped, so the legend said, far out of the earthly regions and raised to the heavenly places, to the state of paradise, so that when they came down again to the valleys and lower places of the world, they were as those who had voyaged to the blessed isles, since their garments were scented with celestial odors, and about them was the visible shining of light. The train rushed on through the rich and happy meadows, by the wild thickets, by the shimmering fields of corn, by the old white farms. Before his eyes now rose that well-remembered and venerable Mynyddig Mawr. High upon it he could see the line of straggling beeches, and the walls of Craddock's house gleaming in the sunlight. His heart thrilled at the thought of that which rested there, concealed in a dark place, of the holy cup and its glistering veils of samite. It was as yesterday that he bent before those ghostly splendors, and saw the images of immortal things that showed in the crystal mirror of the blessed work. The golden wood resounding with the magic summons of the bells, the far-lifted sanctuary of the Corbenic high above the 9th wave, the vision of the saints of Britain sailing on the fairy sea to Avalon. He could scarce see the great dome of the mountain above him, scarce rejoice in the deep woods below, scarce fix his eyes on the white walls by the beaches, for the recollection of the clearer marvels that had appeared before him. He felt as though a voice cried to him from that place. The cup seemed to summon him to kneel once more and to behold new visions. Craddock's house passed out of sight, and there surged up the great wall of Mynyddig Mawr, and far down to the south Tuan Barrowen, the lofty height that looks far over the land and sea, where the wind is like strong wine. He sank back in his seat, and wondered how he could have borne that long and weary exile. Facti sumus sicut consolati, venientes autumn venient cum exultatione, portantes manipulos suos. And he wondered still more deeply by what compassions he had been preserved in that house of folly which he had inhabited, which he had entered, helpless and defenseless, a little lonely child. How was it that he had not been ruined utterly, that he had not become a practical man, longing for the time when he should be able to do some great work in the world, say, by sitting in the House of Commons? There were lads of his own age who were already bubbling over with enthusiasm in the cause of humanity, who were already beginning to count the rewards that really earnest, disinterested work for one's fellow man seldom fails to procure. They pointed to young Hasley, an old Luptonian who had changed sides twice, and was certain to be in the next cabinet of his party, though he was barely 30. Many of the boys, taking the doctor's solemn warnings to heart, had already made friends who would be useful in later life. Useful, that is, in forwarding them in their desire to do some good in the world. Ah, how had he escaped from the cesspool, from the teaching of the masters and the companionship of the boys, without losing his soul forever. End of section 12. In Convertendo. Section 13 of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Hidden Mystery. The late Ambrose Merrick, much of whose work remains unpublished, once wrote a curious article entitled The Hidden Mystery, which attracted a certain amount of notice, for accidental rather than essential reasons. This article appeared in the pages of a most respectable magazine, a magazine of classic fame which had settled the business of many a young poet far away back in the 30s and 40s. The editor, it is supposed, was attracted by Merrick's style, and, as it proved afterwards, could not have had any very clear understanding of the subject matter. The magazine in question has unfortunately long gone the way of many worthy fellows. It consistently refused to compete with the new order of snaps and bits and photographic blurs. Consequently, Merrick's essay remains more or less inaccessible, and I have thought that readers of the Academy might be interested in a brief resume of a singular argument. I believe Merrick had originally called his study a meditation on an old print, for the text that he had chosen was the strange, the almost complete, blindness as to the beauty of Gothic art that prevailed during the 17th and 18th centuries. He showed that even the trained draftsmen of that period would say Lincoln Cathedral before their eyes, great and magnificent, a very miracle of splendor, were quite unable to draw it correctly, to give any true idea of the real nature of the Gothic mouldings or tracery, or indeed of the effect of a Gothic building in gross and mere bulk. "The print that I am looking at," he writes, "has indeed some sort of relation to the cathedral. There is a nave, there is a choir, and there are the towers. I dare say that if one counted the windows one would find that the number was correct. But there is no true likeness. Stand a little distance away so that you are not disturbed by the detail. You will perceive, I think, that the picture is an odd sort of parody of the building. If a clever boy had some wooden bricks and made a model of the cathedral with them, then the engraving might very well be a picture of that. And if you draw near, then you see how monstrously the artist misrepresented the great work before him. If the delineation seen in mere mass is a distortion, in little, in detail, in such matters as mouldings and curves and traceries, it is almost incredibly false. It is hard to believe that the artist was not a Chinaman or a Hindu drawing a cathedral from an Englishman's description, and it is interesting to note at the same time that these bald cusps, these cheap-looking pillars, these cast-iron piers and arches, in the view of the interior, have very much the effect that is produced by so many of the pieces of the Gothic revival. There is a church in Derby of which the tracery of the windows is actually of cast iron, and the result to the eye is very similar to the offense of the old print. The essay went on to quote from Smollett's denunciation of York Minster as a masterpiece of folly in stone from Washington Irving's shamefaced admiration for the barbarisms of Westminster Abbey. It called many other witnesses to testify to the very singular fact that for more than 2 centuries men were surrounded by wonderful buildings which they were absolutely unable to see in any true sense of the word. Merrick also showed that, to a great extent, the same principle prevailed in the regions of literature and painting. He quoted Dr. Johnson's dictum as to Pope's poetry. His criticism of Lycidas pointed out the extreme shrewdness, sagacity, and honesty of Johnson's character. And yet the lexicographer thought that Lycidas was something very near akin to rubbish, and that Pope's admirably clever verse was poetry in its most absolute, perfect, and final form. And in painting, were not Giotto, Cimabue, and Botticelli regarded as semi-barbarians? At the same time, the essay went on to show that it would never do to say that the 18th century was deficient in the sense of art. In that art which is of all the arts most pure and exalted, which above all is freed from the errors and muddy confusions of the logical understanding, this age of Smollett and Johnson attained the greatest and sublimest heights. Literature, if it is fine literature, speaks ultimately no doubt to the soul, but by necessity expresses itself through and by the logical sense. It must be capable of logical analysis. An incantation which does address the pneuma, or rather perhaps the psyche, directly is not literature. Painting, again, if it be great painting, makes its appeal by a magical arrangement of line and color. Here again the summons doubtless sounds to some mysterious inner habitant. But again painting must be the likeness of something, of some form or forms which are capable of logical description. And by the same law, though the Venus of the Louvre is not beautiful because of its anatomical excellence, yet sculpture cannot refuse to be judged by the laws of anatomy. But music alone moves in its own world of pure beauty, and though we are compelled to use the language of the intellect when we speak of it, though we talk of a musical idea, this is merely poverty of speech, since the sphere of music and the sphere of the intellectus are apart and not interdependent. In this most pure art, then, the 18th century has excelled every age. Let us remember that the days of the early Georges were the days of Pergolesi, Handel, and of John Sebastian Bach. This was no time of artistic inhibition. The world may be glad when it has equaled the work of these men, and of many others of that time who made music as easily and as sweetly as the Elizabethans made verses. Then Merrick went on to speak of the great painters that adorned the period of Johnson, and even in architecture St. Mary Lestrade was, after its kind, very near to perfection, while one judged the majesty of St. Paul's by the feeble, barbarous, hideous exercises in the same genre that our own days have perpetrated. Such, he says, as that ugly joss house known as the Brompton Oratory. Compare, too, the house that a wealthy Manchester man would get built for himself circa 1860, with many a dull street in Bloomsbury built circa 1760. Rather dingy and uninspired are these streets, but they are neither vulgar, flatulent, nor maniacal. They will hardly enchant any man, but they will never fill him with disgust and horror and contempt. They will never fill his heart with a wild desire to escape to the architectural civilization, by comparison, of a Central African village of beehive huts. But then, on the other hand, the essay continued, how are we to estimate the attitude of the period toward nature, the visible universe generally? Clearly the Augustans and their successors looked on the world as men blinded, stupefied, utterly befogged. Merrick noted how the trees and streams of that spiritual man Berkeley were taken out of Plato's dialogues, while the poets went to Hampton Court Gardens, and to the famous maze for nature. They called a wood a bosky shade, and Johnson and Boswell, who had but a lukewarm relish for the beauties of Greenwich Park, were interested in the wild Hebrides, as one is interested in grotesque oddities from the South Sea Islands. Then, to take another region of the soul, nearly all of these men, most of them acute and intelligent in a high degree, were firmly convinced that the blessings of the Reformation were so clear, palpable, and certain that there was no room for argument on the matter. Warton certainly had hinted that the Reformation had not had the best effect on the arts. Johnson, probably for sport, had taken the unpopular side in occasional conversations with Boswell. But in the general opinion of the cultured, the debate was as clear as the addition of 2 and 2. Popery was wholly wrong. Protestantism was wholly right. It seemed then to follow from all these instances that whole generations of men, no more stupid or ignorant than their ancestors or successors, might be absolutely blinded as to matters that were literally and physically before their eyes. There could hardly be more conspicuous objects than Lincoln Cathedral, a forest, or a mountain, or a Botticelli, and in the region of literature there could scarcely be a more potent evocation of beauty than that of Lycidas, and many of the men thus blind were of very exceptional ability and acuteness on other points, and even on points of art. It was as if a man walking in a wood admired the loveliness of the oak trees, and at the same time wondered why an all-wise Creator had fashioned the grotesque ugliness of ash and beech and yew. And so, since intelligent and thoughtful men were obviously blind as to the clear and manifest beauty displayed in visible nature, Gothic architecture, Elizabethan and Caroline poetry, Catholic ritual, etc., etc., is it not at least highly probable that men no less intelligent, no less thoughtful, are at the present moment blind as to certain matters that may not be so obvious, which, it should rather be said, seem to us not so obvious? Is it not possible that while we look down on the Augustans with pitying superiority, we ourselves may be sunken in darkness as to certain things even more vital, more important than literature and painting? This may be difficult to realize. To us, Dryden's improvements on Chaucer seem incredible, and Smollett's desire to replace York Minster by a neat Grecian room appears pure imbecility. But after all, que savons-nous? Unless we take up the position that we have attained to final and absolute and universal perfection, that we have surpassed all wisdom of the wise, all the art of the ages, all the visions of the seers, that compared with us all precedent humanity is, in all things, as a schoolboy in the multiplication table to Sir Isaac Newton, that the supreme goal has been attained, the race won forever. Unless we take up this highly ridiculous and impossible position, we must confess that there is at least a great probability that we, in our turn, are blind to many sights, deaf to many sounds, ignorant of many wonders, nescient of many mysteries. The essay shows the probability of this thesis by many analogies drawn from things of the mind and from things of matter. It instances the laws of logical science, latent in men's thought from the very beginning, and yet not clearly perceived or demonstrated till the day of Aristotle. Here was a mystery or magistry that has been visible and yet invisible for countless ages, that had been before the intellectual eyes of myriads, day after day, hour after hour. The veriest savage who used stone arrows to shoot prehistoric game must have been familiar with Barbara and Celerant, and yet he knew it not, though he won his dinner and preserved his life by this knowledge that was concealed from himself. The analogies were indeed innumerable. How many apples had fallen to the ground before the law of gravitation was enunciated? How often had the power of steam been perceived before the obvious application was disclosed? And man had gazed at the earth and sky, at the clouds and woods, the seas and the rivers for innumerable ages, before the mystery and the beauty of the world were really manifested in the work of Coleridge, Wordsworth, and Turner. At this point Merrick paused for a while in his main argument to follow a curious byway of thought. How far, he asked, were we to suppose that much that was not expressed was still felt and experienced, suppressed perhaps out of deference to convention or from fear of consequences? Here was an obscure point which seemed to invite endless inquiry, on which it was impossible to dogmatize. For instance, you might investigate the marriage customs of some race more or less primitive. You might satisfy yourself that, to all intents and purposes, marriage and giving in marriage in the race in question were as prosaic, as much a matter of business as pig-dealing in Wiltshire. And yet from the heart of this tribe of chafferers and women there might surge up a song that expressed all the mystic passion of love. Sometimes, perhaps, they simply bargain for a snug homestead, for well-roofed barns, and a pot that shall always have enough of common food within it. And amazed they find themselves denizens of paradise, partakers of magic food and enchanted drink. In a sense, the courtship of Portia by Bassanio was a squalid fortune-hunt, and yet there were lines that spoke nobly of the latens dietis. Perhaps there were many men of the 18th century who were thrilled to the heart by the ineffable mystery and beauty of the Gothic work, but they were ashamed to make the confession, to write themselves down as lovers of ignorance and barbarism in art. It was odd, by the way, to note that a sham love, a sham appreciation of the Gothic was a worse foe than blank ignorance and contempt. Nothing could have concealed or depraved the true mystery so effectually as the fooleries of Horace Walpole. Nothing could make sensible people long for a square meeting-house with square windows so effectually as the ghastly modern parodies of pointed architecture which had been sown broadcast over England. And the restorers had done more harm to the work that they professed to love than all the villainies and wreckings and profanations of reformers and Puritans, than all the centuries of contempt and whitewash and neglect. Here Merrick has penciled a brief note on the margin of the article. I wonder whether this is not more important than it appeared to me when I wrote this essay. For instance, is there not some analogy between Walpole Gothic and the work of certain erotic poets? Proceeding in the main argument, Merrick argues that it is hardly conceivable that the heart of man had remained cold to the great sacrament of the world till 1790, the glory of dawn and sunset, the terror and splendor of mountains and seas, the shadow of the woods in summer, the incantation of scented nights, could not have been wholly without witnesses. No doubt there were hints of this universal mystery written in Hebrew and Greek and Latin. Still, they were but hints, and the full expression, or rather the approximately full expression, had been reserved to a late day. And yet how many men and women must have felt all this, all that Coleridge and Wordsworth, Keats and Tennyson have written, and have lacked words or courage to express it. I wonder how much treasure we have lost, how much treasure we lose daily from this lack of courage, from this fear of telling the great and incredible dreams which apparently contradict sense and experience, science and convention, reason itself, and yet are perfect wisdom, perfect beauty. Tertullian's Credo quia impossibile is not merely sound theology, it is the basis of all true sapience, of life and of art alike. The knight-errant's adventure of the magical boat without oar or sails is but the type of all true thinking, of the only adventure of life that is worth experiencing. In the Eastern tale, Judar was assailed by all sorts of terrible phantoms, by wild beasts and armed men, who threatened him, and his quest was hopeless if once he forgot that these things were phantoms. Last of all came the appearance of his own mother pleading with him. Her, too, he was to neglect and pass by. Here be symbols for them that can understand. So the essay moves to its extraordinary conclusion, the high probability of a universal, or all but universal ignorance or blindness being, in the writer's opinion, established by the arguments that have been indicated. Merrick urges that all manner of mysteries, splendors, beauties, delights, may be, nay, are, present to us, before our eyes, heard with our ears, sensibly and physically apprehended by us, and yet the object or objects which we see and apprehend after a certain sort are strangely withheld from us. We behold and see not, hear the nuptial song of R. Eleazar, as savages would hear the symphonies of Beethoven, lay hands upon incredible treasures after the fashion of thieves who throw precious antique work into the melting pot, and read at last the great incantation by which the worlds were made as a recipe in the cookery book. We may be sure of this, at all events, that the matter of the great work, to use the terms of the spagyric art, is no strange rarity hidden in some most secret corner of the world, or in some concealed corner of the mind. Though it be secret, yet it is everywhere seen. Though it be occult, yet it is not to be sought among occultists. It is rather, to quote the alchemists again, the most common thing in all the wide world, and though it be hidden from all, yet no man is ignorant of it. No man can fail to be possessed of it, and being possessed of it, truly to comprehend it, if light be given him. It is everywhere spoken of, yet everywhere ignored. Everywhere it is worshipped, and everywhere defiled. Everywhere it is sought, and they that seek turn their faces away from it. They dig for it deep in the earth, and in digging trample it under foot. They would place it in a shrine, and they cast it forth into the mire. They strive to make them vestments for a high service, and appear in foul rags and wretched nakedness. In one place chiefly the word of it may be learnt, and in this place least of all does any one hope to behold it. But he who holds this treasure has conquered the world. It is given to the simple. The article appeared, as has been said, in a magazine of the highest respectability. It was a good deal noticed and commented on as a passionate and eloquent appeal for the appreciation of beauty in common things. It was only some year or two later, when Merrick had published his first story, The Rosa Mundi, that people began to put two and two together, and it was generally felt that his ideas were not quite nice. It must not be supposed that the theory of the essay was at all understood, but in certain instances there were eyes in the article and dots in the romance, and the most unpleasant conclusions were drawn. End of Section 13. The Hidden Mystery. Section 14. Of the Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Martyr. All progressive and advanced thinkers must have heard with great regret of the death of Charles Hexton, for so many years editor and director of The Materialist. Hexton was not an old man, and up to a week or two of the end his friends had always spoken of him as the incarnation of health and vigor and energy. They were horrified at the sudden change which took place in a few days, at the terrible emaciation which seemed to transform the hearty Hexton of his old street associates into a feeble and tottering invalid. It became known at last that he was unable to take any nourishment, and it was felt that under such circumstances there could be but little hope. He was delirious for some hours before his death, and his niece says that denunciation of clericalism and superstition were oddly mixed with broken phrases about roast beef, potatoes, and bottled beer. The fact is that Hexton died a martyr to the consistency of his principles. He was always thorough. He never shrank from carrying out his premises to their logical conclusions, however ridiculous the results might seem to minds out of sympathy with his aim, and the last weeks of his life were a crowning testimony to the great cause of which he was a devoted leader. It may be worthwhile to tell the story of the end of a great career. Hexton, of course, had parted from superstition at an early age. Mrs. Besant had told us how her infant's severe stomachache demonstrated to her the falsity and absurdity of Christian dogma, and in the same way Hexton, finding that he suffered some gastric inconvenience from eating a box of cough lozenges, became a free thinker at the age of 10. "I was logical even then," he said afterwards, "and I saw that the theory of a benevolent direction of the universe was quite inconsistent with the bilious attack from which I suffered. From that moment I labored to release my fellow creatures from the bondage of a cruel and degrading superstition." He became indeed a redoubtable enemy of clericalism in all its forms. He was a power in the press and on the platform, and obscurantists and reactionaries of all shades dreaded his undoubted influence. It was some 6 or 7 weeks before his death that he set about a task which had long been in his mind, the writing of a brief pamphlet which should show at a glance the absurdity of all superstitious beliefs and practices, and at the same time furnish a test or criterion by which the presence of superstition should be infallibly detected. He meant to run over the usual topics, but in the first place he wished to demonstrate the palpable futility of the arguments on the other side. These were the appeal to antiquity, to universal consent and usage, to great names, to instinct, and so forth. And then he was to show how utterly irrational all superstition was, how there was usually no connection between the supposed cause and the supposed effect. Next he would point out that if the outworks of any system were absurd, it was highly probable that the citadel or central position was absurd also, and further, he would note how superstitious notions and habits flourished chiefly among ignorant backward races, among children, and among the men of the Middle Ages who were childish in all their ideas. He must show also that we were bound to reject any system, any action which did not lead to a distinct material good. For, he jotted down among his notes, even the bishops would not deny that we are material and live in a material universe. This being so, anything which conflicts with these conditions must be profoundly absurd and, in the true sense, immoral. It is evident that a creed which leads to a man being burned alive must be a very bad and a very foolish creed. Martyrdom is the true blasphemy. Hexton had reached this point in the rough sketch of his treatise when a sudden thought shot through his brain like a lightning flash. He was as a man stunned. He could not move or speak. He was overwhelmed with the discovery that he had made. When he was able to reflect calmly, he knew that a most astounding truth had been revealed to him. He never wrote the intended pamphlet, but the manuscript of his last work, Deep Memoria, or The Folly of Dining, is before me. It shows in the first place that it is monstrous to defend the habit of eating and drinking because everybody did it. At one time everybody heard Mass. Equally idle was it to quote the names of great men in praise of food and drink. Great men had approved the most hideous habits and the most preposterous beliefs. It was not necessary to oppose the pretense that persons received any benefit from the insane orgy they called dinner. Other persons were ready to protest that they had received benefit from bathing in holy wells, from kissing the mouldering bones of a dead man, from uttering irrational formulae called prayers. As for the plea of antiquity, Hexton expressed his surprise that such a plea could be put forward for a moment. This was the plea that had been advanced in favor of every abuse, of every folly, of every monstrosity of thought or practice of which the human race had been guilty. The fact of this defense being made was in itself a priori evidence that the case was past defending. Men had been eating and drinking for countless ages. Certainly, and they had been committing many other disgusting, irrational, criminal, useless, and offensive actions for countless ages. The very antiquity of beef and beer, walnuts and water, was a strong presumption against them. Astrology was one of the oldest beliefs in the world, and its antiquity was a sure argument of its absurdity. Then some people would say that they felt they must have something to eat and drink. A Chinaman would tell the same tale about his opium pipe, a dipsomaniac of the brandy bottle, an habitual smoker of his tobacco. Each of these deluded and degrading persons would protest that he could not live without his stimulant or his narcotic, and would very likely suffer severely enough if it were denied him. The vicious craving induced by indulgence cooperating with the imagination, so that a very real state of misery might result from deprivation. But were we to call opium, brandy, tobacco necessaries of life? Of course, if the drug maniac or the drunkard were guarded and the drug withheld, he would generally, in process of time, be cured of his longing, and it was only reasonable to suppose that such would be the experience of the food and drink maniac. In some cases, the victim of drugs or alcohol turned out to be incurable. Even then we did not consider that death and delirium tremens proved that brandy is a necessary of life. Then one had to consider the supreme irrationality of the actions of eating and drinking. People said that they experienced certain sensations, which they called by the arbitrary and conventional names of hunger and thirst. They could give no clear account of these sensations, doubtless because they were entirely imaginary, the results of autosuggestion. Note the exact similarity between the cases of the food maniac and the religious maniac. If you cross-examined one of the sufferers from that acute form of food mania known as starvation, You would probably be astonished at the vagueness of the man's replies. He would probably be totally unable to give any account whatever of his supposed symptoms. You might get a sort of sinking feeling, or a sort of gnawing feeling, or a sort of all-overish feeling, or some such unintelligible gibberish, coupled very likely with an unmeaning gesture in the direction of the abdomen. If the mania were far advanced, the patient might even be delirious. In any case, the average hysterical sufferer would be able to describe her supposed symptoms with infinitely greater clearness. Yet no one imagines that the hysterical sensations or disabilities have any existence out of the diseased brain of the sufferer. The strength of the hunger illusion was conceded. It was not so great, however, as the strength of the hysteria illusion. The starving man thinks he wants food. The hysterical woman thinks she has paralysis. The one delusion is as reasonable as the other. But let us suppose, Hexton writes, that out of mistaken kindness you are so thoughtless as to gratify the horrible and ridiculous longings of the hunger maniac. You give him, let us say, a steak, that is a portion of ox flesh, partially burned at a fire. He divides this object into portions, conveys these to his mouth, and lets them slip down his throat. He will then tell you that his craving is appeased, that he feels better. A look of contentment may come into his face, not at all unlike the expression of stupid beatitude which may be seen on the faces of the drug maniac and devotee when their cravings have been satisfied. Now appeal to the patient and ask him as a reasonable man to tell you how the swallowing of ox flesh, partially burned, can lead to content or happiness. He will tell you he cannot, nor can anyone else. It is true that medical men, who have their formulas, just as priests have their creeds, have written many unintelligible volumes concerning nutrition, assimilation, gastric juice, peptones, proteids. Note the resemblance between the jargon of medicine and the jargon of theology. But it is not, we may presume, seriously contended that the average starving man has read these volumes, and has been convinced by their arguments, that he has mastered in all its detail the intricate and wonderful and supernatural process, the theological mystery, by which, somehow or other, the burned flesh of the ox is converted and transubstantiated into content and happiness and high thoughts of joy. It is certain that the sufferer from starvation has done nothing of the kind, that he is no more able to demonstrate the irrational action he has performed than a poor Catholic is able to demonstrate the sacrifice of the Mass. The starving man who chews beef, the devout man who goes to Mass, are, in plain language, persons who perform actions for which they are unable to give the semblance of a reasonable account. They are in the same class as lunatics, drunkards, and morphomaniacs. Probably it would not be difficult to trace this extraordinary delusion to its origin. At some very early and barbarous period in human history, eating and drinking were probably invented as a kind of initiatory rite. It was supposed that he who received the flesh of the ox into his body partook mystically of the ox's strength and powers of endurance. Different animals were added to obtain different qualities, the whole process being no doubt a curious ritual, which it might not be impossible to reconstruct. The ancient Mexicans had an odd yearly festival during which they went into the woods and devoured reptiles, and modern savages believe that to eat of the heart of the lion gives courage. The theory long pervaded medicine, and is perhaps not quite extinct in the medicine of the present day. Hexton had an easy task when he came to consider the outworks of eating and drinking. No man, he protests, can maintain that mustard and horseradish are necessary to life. No one can possibly believe that dishes are rendered more wholesome or more nourishing by the addition of elaborate sauces and condiments. Bedlam alone could advance the proposition that a jelly sustains and fortifies any the more by being made in an extravagant shape, and colored with some bright pigment. If food were really a necessary, as is pretended, probably 5 minutes would suffice for its consumption. It would be prepared in some soluble form, and would be swallowed by the bedside the first thing in the morning, and the last thing at night. It would certainly not be served to people in a silly costume by ministrants dressed in a sillier. It would not be disguised in all the imaginable forms and colors, concealed by strange flavorings on a board richly draped, decorated like an altar with lights and flowers, while in some cases music is played on a band of instruments. Note how all these circumstances fit in with a savage rite of initiation.
Thus, the accidents of the food and drink mania being frankly lunatic, we may safely conclude that the habit is irrational in its essence. He demonstrated the fact that the practice of dining appealed to children and backward races. The young people, savages in the Middle Ages, were all gluttonous, obsessed by the thought of the banquet. As for material advantage, a frightful food scandal was even then the chief topic of the papers, and pages on pages dealt with the poisonous adulteration of food and drink, with the dangers that lurk in the very purest products, with the estimated mortality due to the use of milk, a more dangerous beverage than brandy or strong beer. Water, of course, had slain whole armies, had spread plague and pestilence over continents. It would be difficult to say whether opium and its preparations or tea and coffee worked the greatest harm to men. The vegetarians had shown conclusively enough that the carnivorous habit was a fatal and horrible vice, and it was not possible to deny that the vegetarian races had surpassed the carnivorous in the record of inhuman crime. The rice-eating Indian was at once feeble, physically, and diabolically cruel and treacherous. It was clear that the platter and the cup were responsible for more disease, misery, and death than all the plagues of the Dark Ages. They were perhaps more fatal to humanity than the Christian Church itself. The last lines are written in a staggering and uneven script. Charles Hexton died as he had lived, a progressive and liberal thinker. When once the truth was clear to him, neither food nor drink passed his lips, as he said, "I might as well say my prayers as dine. The one process is no more illogical than the other." He was indeed a martyr to principle. End of section 14. The Martyr. Section 15 of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Art of Dickens. Does one admire the Odyssey chiefly, or even at all, because of the clever and consistent character drawing it contains? Do we read it because Ulysses is so admirably depicted, an individuality and yet typically Greek, adventurous and yet cautious, a lover of the siren song, and yet wise enough to stop the ears of the crew and to get himself tied to the mast, brave enough when bravery is necessary, but never foolhardy? Well, I doubt very much whether we admire the Odyssey for any such reason, and so I should like to quarrel, quite mildly, with Mr. John Ayscough over his pleasant article called Sotto Voce. For Mr. Ayscough, in instituting his comparisons between Dickens, Thackeray, and Hardy, adopts in the main this matter of character drawing as his great test and touchstone, and I think that he is unsound in his choice of a criterion, while, by the way, he does injustice to all three great men that he names. To take the least important question first, is it just to say that the spots on a man's face were dearer to Thackeray than to the man himself? Nay, let us go gently, but surely this will never pass. I have no extravagant admiration for Thackeray, but surely the performance of the task he set himself is worthy of heartier commendation than this. The task in question seems to me by no means of the loftiest. It was simply the observation of the society about him with the keenest eyesight, the nicest accuracy, and then it was the task of combining all the mass of facts that had been gathered into some sort of a cosmos, say into Vanity Fair, into the Newcomes, into Pendennis. One admits quite readily that this task is by no means of the highest, that no message from the eternities ever reached Thackeray's ears, that he was never inspired to sing the inexpressive song, that neither dawn nor dusk made for him any sacrament of mystery, that the voice of the fairy birds never penetrated to his cozy and well-arranged study. But how well he did the work that he found at his hands, with what keenness, with what admirable talent, with what excellent good humor. I dare say Georgiana Farrer thought Mr. Thackeray a cynic, but Georgiana, with all respect to Mr. Ross and to Mr. Brock, who have the natural pride of discoverers, was an old fool. No, Thackeray was always good-humored. He set his noble patient up with S.P.R. Lavend Comp and S.P.R. Mint Pip, when the Dean would have put the irons in the fire to grow white-hot. And it cannot be maintained that he was a man who thought more of the pimples than of the face, more of the mincing accent than of the voice, while Dobbin and Warrington and Colonel Newcome remain to us. There were assuredly many better things than blemishes amongst his stock in trade. Even Sedley, foolish old failure that he was, did not lack the dignity of repentance on his deathbed. And again, I think that Mr. Ayscough, while he lauds Thomas Hardy,
does not really appreciate the true matter of the master's greatness. He stakes everything on character drawing, and I will say boldly that I believe that in the greatest books and in the last resort character drawing does not matter 2 pins, or, in other words, that the charm of the Odyssey does not depend upon the character of Ulysses. The Odyssey is a great mystery, an enchantment book. It is a mirror of the world's wonder and beauty. It is a chart of fairy seas and of the shores of dreamland. And Ulysses is but the peg on which these marvels hang, and I claim for Mr. Hardy a place, though a lower place, in the hall where Homer is enthroned. And I am afraid I say bother to Mr. Aescoff's talk about the bigness of his characters. They are very good indeed, most of them, especially those admirable Dorset peasants, but their goodness is not the main point, and it is not the main point in the finest literature to draw people so well that the reader begins to think that they must be real people, and that the author is a sort of journalist with supernatural means of finding out all the facts about them. This would be a merit of a sort, the sort of merit that one would expect from first-rate waxworks, the merit of the Greek painter who depicted grapes so cleverly that the birds came and pecked the picture. But this is not the merit of the high art of letters, which, like all the high arts, is an art of enchantment, the passage into a region which is earth, and yet earth translated, seen in a light neither of the sun nor of the moon. If we want to go to Margate, it would be idle to take a ferry bark, and simile modo, it would be but faint praise of a Gothic cathedral to say that it was quite weatherproof. The face of a dyed saint in a stained glass window may remind a man of his Aunt Jane, but that signifies nothing. And it seems to me that Thomas Hardy holds so high a place in literature that his character drawing is quite unimportant, though good and pleasant in its place. His true praise is that he has made the great projection, that in his crucible the dull matter of earth has assumed the glory of the great dream that has always troubled or rejoiced the heart of man. There is a certain story of a rather thankless and heartless young clergyman who studied astronomy and got on in the world. Also the story tells of an affectionate and rather indiscreet woman belonging to a county family who afterwards married the bishop. I protest that I have said enough of these people, as characters, that their sayings as sayings and their actions as actions are in themselves of no particular interest, that in mere logical analysis the story about them might be described as painful and unpleasant, as good material for one of our serious dramatists. And no worse can I utter than that. What? Great ladies are sometimes indiscreet. A pleasant on the make has no doubt been hard and graceless. Bishops, for all I know, have been evilly entreated, and, if I may borrow an expressive phrase from Mr. Edgar Jepson, choused. I protest again that I take no particular interest in these people, and I protest more earnestly that I should quite despair of doing justice to that wonderful and supreme romance called Two on a Tower. Long ago, in a book which no one has read, I wrote, "The old tower, standing in the midst of lonely red plough lands far from the highway, is at first only the convenient place where the young peasant studies astronomy. But as you read, you feel the change coming. The tower is transmuted, glorified. Every stone of it is aglow with mystic light. It is made the abode of the lover and the beloved. It is seen to be a symbol of love, of an ecstasy remote and passionate and eternal, dwelling far from the ways of men. Of such sort, it still appears to me, are the merits of Thomas Hardy. And these are surely the merits, the great enchantments, the supremest majesty of true literature, the revelation of the inner mysteries of life. I care nothing for the character of that Jude who was obscure. Frankly, he strikes me as a feeble and foolish, though pitiable personality. And a story qua story seems to me as insignificant as tiresome in the main. But who can forget that vision of Oxford that Jude once beheld, when gazing from the verge of a lonely field he saw the wet roofs and towers and spires suddenly glitter and shine golden in the flaming sunset, so that for a moment the material dream of the boy was unconsciously assumed and taken up into the great dream of the world's heart. For ever since man was man he has longed for that city of vision, for that golden and blessed place where all doles shall be healed, where all desires shall be fulfilled, where all delight shall be afforded, and the thirst of his soul shall be quenched fully at springs and fountains of quickening water. Man has called this city Sion, and Avalon, and the glassy isle, and the fortunate islands, and the earthly paradise, and also Mandalay, and his dreams and visions of this place and his desire for it are named art. It is this city that Jude saw for an instant at the sunset, and he who can speak of these things seems to me artist in the highest degree. He is the true realist, who shows us realities that are eternal. To draw a major in Piccadilly who is just like a major in Piccadilly, a Dorsetshire peasant who is true to type, an old lady whom one fancies that one must have known years ago in Market Ditchwater. These are minor and unimportant, though amusing and interesting adventures. And so one quite understands Mr. Ayscought's heresies about Dickens. Dickens was usually indoors too, hanging about kitchens, and not always even knowing the difference between the kitchen and the housekeeper's room, nor did he much care to know. He prefers parlours behind shops, or in mean lodgings, or in debtors' prisons. Whether Dickens could draw real people or not, his critics are not certain. But it is certain that he did draw chiefly caricatures, each character being chiefly differentiated by its absurdities and peculiarities. Dickens never created offhand. His people are mostly evolutions at so many stages a month. Out of a bibulous, semi-imbecile little protoplasm evolved the amiable, almost respectable Mr. Pickwick, and out of the merely priggish Mr. Pecksniff evolved a complete villain. Now, judged merely by the standard of the letter, this indictment may not pass. Dickens was not usually indoors. He was often on the great coach roads, in the streets of old country towns, on the downs between Bristol and Marlborough, on the way from Dijon to Paris, on the Mississippi steamer, on the salt marshes, by highway and byway, by little villages and manufacturing towns with Codlin, Short, and Mrs. Jarley, lingering by ancient mouldering shrines, snowbound on the wild Yorkshire moor, floating down the dark Thames at midnight. As for the evolution of Mr. Pickwick, Dickens is in good company, as any may ascertain by looking into Rabelais or Cervantes. The note of the early chapters of Gargantua is a very different one from that of the last chapters of Pantagruel, and the Don Quixote of the first pages is but a shadow in comparison with the figure which gradually emerges as one goes to that great pilgrimage of errantry. And then Mr. Pecksniff was never merely priggish. He was never priggish at all. He was unctuous from first to last, and his essential scoundrelism is indicated within 7 pages of his entrance on the scene. Still, these be trifles. It is probable again that the theory of Dickens, the caricaturist, has been pushed much too far, that a great deal that seems strange, uncouth, impossible to us, is faithful representation enough. Only the society that Dickens knew has passed away in the fashion of it, and we, who may be well instructed as to the social life of Athens 400 B.C., or of medieval Paris in the 14th century, are so ignorant of the petite bourgeoisie of 80 years ago in England that its manners and customs seem to us the odd inventions of a whimsical and fantastic writer. The social structure of the 18th century persisted for some years of the 19th, and Dr. Johnson's visiting list in the year 1752 gives us a glimpse of a state of things for which there is now perhaps no parallel. Mrs. Micawber was, no doubt, quite a possible person socially, and her family can be readily envisaged by those who are familiar with the time. It is quite likely that one of her brothers kept a large grocer's shop at Plymouth. Another may have been a captain in the Navy. A third, it is quite possible, founded a famous firm in the city, while a fourth may have become a general in the company's service. And the opening scene of Pickwick, which is very bad indeed, is most likely a literal transcript, so far as the mise-en-scene and the social status of the members of the club are concerned, of an actual club that Dickens had frequented. Retired English tradesmen did once like to meet each other over a social glass in a tavern parlour, and the discussion of literary and philosophical questions, after an odd fashion doubtless, would be quite usual proceeding. But this is not the point. The true point is that Mr. Ayscough, considering Dickens, has fallen into an error similar to that of Mr. Tilly, whose book on Rabelais was reviewed some months ago. The reviewer, so far as I can remember, showed that the vital and fatal error in Mr. Tilly's book lay in the authors regarding Gargantua, Pantagruel, Panurge, and Brother John as characters in a novel. In the criticism of Rabelais, the result of such a point of view appeared to be the most fatal nonsense, error, and confusion. In the criticism of Dickens, similar premises lead to similar disasters. It is the horrible fallacy in each case of regarding Pantagruel and Pickwick as people one might have met, as possible acquaintances in some literal Touraine in literal London. It is precisely the same fallacy which has induced certain persons to regard Galahad as a very odd man, with the most strained and unpractical ideas on certain subjects. And then there is another great example to which reference has been already made. Does Mr. Ayscough regard Don Quixote as a possible person, inhabiting a material La Mancha in the early years of the 17th century? Surely not. But is Don Quixote then to be dismissed as a caricature? For heaven's sake, let us rid ourselves of this notion that literature is a sort of glass in which we may behold our friends or some people like our friends, whether of South Kensington or Little Pedlington. Dickens, then, was a symbolist. Let it be said quite frankly without shame that no persons such as Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Micawber, or Mr. Pecksniff ever walked this earth. They are creatures of the world of vision, of that other world which is beside us always, which transcends the sight of unpurged eyes. I think it is Mr. G.K. Chesterton that has pointed out that somewhere in the heavens there is an immortal tavern where there sits an immortal company. Pantagruel, who is ever athirst, is there enthroned. Falstaff there renews his abjuration of thin potations, and Mr. Pickwick, having cast off the dust of Goswell Street, drinks a brandy that was vented and distilled in Sirius. Here is the true doctrine of the high mysteries. The doctrine that this doited, envenomed age can never understand. Not for the common critics of these days is there any parting of the veil. It is thick before their eyes. Mr. Pickwick can only summon to their vision the image of the licensing bill. They read of Falstaff, and wonder how the county council would have dealt with such a case. And as for Pantagruel, he would manifestly have been scheduled as a habitual drinker. But Dickens will long be a refuge to those who refuse all assent to these follies, who care not twopence for all the problems of the serious drama. For Dickens is, as I have said, the true realist, the man who symbolizes, by means of phenomena, eternal verities. One has never seen anybody like Mr. Pickwick, like Mr. Micawber. Precisely, and for that very reason one knows that the creator of these immortals is of the greatest. Have we ever seen anyone like Galahad, like Don Quixote, like Pantagruel? Do the gargoyles of the medieval cathedral browse in our meadows or run in our backyards? Do we receive the saints in dyed vestments with gold aureoles on the first and third Wednesdays in our comfortable villas? Are we to suppose that the nymphs and fauns went into the best Athenian society? Alas, what foolish talk is this about character drawing, about characters who are big and lifelike, and the rest of it? What does it profit a painter to delineate a tree which is very like a tree unless it is something much more, unless it is also the symbol and the revelation of some great secret of nature? If this were not so, then the camera would be the superior of Turner, and the shorthand writer would look down from his desk on poor blind Homer, who talks of gods and goddesses and fairy isles and giants with one eye in their foreheads. The great world of Homer is not to be reborn in these days. The great world of medieval romance, of the Sangreal, is a far vision of holy, splendid, and glorious mysteries. We have eaten too long of the accursed fruit. We have drunk too much poisonous doctrine to be worthy to receive such high things as these. Let us be thankful, therefore, that in the 19th century, while we worked every abomination, every madness, there was a certain Charles Dickens, who caught a glimpse of the enchanted land, who retold under grotesque cockney disguises the old tale of wonder, who showed us once more, in ugly costume enough, the mystery play of this our mortal life. End of section 15, The Art of Dickens. Section 16 of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Unconscious Magic. The facsimile page of Lord Tennyson's handwriting in the second volume of the Memoir gives us some curious information as to the symbolism of the ideals. By the Round Table, it seems, we are to understand liberal institutions, and it must be confessed that to some of us the interpretation is not a little terrifying. No doubt the poet would not have had us take his words in their strict literal sense. We are not for the future to read into his lines references to equal electoral districts, payments of members in the city council, but from the high and mystic order of the Round Table to liberal institutions in their mildest form, there is surely a frightful and abominable descent. I may admit at once that Tennyson never meant us to associate a program of any kind with Lancelot, that we are free to enjoy the session of the Holy Knights without a thought of local veto. Yet when every allowance has been made, those of us who had dreamed of something beneath the sacrament of the words are left chilled by the poet's explanation. We will give the most favorable gloss to the phrase, and confess how good and joyful a thing it is that brethren should dwell together in unity, under equal laws, ruled by noble kings, while freedom broadens slowly down from precedent to precedent. But still, I for one must say at the last that I have lost my earlier heaven. Wordsworth could never be prosaic, even to absolute bathos. But he never paraphrased, "Heaven lies about us in our infancy." By wholesome maternal influences surround us in our childhood. Let us make a distinction once and for all. The important things of life are to the poet's foolishness. Freedom, justice, equal laws, all that lights the cheerful glow of our household fires, are but dead ashes when we look through the magic casements and behold the knights arrayed, and the glory streaming from the vessel of the Grail. We do not wish to be told, then, that the magic bark symbolizes increased facilities of locomotion. Clearly, if Tennyson knew what he meant, we are betrayed and undone. While we thought the poet had been chanting to us of certain awful and hidden things, he has really been expounding the principles of an amiable wiggery. The enchanted towers of Carbonek shrivel up into a mechanics institute. But did Tennyson know what he meant? The question sounds an impertinence, but it must be asked quite seriously not only of Tennyson, but of many other great writers. Perhaps if we could have examined Cervantes and asked him the true significance of the Don Quixote, he would have told us in all sobriety that it was nothing more than a satire on the foolish books of knight-errantry then in fashion. It seems highly probable that he would have made some such answer. Throughout his book he insists that his object was merely to reform a current perversity of literary taste. And Rabelais, too, he would not have hesitated, we may be sure, if one could have taken him apart and inquired into the meaning of his magic lantern visions, as Coleridge calls them. He would have remembered the evil days in the convent of Fontenay-le-Comte, the ignorance, the bigotry, the brutality of the Grey Friars, and no doubt he would have replied that in Gargantua and Pantagruel he had wished to express his hatred of clericalism, and monks and monastic rules. Sterne set out on Tristram's Shandy with an idea of laughing at some local enemies. Dickens tell how he began Pickwick in order that Seymour might have a text for his pictures of Cockney sportsmen, how he continued it so that bribery and corruption at elections, unscrupulous attorneys, and Fleet prison should be no more. Hawthorne was in a way a conscious mystic, but it is doubtful whether he realized how small a part is borne by the moral tragedy and the grand achievement of the Scarlet Letter. Did they know what they mean? I will return to my first example of the late poet laureate with his liberal institutions, and so far as he and his symbolism are concerned, I answer no at once and without hesitation. It is true that we cannot say in words what we seek as we go down to Camelot. We know not how it may be when the trumpet sounds and the knights of the Round Table are gathered together. We bow in silence at the elevation of the Grail. It does not yet appear what these things signify. But we do know that while we read the Idylls, our attitude of mind is wholly mystical, that our hearts lie still under enchantment, that we are never troubled by the thoughts of any institutions, however valuable such things may be in themselves. To us, indeed, it must seem astounding that Tennyson should resolve our doubts in such a manner, but our amazement would perhaps be less if we could have breathed the atmosphere of the 30s with the poet. Then, as in the early time of Wordsworth and Coleridge, as through all the days of Shelley, poetical and political seem almost synonymous adjectives, and Mr. Snodgrass, the great poet, spoke quite in character when he alluded to the Revolution of July as that glorious scene. They thought highly of freedom in those days, not quite knowing what they meant, not at all understanding that the word usually stands for jobbery and corruption of the most offensive sort, and perhaps the mistiness of the conception made it glamorous and poetical. I am thankful that Keats did not explain his poetry. Perhaps if he had done so, he would have told us that by fairylands forlorn he meant to signify the countries oppressed by the Holy Alliance and the Roman Pontiff. And perhaps the case becomes stronger if I leave Tennyson and pass to others, for though we have the unimpeachable evidence of the poet's handwriting as to the fact of his interpretation, yet I, at all events, cannot quite believe that the parliamentary ideal was in his mind as he wrote the great lines of the Idylls. It was probably an afterthought, or perhaps a forethought, but not the palmary thought of the creative moment. With Cervantes, however, it is different. Again and again he interrupts the splendid passage of his knight to assure the reader that he means no more than a little satire, that his only object is to write down these tedious romances of chivalry. In literature all things are conjectural. But if anything is certain, one may be sure that Cervantes meant Don Quixote to be a burlesque on Amadis and Bellianus and the rest of them. He intended the best book in profane letters to be a skit, as we should call it. It will be hardly necessary to show at length how much more the author accomplished, how utterly nonsensical is the line about laughing Spain's chivalry away. To me it seems that Cervantes distilled as into a quintessence all the marvel and wonder and awe of chivalry, that even the mort d'Arthur is contained in Don Quixote, as the less in the greater, that this masterpiece is one of those books written within and without. To the gross eye, to the formal understanding, it is a witty history of comic misadventure, but the elect listen through its golden pages to the winding of King Arthur's magic horn, to the chant of the choir that guards the Grail. My original question was perhaps too harshly framed. I will not ask, did they know what they meant, but rather inquire as to how far the fine and rare effects of literature were consciously devised and produced. As has been stated, there cannot be much doubt as to the intention of Rabelais in inventing his extraordinary book. He willed to run a tilt at things in general, to please the vulgar with vulgar words and obscene tales, but above all to render the church and the monks hateful and contemptible. And now how little this counts with the enlightened Rabelaisian of today. It is true that the baser bookseller catalogues the volume with Maria Monk and Fast Life in Paris. It is true that the more inept critics are not resolved whether Brother John be a type of the Christian soldier or a good man spoiled by the monastic discipline, whether Panurge be the careful portrait of a man without a soul or merely a personification of the Renaissance. But the initiated heed nothing of all this. They see the Turanian sun shine on the hot rock above Chinon, on the maze of narrow mounting streets, on the high-pitched roofs, on the grey-blue tourelles, pricking upwards from the fantastic labyrinth of walls. There is the sound of sonorous plain-song from the monastic choir, of gross exuberant gaiety from the vineyards by the river. One listens to the eternal mystic mirth of them that rest in the purple shadow by the white climbing road. The gracious and ornate chateaux on the Loire and the Vienne rise fair and shining to confront the incredible secrets of dim, far-lifted Gothic naves that seem ready to take the great deep and float away from the mist and dust of earthly towns to anchor in the haven of the clear sky that hath foundations. The rank tale of the garde-robe of the farm kitchen mingles with the reasoned endless legend of the schools, with luminous Platonic argument, with the spring of a fresh life. There is a smell of wine and incense, of flowers and of ancient books, and through it all there is the exultation of chiming bells ringing for a new feast in a new land. For my part, I care very little whether Rabelais has overdrawn the depravity of the monastic orders, or whether Brother John was indeed spoiled by cloistral discipline. We may go far afield and search the most distant ages and authors grotesquely unlike to one another, and yet we shall come to the same conclusion, that the casket alone was designed, that the jewel slipped in unawares. From the England of the Middle Ages to the New England of the Unitarians there is a far way. But Chaucer desired to tell amusing and gallant tales, not thinking at all of the great and glorious tapestry that his rich words were weaving, of the full descant to which one sets every line he wrote. And Hawthorne, though a more conscious artist, scarcely understood that his Puritan village tragedy but glimmers in the light of Sabbath fires, in the red air of supernatural suggestion that he wrought around it. And the figure is hardly discernible in the midst of its radiant and terrible aureole. I pointed out how Dickens began a common task, and at the end of it congratulated himself and his readers on the gradual reformation of the abuses which he had attacked. But I cannot discover in any part that Dickens realized how in Pickwick he had written perhaps the last romance of the Picaro that the world will ever see, that he had closed a great canon of literature. In Pickwick, though the author understood nothing of it, we follow our hero into the unknown, with the wonder and charm and laughter, though not with the awe with which we follow Don Quixote as he rode towards the enchanted land of desire. We relish probably for the last time the joy of the winding lane, the thought of what lies beyond the wood and the hill, the surmise of the company that will gather in the ancient galleried inn. And Dickens, reviewing his book, parleys with us of the license of counsel, of poor laws, prophecies of the school board even. Literature is full of secrets, but perhaps it offers no stranger matter for our consideration than melodies unheard by those that made them, than siren songs that never came to the sirens' ears. The magicians have murmured strong spells and most powerful evocations, but like the Coptic priests, they have hardly or not at all understood the words of might. End of section 16. Unconscious Magic. Section 17 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Happiness and Horror. I suppose there are still many persons left who labor under the delusion that the age in which we live is the most wonderful, the most splendid, the most happy, and the most civilized age that ever has been since the foundation of the world. Of course, 70 or 80 years ago, anyone who had ventured to doubt this proposition would have been thought quite mad. Macaulay's work is permeated by the assumption that the whole history of the ages had been but a long and tiresome, though necessary, preparation for the first Reform Bill, and the triumph of Whiggery in all the departments of life. To begin with the Church, the martyrs had died, we are to presume, that the Church of England, freed from the errors and enthusiasms of Papists and Methodists, might be a moderate and useful branch of the civil service. All the architects of the world had painfully toiled at such fantastic trifles as the Parthenon, the Pyramids, Cologne Cathedral, and Westminster Abbey, that we the heirs of all the ages might have the privilege of gazing at the supreme beauties of Gower Street. The feudal system was a hideous mass of terror and cruelty. We had supplanted it by the factory system, and under that happy regime, the whole of England was being rapidly turned into a gigantic ash-pit and coal-hole. One need not go on with the list. Everything in the estimation of Macaulay and the early Victorians was infinitely better than it had ever been before, and all antiquity, for to Macaulay Greek philosophy was as foolish as the scholasticism of the Middle Ages, was in darkness and we were in light. As far as I can remember, the one test by which the 19th century triumphed over all other ages was its astounding fertility and mechanical invention. On one side, Macaulay marshals all art, all architecture, all poetry, all philosophy, and then triumphantly proves that the 19th century alone had made the steam engine, ergo that the 19th century alone is truly civilized. It is indeed astounding that anyone can ever have talked such outrageous nonsense. It is extraordinary how anyone out of a lunatic asylum could have believed that the factory system in crafts, the civil service church in religion, the invention of devices to make men's lives more comfortable and convenient, the absence of all poetry and all imagination from every place and every region of humanity constituted the ideal world for a human being to dwell in. Of course, such a line of argument would be quite easy to understand if the speaker were not a man, but the learned pig. What I want, the learned pig might very properly say, is a world in which my sty is warm and comfortable, well sheltered by improved appliances from rain and east wind. All the mountains must, of course, be leveled, the woods, beech woods excepted, must be grubbed up, and cathedrals and all that sort of thing must be cleared right away. Because my end and aim in life is wash, and all the earth is required to grow me meal, cabbages, and potatoes. I do not want fine art, or poetry, or religion, or fine talk of any description. Kindly leave off wasting your time in such nonsense, and devote your talents to inventing me a new mechanical wash-tub, with a patent arrangement by which I may suck wash when I am asleep. When you have done this, it will be the golden age. Now, all this would be quite sound sense in the mouth of a pig, because, as a matter of fact, a pig's aim in life is to secure as much wash as possible, and the pig who gets the most wash is the best pig, the ideal pig. Men, however, are not pigs. Their being, their aims, are in reality entirely different, and we must not be tempted to confuse those two excellent but quite distinct creatures because they possess certain things, such as stomachs in common. It seems to me that the whole of modern civilization, in its amiable as well as its unamiable aspects, is vitiated by this one false premise, that man, on the whole, equals pig, and that if you see to his material comforts, his bodily ease, he will be quite happy. Conservatives, liberals, and socialists are all alike involved in this one error. Behind all their widely divergent arguments lies the wholly false proposition that physical comfort will bring about happiness. That physical comfort is happiness. In spite of all our experience since the days of Macaulay, we have not yet got this nonsense out of our heads. It was only the other day that I read in a daily paper that in a year or two happiness all around was bound to come with a rush on the wings of flying machines, in the intestines of turbine engines and reciprocating machinery. As one meets this rubbish in popular journalism, I suppose that the populace still clings to the gospel of Macaulay, to the theory which flings all philosophy and all art and all religion on one side as irrelevant, because philosophy and art and religion have no fruit. In other words, do not lead to the invention of machinery. But the newspaper on one side, I think that one comes across this notion of modern superiority in quarters very remote from popular journalism. It is my belief occasionally to look through books of modern theology, and I find in almost all of them the suppressed premise that modern thought, or the modern mind, is somehow or other vastly superior to the ancient mind, or the medieval mind. So far as I can remember, this premise is usually, at all events, a suppressed one. It is something to be taken for granted. And again I have wondered why it should be taken for granted. I have desired all in vain to see the conclusion of our superiority argued and demonstrated. I suppose, however, that the divines are really moved by much the same reasons as Macaulay and the newspaper writers. They know that we can get to Manchester about 5 times as fast as was possible 100 years ago. Ergo, we are 5 times happier and better and wiser than our great-grandfathers, to say nothing of our remoter ancestors who may have taken weeks on the journey. I admit the fact of this higher speed of traveling, but I deny the minor. I say that the length of time in which it is possible to get to the cotton factories from London is not of the smallest consideration in estimating the sum of human happiness. And I think that if the cost of this rapid transit were fairly accounted for and reckoned up, we should find that we were paying for our corridor express train a most hideous sum, with interest calculated at the rate of about 10,000% per diem. For you see, the fact is that Manchester, as modern conditions have made it, is not worth going to at all. On the contrary, any man, not a maniac, would pay heavily to be transported to some region where Manchester, and places like Manchester, were impossible, unheard of, and wholly out of the question. But now there comes the rather important point as to what does constitute happiness. That is, real civilization. Churchmen can have no difficulty here, for churchmen cannot deny that all the aims of modern civilization, the real aims, not the sometimes loudly expressed aims, are, from the point of view of Christianity, entirely and utterly damnable. For the real aims of our days are entirely directed towards the increase of bodily comfort, convenience, and pleasure, towards the increase and improvement of all material goods. It is, of course, demonstrable that the first Christians were exhorted to take no thought at all for any such matters, to purge their souls utterly of the notion that happiness of any sort or kind is obtainable through physical or material channels. It is clear beyond contradiction that the first Christians were taught a gospel which is in direct contradiction to all the common precepts of the present time. They were to take example by the lilies, to avoid saving money, to disregard and indeed shudder at material wealth, and never to bother about their material prospects in the future. I know that there is a party calling itself Christian, which somehow or other escapes this conclusion as to the unimportance, or rather nullity, of material comforts in the Christian system. I have listened to a lecture which made the Magnificat into a sort of socialist program. Frankly, I cannot understand this point of view. I see no room for it on any reading of the early Christian documents. The rich are denounced in these, certainly, but there is no word said in favor of moderate prosperity all round as the way of happiness. Park Lane is dangerous to the soul, doubtless, but there is nothing to show that salvation dwells in Peckham. But this is a side issue. What I have to prove is that man is not the learned pig, and that measures which would ensure the happiness of the latter will not at all advance the happiness of the former. Well, I have mentioned socialism. I have declared my disagreement with its positive statement that the equalization of wealth would make us all much happier. Now I want to declare my adhesion to its negative statement, its declaration that in modern civilization, so-called, there is not merely a lack of happiness, but a great and ever-increasing horror, misery, ugliness, and degradation. I call the socialists into the witness box especially because I am not on their side. because they are under no suspicion of being the praisers of the bygone time, the friends of Toryism, or religionism, or reaction, as it is called, of any kind. If I said I once knew a country parson and a Tory squire who thought the whole modern system of things rotten and abominable, the witnesses might be suspected. But one cannot say that such men as Shaw and Wells and the rest of them are either parsons, squires, or under the thumb of either parson or squire, and so with all confidence I cite their opinions as to the machinery and conditions of modern life. It is Mr. Wells, I believe, who pictures humanity in modern times under the figure of a man struggling in a hideous swamp, and with his very efforts to escape, sinking deeper and deeper into the foul, abhorred slime. And this is the result of our civilization, that is, of our theory that man is the learned pig, that the more machines you give him, the happier he will be. In a word, the socialist conclusion is in direct contradiction to the Macaulay and daily paper conclusion, which is briefly the more machines, the more happiness. And one does not need to take any man's word for the misery and horror and hideousness of our time. It is not necessary to go to Mr. Wells. We can look for ourselves. We can go to Manchester direct and see what it is like, and wonder that human beings have allowed themselves to be brought to such a pass. I do not know how many square miles of abomination and horror that city contains, but when I think of it, its existence seems incredible to me. We used to take all this sort of thing for granted, of course, in the Victorian days. We were proud of our great industrial centers. We reckoned them a mark of civilization, and a country such as Spain, which does not possess industrial centers, or possesses very few of them, we called uncivilized, retrograde, unhappy. I have never seen a bullfight. It is a cruel sport, doubtless, but I have no hesitation in declaring that the Spanish peasant, in his poor hut, with his Sunday mass and his crust of bread and draught of wine that owes nothing to the chemist, is very much nearer to true civilization than a cotton spinner or steel worker in Manchester or Sheffield. And of the latter one does not know that there is much to choose between the fate of the master and of the man. We have accepted all those miles of horrors. We have been pleased with the infinite subdivision of labor in our factories, and we see the result, the modern manufacturing town, which is hideous, its suburbs, which are more hideous still, and its industrial slave population, which is most hideous of all, since by the very conditions of its existence, by the fact of its daily mechanical work, without interest, without invention, without the trace of art, without a drop of the most joyful cup of creation, it is fast losing the resemblance of humanity. It is fast parting with the differentia which distinguishes a man from a beaver or a bee. I do not insist on the fact that while wealth abounds in a few hands, most of the workers are poor and some are wretched. That, as a manufacturer's wife has observed, the better the iron trade, the more miserable the people seem to become. This is to be noted, that a scheme of things which has for its only excuse the production of money and material comfort has in practice worked out as a scheme which deprives the greater number of money and plunges them into the acutest material discomfort. That is amusing enough, but it is not my chief point, because, as I have said, I think happiness is a state which exists independently of material things. Probably, certainly, there have been many happy men much poorer than Lancashire or Yorkshire mill hands ever have been, just as there are millionaires more wretched than the wretchedest slave in all the black country. Here is a chief part of the whole squalid tragedy. The poor fellows who turn themselves into machines for 10 or 12 hours every day doubtless imagine if they could get more money they would be happy. This, I say, is the tragedy, since we know that they would be not in the least happy if each man had 1,000 a year. What is the good of presenting the purple-nosed drunkard at the corner public-house with the key of a cellar well stocked with the purest vintages of Bordeaux? Suppose that he once possessed a palate, many years of the chemical drench called 4 ale and the poisonous corn spirit called whiskey have ruined that palate forever. To him the noblest magnum of Lafitte were but sour wash. I will not say that no man can turn himself into an unintelligent machine and be happy. I do say that there is not one man in 10,000 who can accomplish this feat. There is, of course, the point of view which makes happiness consist in doing what one likes. But this position was confuted a long time ago by Socrates. He pointed out that if the fulfillment of desire, qua desire, constituted bliss, then the man with the itch was ideally happy, since he desired to scratch himself, and did so all day long. So far as I remember, Oscar Wilde in his De Profundis deplored the evils of the Renaissance, the ugliness to which it inevitably led. Candidly, I agree with him. I think that the Renaissance had in it all the seeds of death, that in spite of its infinite technical perfection, its wonderful knowledge of anatomy, its musical skill, its sense of beauty and color, its rapture over the classics raised like young men that had been dead from the tomb, its delight, in England at all events, in its discovery that the vulgar tongue was in itself an exquisite instrument of prose and poetry, its sense of release as from a long dark imprisonment, its wonder over the new world beyond the seas, its dreams of strange things yet to be made known. In spite of all these things, in the heart of the Renaissance lurked the architecture of Gower Street and Camden Town, the poetry of Pope and of Pope's indifferent imitators, the life that Smollett and Hogarth have illustrated, the worse life that followed, the music of Stainer and Barnby, the painting of many worthy persons. It is odd enough, but the Renaissance, starting out no doubt with an immense sense of escape and liberty, with the exaltation of one who has freed himself from weary loads, with a determination to be original, ended, in most of the arts, as a servile 10th-rate ape of antique models, wearing the world with imitations of architecture, of which the world was weary in the 6th century, tiring the reader with stuff about nymphs and shepherds, which was third or fourth hand when Virgil and Horace made use of it. Credite posteri, says Horace, with reference to some preposterous statement of his concerning fauns or satyrs. And we know that posterity has never believed in those fauns, and that Horace himself, if he had really thought that he saw a faun or a satyr, would have gone on the voyage to Antisera, where they sent lunatics. And yet that brave, original, daring Renaissance brought back these weary, worn-out stock nymphs and fauns and shepherds into literature, and if one wanders into desolate northern quarters of London, one may see the influence of the Parthenon brooding, a shabby stucco ghost, over horrible little semi-detached villas. Well, the end of the Renaissance was death, as I say, in most of the arts at all events, and yet we must confess that at the beginning of the putrefaction, and for many years after it had begun, the hues were very splendid. The Chateau of Touraine, the Dome of St. Paul's, the work of Shakespeare, these are not things to be despised. I think that here is the distinction between the Renaissance and that illegitimate child of the Renaissance, modern civilization, properly so called. Not only are the ends bad, but the means are bad. Not only is there hell at the bottom of the descent, but the descent itself is by steps of pit, refuse, and burning marl. Perhaps the Renaissance people were excessive in their joy over the rediscovery of the Greek classics. But at all events, the Odyssey is something and somewhat. It is not merely blatant nonsense, as are the modern discoveries that all men are born free and equal, that government should be by the people, through the people, for the people, that commercial prosperity leads to happiness, that adulteration is a form of competition, that the drink traffic is a great evil, that factory chimneys are better than cathedral spires, that unlimited education is a pure boon and blessing to everybody. It is one thing to worship false gods or even devils, deplorable practices both, I am sure, but if we must serve demons, at least let us do so in a reasonably artistic temple, not in such a piece of tomfoolery as the Tabernacle in the Tottenham Court Road. But we have chosen to worship our false gods in squalid temples indeed. Witness America, which I take it is the most acute epitome of all modern ideals and methods. I think a system called New Thought is the latest result of American liberty. It is a religion entirely suited to the parent soil. It does not promise the joys of paradise, but I believe it guarantees a handsome income, if the directions are faithfully carried out. America, then, is the representative of modern civilization in its purest form, but America is only a very violent example of what our modern civilization brings about. We ourselves in England are a little better, but how have we fallen from what we once were? Go to an old farmhouse in the country. You will see a dwelling place which had no more important designer than the local mason, which is yet altogether lovely and pleasant, and suited to its purpose. Inside there may be oak chests, which the village carpenter made, and to have such a house and such chests now, we must employ an artist who will design for us copies of them, more or less good as the case may be. And the tavern hard by will, likely enough have a sign swinging from curiously scrolled ironwork. The art of the blacksmith over the way. To get such work now, it would be necessary to go to an art guild, which would make a copy of sorts, and go into some of the old churches, and if you are fortunate you will see carved angels about the roofs, and grinning monsters and strange fantasies, and then you can think of the workmen who made these things and compare them with the workmen of our days. Compare their lives, compare their thoughts. Or perhaps this is too high-flown. Well, think of what we eat and drink in this advanced age. In this age of material progress with its everlasting gas about sanitation, its fine contempt for the dirty old times. How many children are poisoned every year with filthy milk? How much nauseous muck have we wallowed with our beer, under the pleasing style of substitutes? It is hard indeed that man in modern times, having made up his mind that he is a pig, and having acted accordingly, should be poisoned in his wash, should be given unmentionable filth instead of his legitimate tub of potatoes and cabbage. It is not without amusement that I think of an age which, having scoffed at the bread of angels, cannot get an unadulterated cottage loaf, which, having refused the wine of heaven, can scarcely obtain a decent glass of common beer for love or money. And we cannot even contrive to be robbed with decency. I should think Robin Hood was a horrible nuisance. It must be quite unpleasant to be captured by a Sicilian brigand. But Robin did not pose as the benefactor of the people whom he despoiled, and the brigands, when they relieve you of your gold watch, do not say that they are promoting your commercial prosperity or developing your natural resources. Robin was a scoundrel, I am sure, but he was not a company promoter. And real happiness, the real moyen de parvenir, well, there was once a Frenchman who uttered a remarkable aphorism: "The philosopher, the good man, and the saint are all happy, but the saint is by far the happiest, so much is man made for sanctity." End of section 17. Happiness and Horror. Section 18 of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Ars Artium. I suppose that if in every generation of men from the earliest time there had been a certain number of individuals who possessed the power of flight, if some of these flying people were able to soar to vast heights and to sustain their courses amidst the stars for a prolonged time, if others rose to equal altitudes but were forced to descend in an hour or so, if others again could only compass 100 feet of ascent, if others skimmed a foot or two above the ground, well, it seems that the deduction would be that men were meant by nature to have the power of flight, but that by some cause or another the property which should have belonged to all had become restricted to a few. To abandon the analogy, which, like most analogies, is imperfect enough, it seems clear that every one of us is a potential Homer, Shakespeare, Wordsworth, Phidias, Botticelli, and that inasmuch as we are not any or all of these great artists, we are maimed and imperfect men, or, in other words, fallen men. Smith should be a Shakespeare. He was meant to be a Shakespeare, and since he is not a Shakespeare, he is like a plum tree which, through various causes, has degenerated and is returning to the crude and savage asperity of the wild slough. Of course, there are many stages of degeneration. Smith may have written a play which the critics say is almost worthy of the great Elizabethan. He may have indited a sonnet of very great beauty. He may have composed one line that might have been uttered by Prospero. He may be the author of an essay which shows an almost supernatural grasp of Shakespeare's meaning. He may weep or laugh with instinctive sympathy as he reads, or, finally, he may think the whole thing a bore and a nuisance. But insofar as he is not Shakespeare, he is a fallen man. Now, in all probability, most people would only concede the fallen to the last of these hypothetical Smiths, the Smith who thinks Romeo and Juliet very dull reading. But the other Smiths are clearly lapsed, though they have not slipped down to the uttermost depths. For by the very fact of our comprehension of the great man's work, by the fact of our insight into his meaning, by the facts of our tears and of our laughter, by the fact that as we read we make the lines our own, part of our hearts and minds and souls, we thereby prove our fallen state. We can understand the language. How is it then that we do not speak it? If no Englishman had ever spoken French, we might reasonably conclude that the art of speaking French was impossible to an Englishman, that the Anglo-Saxon was no more meant to speak French than a thistle is meant to produce figs. But if one Englishman has spoken French perfectly, then it is clear that those who cannot do so are, qua French, imperfect. They lack something which they might possess, which they ought to possess, in the sphere of linguistic accomplishment. He who can read but cannot write by the very fact of his reading convicts himself of imperfection. So he who enjoys Shakespeare by the fact of his enjoyment acknowledges his fault in not being Shakespeare. I know very well that many of my readers will have a different explanation of the matter. In my parable of the flying men I should have mentioned the circumstance that some of the highest flights recorded were of the remotest past in history. But I imagine that I shall be met from many quarters with the theory of human progress, of the continual advancement of man's mind to higher and finer and nobler levels, and it was for the purpose of the present argument that I disproved, as I believe, this progress theory in the last number of the Academy. Then my thesis was general. I denied a steady and permanent and universal progress from the lower to the higher, from the ugly to the beautiful, from unhappiness to happiness, from unrighteousness to righteousness. I quoted more particularly the instance of the bracelet made by a savage as compared with the average jewelry of Regent Street. And this instance serves the purpose of the moment. If gold Alberts, banal and vulgar rings, German oleographs, colored supplements, the works of Tupper, and others, the architecture of many palaces and many slums, the music of Stainer, the sculpture of the Cobden statue, if all these things belonged to the dawn of history, if the Odyssey had been written the other day, and if we had just buried the architect of Westminster Abbey, then I should accept the theory of progress. I should be willing to believe that we had been slowly mounting upward, and ever upward, that the human race was already within sight of the promised land, that the ape of old would ere long be transformed into the awful glories of divinity. But we know that Tupper does not belong to the Paleolithic period, and we know that the machine-made article, novel or play or jewel or picture or armchair, is a chief feature of our own age. So it seems to me that the theory of man ever ascending from height to height is most definitely shown to be false. False in the arts, and therefore false in all. For if one thinks of it, art is not an odd and clever trick like throwing 3 somersaults in the 10th of a second. Art is at once the manifestation of man, the true speech of man, and the differentia of man from other animals. It has been said that the style is the man. Assuredly, art is the man, his utterance of himself, the means by which his true self is made incarnate in a cathedral, in an epic, in a fugue, in a statue, in a picture, or in an ornament. This is the fashion in which virtue may be said to go out of a man, by which he is constituted the arch-magician of the world, having, as Adam had, dominion over every creature, having the power to take what he will and whence he will from the whole universe, and by tones and colors and thoughts and words and the shapes of things to make for himself a great and transcendental speech, the mystery language, the incantation of art. And all that art possesses which is truly magical, all its formulas of supreme efficacy, have descended to it from the remotest antiquity. It is, as Mr. Yeats has said so well, the spirit of the old ecstatic dancers, of those who saw visions and dreamed dreams, of the solitary, of the singers of strange incantation songs, which give virtue to all the arts. It is the presence of this spirit, of this one thing needful, which makes us tolerate all the angularities, the crudities, the technical defects of many antique or primitive masterpieces. And by the way, it is to be noted that man, who has so many and great privileges, has a privilege that is in a sense the strangest of all. He can, if he will, break his wand, cast away his robe of splendor, and forget all the lore of his enchantments. It is on record that the late Mr. Herbert Spencer pronounced Homer to be boyish and intolerable. It would be very remarkable if the nightingale were possessed of the power of losing its song and of assuming the hiss or the bray of certain other animals. It is clear, then, I think, that art is coeval with man. Art, or perhaps I should say the true matter of art, and that which later ages have added, in reality, artifice, that which we call technique. Thus the true artist in every age goes back to the first day of man for that which is really precious and magical in his work. He is the highest artist of all who recovers most successfully the emotions of the first man, or in other words, becomes like a little child, breaking away from the prison house of civilization. and thus by another track we have come back to our first thesis, that man is fallen, inasmuch as every man, according to the law of his first and true nature, should be a supreme artist. We have disproved the theory of progress. We have seen that the core and essence of all art was in the possession of primitive man, who knew the authentic charm, but was often unable to utter it articulately, while we who speak clearly enough are only too apt to give form to banality and vulgarity. The Renaissance was the apotheosis of technique, of body divorced more or less from spirit, and one understands why Oscar Wilde, who will never be reckoned amongst those who have been indifferent to technique, detested the Renaissance and wished that it had never been. I should think that in the Celtic decorative work, body and spirit were welded together as they never have been before or after. But if one takes primitive work of a much lower range than the Cup of Armagh or the Tara Brooch, work that has something of the barbarous about it, still it will often possess a magic, an enchantment, a great mystery that is denied to the exquisite accomplishment of Benvenuto Cellini. It is this primitive magic that is the relic of the lost garden. It were idle to dogmatize as to the manner in which the human spirit descended from the higher garden to the lower, from the glorious body of Adam Cadman to the inglorious body of an ape. It may be conjectured that the fall was due to the assertion of the ego, to the rebellious insurgence of the self, for the instinct of many forms of religion has set itself to the rectification of this fatal error, to the restoration of the due balance. Orthodox Buddhism, as distinct from the unholy follies of theosophy, puts before itself this one aim. It is a mighty scheme of self-discipline, but its zeal has carried it to the opposite extreme, and it proposes as its final truth the dogma that the self is non-existent, that the belief in an ego is a great and poisonous delusion, the cause of all the woes of the world, and by a natural corollary the object of Buddhism is to destroy the delusion in question. Somewhat after the same manner speak the Babis of Persia, if the line translated by Professor E. G. Brown is to be taken as representing their faith. The kingdom of I and we forsake, and your home in annihilation make. But I should be very glad if Professor Brown would enlighten the readers of the Academy on the beliefs of this most curious sect. Finally, the true balance is attained in the Christian precept that he who would save his soul must lose it. The lead must die so that the gold may be born from the furnace of this death. In other words, Tupper must perish, so that Shakespeare may rise from his ashes. This is the truth expressed so well in a book that I reviewed in these columns a fortnight ago. It is the object of religion to make every man a poet, a supreme artist, not of necessity an executive and practicing artist, for paradoxically enough the thing realized, materially manifested in tones, or marble, or words, is itself a result of the fall, a phenomenon of this imperfect world of sacraments and symbols. Per speculum inanimate, here below, there face to face, without the veils and illusions and dimnesses of sensible things. Religion may or may not make any one man a technical artist. It will do better. It will transport him to that overworld whence the holy incantations of the arts descend on earth, to the place of the perfect unmanifested vision. End of section 18. Ars Artium. Section 19 of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition. By Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Realism and Symbol. I have tried to point out in the Academy that art is not a trick, not in any way analogous to the performances of the celebrated pony who took port wine with the clown, not in any way related to the shows of dancing dogs or learned elephants. It is not in the nature of horses to drink with clowns, nor have dogs danced ab initio. The elephant of the wilds does not ring a bell for his dinner. All these arts are things superimposed. They are fantastic upper stories which are no part of the original design of the building. Here is to be sought the fundamental distinction between these tricks and human art with the capital A. I do not know whether the opposite view, the opinion which holds that art is artificial, the result of civilization and gentle manners, has ever been formally proclaimed. But I should imagine that some such opinion might very possibly be found in the works of Herbert Spencer. That deceased philosopher would probably maintain that art grew out of some or all of man's physical necessities, and that the primitive man was originally no more an artist than is a hippopotamus. It is not necessary to argue this position, since, as I have demonstrated, it is entirely false. It is from the earliest man, from the dimmest and most remote ages, that the artistic impulse, the whole matter of the arts, has descended to us. And all true art of today is written or painted or carved or sung in the oldest of all tongues, in a language that is ancient and secret and universal. Art is the expression of the human soul, of the eternal things in man, and to man it is profoundly natural, as is the song to the bird. I have showed that art was the true expression of humanity, the grand differentia between men and other animals. But there is another aspect of the matter. From the one proposition follows the other. If art be a mystery language of the human soul, it must have an interpretation. Never a perfect one, since the higher cannot be adequately translated in terms of the lower, and personally I always feel the impertinence of the attempt to interpret great music by a flourish of words and phrases. Still, all great art has a meaning. In other words, it is symbolic. There is all the difference in the world between a landscape by Turner and the best photograph of the same scene. Setting aside the fact that Turner deliberately altered the scenes that he painted, that he treated mountains and lakes, trees and cathedrals very much as a good stage manager treats a stage crowd. Setting this quite on one side, one sees that the painting has received that consecration which Wordsworth speaks of. The natural has been assumed into the supernatural. The hills and streams have been exalted in glory, and the fallen world has risen from the dead. In the order of nature there were masses of earth and water and the growth of trees. On the canvas these things have become a sacrament and a symbol. Hence it follows that all great art is profoundly realist. It is time that this word, with its ancient and honorable philosophical associations, should be definitely rescued from the intolerable degradation into which it has fallen. Intolerable and nonsensical, too, for as a matter of fact, a great part of the literature which has been called realistic is profoundly unreal. The Mummer's Wife, for example, which is a painstaking and clever transcript of low theatrical life, is as unreal as any photograph. It has no relation of any sort or kind whatsoever to the eternities and realities. If man were a surface, it would be real, but man being a cubical figure, it is most unreal. It is indeed difficult to say from what complicated attack of folly this perversion of a fine word arose. The notion that a certain skill in the minute delineation of unpleasant characters and incidents makes a writer a realist certainly seems to belong more to Bedlam and Colney Hatch than to the world that is free of those high walls. Let it be added speedily, in case of misapprehension, that to the artist neither the pleasant nor the unpleasant, the moral nor the immoral, the sordid nor the clean, profit anything in themselves. When there is a true symbol truly displayed, there is art. The symbol may be in terms of the darkest pits of human misery and squalor and wickedness, or it may be in terms of the holy places. There are seekers for precious stones, not after the flesh nor after the manner of South Africa, who discover jewels in the cesspools and the gutters, for whom there are right orient pearls, exceeding rich and rare, shining in the foulest middens of humanity. And on the other hand, there is a far greater multitude who stand in the very sanctuary at the hour of the sacring of the Mass and have the power to retransmute the blessed gifts into ginger beer and mixed biscuits. These are the people who write what are called good books. That is, in plain English, books which, by bringing religion into contempt, odium, and ridicule, are more harmful than a wilderness of pornographic libraries. Perhaps I'd better explain, by the way, that my phrase about those who find jewels in the gutter is not intended to be an echo of the banished Duke's most amiable remarks as to finding sermons and stones and good in everything. I do not mean that the moral virtues often exist amidst very deplorable surroundings. I mean that Wuthering Heights is a work of supreme genius, a somewhat different matter. True art, then, is symbolical and realist, and as an example in literature we may take the Arabian Nights as a splendid and typical piece of realism. Not, be it understood, because the account of the manners and customs of the court of Harun al-Rashid is historically correct. I neither know nor care whether this be the case. And in the art of literature, correct information about Harun's court does not count. It is indeed highly probable that many of the incidents in the story of Aladdin never happened, and I understand that modern science is skeptical on the question of the genie. But realism, in its true and philosophical and artistic sense, has nothing whatever to do with correct information. Neither a manual of chemistry nor the racing news is entitled to be called realistic literature. No, The Arabian Nights is a realistic book because it utters by means of certain symbols a profound experience of all humanity. Perhaps not the dullest dog of us all has been wholly without this experience. One may pass many examinations and yet not miss it. One may yield years to advanced thought and yet have one's share in it. I would not utterly deny its occasional presence in the very sanctuaries of Protestant dissent. Perhaps one exception to this rule may be made. Perhaps the one to whom the tale of Aladdin means nothing in the modern millionaire, who oddly enough is the one person who might realize in dull fact a great part of Aladdin's splendors. It is really curious to consider that the egregious Carnegie might have built himself a very splendid palace, instead of which he has chosen to devote himself to the erection of free libraries. Perhaps it is better so. There are hands in which gold and marble and precious stones and all the loveliness of the world become changed to something much more offensive than withered leaves. But setting this interesting and important speculation on one side, I repeat that there comes to most of us, at one time or another, an experience which is only translatable in terms of the Arabian Nights. We are walking in the common grimy street, weighed down with cares, or pleasures, or pain, or worries, our minds filled with all manner of unimportant, unreal stuff. And suddenly we see the door in the wall, that door we have never noticed before, and we enter by it, and the princess awaits us, and we are made free of palaces of gold and crystal, and the slaves with their trays of rubies and emeralds and pearls are our slaves. Ours are the magic carpet and the golden water and the enchanted lamp. The fairies are our ministrants. And we see all things in a magic glass of divination. The world, in a word, is transformed. It is put on the glowing and glittering robe of enchantment. Every way is a way of wonder. And as one looks on common things in the usual and accustomed passages of life, they seem to tremble and waver, as if they were a curtain on the point to part asunder and disclose tremendous and most beautiful mysteries. And those who know these times of a strange and mystic exaltation know also how impotent is the logical speech to tell the story of them, how they can scarcely be imagined even in coherent thought. There is nothing for it but to fall back on the Arabian Nights, on a world of jewels and lovely ones and fine gold and brides from fairyland, on a world where magic and enchantment and rapture are latent in every stone, in every blade of grass. And there is a far higher region than this Arabian paradise. The Catholic alone knows how the denial of the doctrine of transubstantiation has robbed the world of the fullness of joy. But the initiated Catholic knows also that the final secrets of this matter are to be sought not so much in the formal and logical definition of the Church as in the romances of the Sangreal. The mystery of the Eucharist is a tremendous and unearthly mystery. No words of the understanding can compass it, but it is almost unveiled when the deadly flesh of Galahad began to tremble, being brought near to the spiritual things. And this is realism. Then there is quite another sort of literature that may rightly be called realistic. That is the literature of wandering, named picaresque, the literature that symbolizes a sense that we all have at times, the sense that we are bound on a journey of strange adventures, that marvels lie beyond the bend of the road, that we have but to go on, and wonders will be manifested to us. The wanderings of Ulysses, charmed by this symbol, and oddly enough the true interest of the Pilgrim's Progress is due to a like enchantment. In literature, allegory is, on the whole, a vice, as Poe pointed out. This is the weakness of Jekyll and Hyde. So far, then, as the Pilgrim's Progress is allegorical, it is bad. And yet it is a classic, because in practice we are able to forget the elaborate and minute allegory and to accept Christian as a simple Picaro, a wandering by ways strange and unknown. Allied to him are the very different Mr. Pickwick and Don Quixote, and the graceless Roderick Random, and Peregrine Pickle have in a lower degree their part in the symbol of the white road, climbing the far hill and descending into unconjectured country. In Pickwick, too, there are the far descended traces of another symbol, the great sign of the vine, which is displayed with such splendor of emblazonment in Gargantua and Pantagruel, the hieroglyph of the ecstasy and joy of life, this also being a portion of the lost paradise. It is not to be wondered at that ignorant and besotted ecclesiastics have solemnly cursed Pickwick as an attack on the great temperance movement. I noted a week ago the curious fact that man alone of all creatures has the power of dispossessing himself of his high privileges. He is the nightingale that, if he will, may bray like an ass. Literature, then, is, as are all the arts, a book intus et foris scriptus. The surface is plain for all to see, comical or tragical comical. Within are to be found the great secrets of the nature of man, the symbols of our true and essential being. And so all fine literature is profoundly and truly realistic. End of section 19. Realism and Symbol. Section 20 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Paganism. In a certain company, a man once read out some verses from an old hymn. Lest the character of the assembly should be mistaken, it must be said at once that the hymn was not read from a hymn book, but from an anthology, which makes all the difference. These are some of the lines that were read. But there they live in such delight, such pleasures, and such play, as that to them 1,000 years doth seem as yesterday. Thy vineyards and thy orchards are most beautiful and fair, full furnished with trees and fruits most wonderful and rare. Thy gardens and thy gallant walks continually are green. There grow such sweet and pleasant flowers as nowhere else are seen. There's nectar and ambrosia made, there's musk and civet sweet. There many a fair and dainty drug is trodden under feet. Many other verses as beautiful as these were read, and when the poem was ended, one of the hearers said it was wonderful, but absolutely pagan. He did not speak in the sense of Mr. Pecksniff on sirens. Pagan, I regret to say. He meant that the Christian poet was using imagery to which he had no title, that he was attempting to gild and beautify the dull Christian heaven with all the lovely apparatus of paganism, with the scenic ornament which properly belonged to the world that had not grown gray with the breath of the Galilean. He wished to imply that the writer was like a gentleman standing outside the door of a pleasant Sunday afternoon gathering, and trying to get you in on the false pretense that the rite of the Cyprian, if not of the Lampsacene, would be celebrated at 3:30 sharp. Strangely to say, there rose no argument on this matter, but I have been wondering ever since that evening how Sylvanus got his notion that beautiful sensuous images are the peculiar property of paganism, as opposed to Christianity. That Christianity, regarded from the high aesthetic standpoint, is a grim gray business, chiefly bent on making everybody very uncomfortable by purely negative ethics. I am afraid that when the wicked man and dearly beloved brethren have something to do with this misconception. I am sure that Puritanism, with its record of ugliness and general beastliness, see Sir Walter Scott for the use of the latter term, has had a great deal to do with it. But it really is a misconception. To begin with, a book which has always been recognized as of palmary authority in Christian mysticism, is there any more splendid instance of the use of sensuous imagery than that afforded by the Song of Songs? Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine. A bundle of myrrh is my well-beloved unto me, he shall lie all night betwixt my breasts. My beloved is unto me as a cluster of camphire in the vineyards of En-Gedi. As the apple tree among the trees of wood, so is my beloved among the suns. I sat down under his shadow with great delight, and his fruit was sweet to my taste. He brought me to the banqueting house, and his banner over me was love. Stay with me, flagons, comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love. And again, in a very different writer, one finds such verses as, O thou afflicted, tossed with tempest, and not comforted, behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colours, and lay thy foundations with sapphires. And I will make thy windows of agates, and thy gates of carbuncles, and all thy borders of pleasant stones. And in another prophet we have, I will be as the dew unto Israel. He shall grow as the lily, and cast forth his roots as Lebanon. His branches shall spread, and his beauty shall be as the olive tree, and his smell as Lebanon. They that dwelt under his shadow shall return. They shall revive as the corn, and grow as the vine. The scent thereof shall be as the wine of Lebanon. The glowing and jeweled splendors of the apocalypse are too well known to be cited here. So again I wonder at the misconception of the man who thought the imagery of the old hymn pagan, because it was beautiful and sensuous. For the fact is that the Christian mythos is remarkable for its constant and lavish use of all such imagery. The foundations of the heavenly Sion are of precious stones, and the very splendor of the divine presence is shown forth in the symbol of jewels. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone, and there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald. So it is, in strict accordance with the sacramental and symbolic and sensuous system, that the public service of the Christian Church was devised, following the precedent of the Jewish ritual. It has been already pointed out by an ingenious writer that those who wish to get the true pagan effect must go to Mass, for where else in these days can they see the garlands of flowers, the curtained shrines, the holy images, the burning torches, the aspiring cloud of incense, the vested hierophants, the white dance of the procession? Where else can they hear the music that invokes the gods? And from what has been said, it seems clear enough that the modern sects, which dispense either in thought or word or deed with this system of sensuous symbolism on one pretext or another, have no real title to be called Christians at all. Their religion has lost its body, as it were. It has become a thin gray spectre, a ghost, but by no means ghostly, in the old English sense of the term. And for the banishing of this evil, menacing, and ghastly spook of true religion, it were earnestly to be desired that some all-potent exorcist could be discovered, so that the unclean thing could be dismissed forever and sent to the depths of the Red Sea. But there is another error of comparison between Christianity and paganism, an error perhaps commoner than the one that I have noted, almost deserving to be placed in the academic list of vulgar errors. This latter misconception is to the effect that, whereas good Christians are obliged to live very strict lives, good pagans could do exactly as they pleased. This is the laurel, doves, paean, and breasts of the nymph in the brake view celebrated by Mr. Swinburne. I suppose many people think of paganism as one of long revel, of the faithful pagans as continually engaged in their religious duties of crowning themselves and everything with roses, of singing odes in honor of the nymphs and the graces, of drinking Falernian wine, and of, enjoying themselves in other agreeable fashions. The pagan world is imagined as a vast abbey of Thelema, where everybody did exactly as he liked, where there were no morals and no rules, and no such words as no, or you mustn't, were ever heard. Now perhaps I shall be a Petra Scandali and a Lapis Offensionis to some of my friends, but I must say that I believe that there was very little difference between the average morals of an average Greek village in the 5th century before Christ and the average morals of an English village of today. I say average advisedly, since it is my belief that the Catholic faith offers to those who choose it the clear way of a high sanctity, which the antique Greek faith hardly or but dimly dreamed of, and sanctity presupposes a supermorality, an ethic exalted to an infinite power. The beautiful little tale of Daphnis and Chloe belongs to a much later period than that which I have mentioned, but I expect that there are many English parish priests who would be glad if their young people were on the whole as innocent as were Daphnis and his Chloe. And if we consider that our villagers have far clearer and more authoritative counsels and guides to follow than had these two charming lovers, I think we shall agree that Devonshire and Norfolk do not altogether shine by the comparison with old Greece. To put the matter shortly, the farmyard was no more the model of the decent Greek than it is of the decent Englishman. No doubt some of the Greek village ceremonies would have sent an English drawing-room into fits and strong convulsions. But an English drawing-room is not the Holy Father, nor is it a general council. Its decree, "We are exceedingly shocked," is not of faith. It would of course be simple enough to construct a paganism of the rosy wine order out of the bad behavior of vicious people in big cities at a late period, but then these people were not in any true sense pagans. They were atheist debauchees, a class which has abounded in every corrupt and decadent civilization. But it would be hard enough if we were to judge our own ages of faith by the conduct of the worst people in modern London and Paris, and so one must not take Monsieur Louis's Aphrodite as a faithful presentation of pagan life and morals. And even in this late time, even in a much later time, when Apuleius wrote his 12 books of metamorphoses, commonly called the Golden Ass, there were not wanting witnesses to high and ascetic virtue in paganism itself. The ending of the story, which shows how the redeemed Lucius became a vowed priest of some Egyptian cultus, has its note of austerity and purification, and solemn ritual observance. There is much more in these last pages than the doctrine of the nymph in the brake and wine and flowers, and do as you like all the day long. But when one leaves these periods of corruption and decay and practical atheism and goes back to the really representative time of old Greece, the time when the great Greek literature was being produced, it is really difficult to conceive how this utterly nonsensical idea of universal libertinism can have arisen. Let anyone read the plays of Aeschylus and Sophocles, and he will see how far were the true ideals of old Greece from that silly pantomime transformation scene, all artificial flowers and red limes and bare legs that some of us have devised for ourselves. The doom of fated houses, the doom of pride, the doom of that satanic arrogance that could defy heaven itself, the doom of the great king who trusted in his hosts and in their arms, the awful decrees of destiny. These were the topics of the dramatists, and one cannot very well conceive that the ears of a race of idle and sensuous voluptuaries, to whom morals were unknown, would be tickled with such austere and dread discourse as this. The great white theatre with the sky above it, the thousands of citizens assembled, the actors buskined to more than human height, masked so that no impertinence of mere human emotion should by chance be visible, chanting in a measured song so that the inadequacy of mere dramatic expression should not spoil the great work. Beneath them the white chorus solemnly revolving in an antique dance about the altar of the god, chanting also in a monotonous church-like mode, and a blind Oedipus vanishing away at last into the holy grove, into the spiritual world of healing and redemption. All these things make up a picture of old Greece that is strangely different from the rosy lubberland of our neo-pagans. If one wanted to describe the Attic drama in a phrase, one might call it the doctrine of predestination set to slow music. It would seem indeed that a race which could imagine the avenging Furies possessed of necessity the notion of right and wrong, and needless to say this conclusion is supported by evidence of all kinds, and from all quarters. And quite by the way, it must be remembered that Plato and Aristotle were somewhat serious people, who are still not without influence in the serious thought of the world. And there is another consideration which disposes of the popular idea of paganism as mere unregulated sensuality. Mr. Andrew Long has shown with varied learning and much eloquence that the Greek mythology and ritual, our barbarous mythology and ritual, as developed and beautified by a people of high aesthetic gifts. He has shown that we may see the rude origins of classic religion still surviving amongst Australian blackfellows and such like peoples, whence follow more than might appear. It follows that the Greek was ruled and governed and hemmed in by a complicated and wide-spreading net of observances, of purifications, of ritual customs, of taboos and commands, all of which things were in the way of his doing exactly as he liked all day long. It is agreed by those who know the barbarous races of these days that if such peoples have a different morality and a different code from ours, at least that morality and that code are most rigidly observed. Neither a blackfellow nor a Negro can do what he likes under all circumstances. No doubt these, like the ancient Greeks, have licenses of which we should not approve. But on the other hand, wild Australia and Central Africa and old Greece have and had laws and observances, prohibitions and ordinances, which would have seemed minutely oppressive to a 17th century Scotch Presbyterian. In the old paganism, as in that which survives today amongst savages, there were initiations painful to the body and awful to the spirit. Before a man was allowed to experience pleasure, he was required to prove that he was able to suffer anguish bravely and patiently. On the whole, I am inclined to think that many of those who now praise paganism would not have been really happy if they had lived in Athens. And as for Sparta... End of Section 20. Paganism. Section 21 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Education and the Uneducated. It is hardly possible to read the newspaper for many weeks in succession without being confronted by some delightful remarks about the older universities and their system. Perhaps some idiot parent writes to express his conviction that Latin and Greek are of but little use in the city. Possibly some young budding virgin of the press who is acquiring the first principles of the gospel according to Peter Carey warns Oxford and Cambridge that unless they set their archaic houses in order and grant degrees in honors and business, otherwise common swindling, they must go. Or possibly the field may be changed, and some hermit of Mount Carmel may startle hundreds of thousands of readers with the discovery that the curriculum of the county council schools does not make a lad a good plumber or an expert carpenter. In each case, the concealed premise, which is taken for granted, is the same, and roughly stated, it is to the effect that education is that process which enables a man to get on in life. This, of course, is nonsense and confusion. Education is a mental and spiritual training. It has no relation of any sort to the matter of technical instruction, whatever the technique to be acquired may be. A man may be a perfect plumber and be uneducated. Another man may be a supreme violinist and be uneducated. A third man may manage a bank with the most exquisite skill and the most delightful grace, and yet be wholly uneducated. Let it be understood then, once and for all, that apprenticeship to a craft has nothing whatever to do with the process by which a man is enabled to realize his own true self, to become what he was intended to become in the interior sphere of things. Oxford may be or may not be a home of true education, but the fact, if it be a fact, that Oxford does not fit a man for a stock exchange career must be set aside at the beginning of any inquiry as to its educational merits as wholly impertinent. On the other hand, the board school education may or may not be bad and mischievous, but at any rate it is not the business of the board school to teach the art of scavenging, and any allegations to that effect are nil ad rem. Then there is another point, owing to a very unimportant discovery, now dating back to some 4.5 centuries. We have got strangely confused ideas as to the instruments and subject matter of real education. This discovery of the art of multiplying copies of a book at a cheap rate by the use of movable types has somehow given birth to the crazy notion that a man who can read books is educated, while a man who cannot read books is uneducated. Anyone who likes to take the trouble of thinking will see that this proposition is quite ludicrously false. If it were not false, then the illiterate Greeks who listened to the bard reciting the Odyssey, the Jews who heard the prophecy of Isaiah, the country folk who knew a whole library of goodly and noble ballads, were all uneducated, while young Guppy in the train with his sheets of yellow intelligence, his sheaves of snippets, is educated. And young De Vere, pale with his study of The Guide to the Turf, is also educated. This is so clearly a ridiculously and intolerable proposition that one wonders how it can ever have been advanced, and yet it is of some antiquity. The venerable and pompous band of scholar boobies who made much of Burns at Edinburgh and helped to ruin him for life were clearly under the impression that they were educated and that the poet was uneducated. This was the marvel to them. Here was a man who could make very well indeed, there was no denying it, and yet he had no degrees or honors from any university whatever. Knew no Greek, no Latin, and only the most elementary French. Just enough to sign himself Rousseau. In fact, Burns had read very few books in any language whatever. Therefore, said the boobies aforesaid, he is an uneducated man. Hence their wonder, as at some strange prodigy in sport of nature. They stared at poor Burns as others might have stared at a learned pig or mathematical magpie. The real fact was that the literati of Edinburgh were for the most part wholly uneducated, while Burns was a very highly educated man, not on account of his smattering of school instruction, but rather in spite of it. He would have been a greater man still, in all probability, if he had never been taught to read printed books. It was from books that he learned that it was proper and poetic to call the sun Phoebus. It was the study of books that set him to writing his weak and stilted imitations of English poetry. It was the study of books and the company of men stupefied with books that caused him to despise the real university that he had attended, a stool at the feet of an old woman who knew the old songs and the ancient tales and all the legends of the old vanished Scotland. There is then no necessary connection between book learning and education. Many men have been educated in the very highest degree who could not tell B or Beth or Beta from a bull's foot. Of course, in the days when the great majority of men were really educated, education was not so much in books as in the whole structure of life. It was in the air that they breathed. A man not only went to the theatre and heard the Oedipus, not only listened to the story of the wanderings of Ulysses, not only heard the fairy history of Herodotus declaimed. He lived in a land undefiled by the devil temples called factories. He saw on every side the gracious dwelling places of the gods. He joined in his village rituals. He could wear a wreath without feeling that he was making a fool of himself. He saw in all nature a wonderful operation of unseen and mysterious forces. His eyes could almost see the gleam of the white naiad in the brook, and the oak boughs rustled with the feet of the tree nymph. In the depths of the wood there lurked great Pan. There were powers in the clouds and powers in the mighty deeps. On the mountain tops present deity was enthroned. Wonders and mysteries were about all his ways. His eyes beheld beauty, and his lips uttered beauty. This was an educated man, until people learned that all these old fables tell infinitely more of the real truth of things than their sixpenny manuals of chemistry and biology. Nay, that the whole effect of the one is truth, and that the whole effect of the other is lies. They will remain uneducated in spite of their manuals, or rather because of them. It is not that these little books are technically incorrect. They are probably quite truthful as far as they go, or till next year or so, when their theories, such as they are, will be entirely overturned by some new discovery. They would be quite useful little books if those into whose hands they fell understood that they were merely the fanciful and pleasing dreams of scientific men about the appearances and outskirts of the universe. But unfortunately the statement that gold is an element is taken by most readers as a final and eternal truth, and the result is, naturally enough, great mental confusion, as the readers in question imagine, not that they are in possession of a questionable statement which may be shattered to dust in tomorrow's paper, but that they know all that is to be known about gold. It is as if we were asked for a description of a turner, and replied by giving a detailed chemical analysis of the various pigments employed by the artist, assuring the inquirer at the same time that he now understood all there is to understand in this or that masterpiece. So if we would be educated, we must pitch the sixpenny manuals into the fire, not into the dustbin, lest the scavengers become corrupted, and summon back the nymph to the brake and the dryad to the oak. Or there is still a better way, since there was a time in which men had a finer education than any that Greece could offer. So far as the Gothic cathedral is exalted above the Parthenon, so much higher was the standard of education in the Middle Ages than in the days of Pericles. I am not sure whether it is still necessary to bring forward evidence as to this proposition. One knows what a stupendous and absurd paradox it would have seemed to Macaulay. Macaulay, of course, thought that the age of real education, of true enlightenment, had only just begun in his own time. From his point of view, all creation had been groaning for countless centuries under a dark pall of ignorance. The Greeks were almost as bad as the people in the Middle Ages. Neither the one or the other had so much as thought of the steam engine. All history had been but a sort of groping, a long and weary setting of the scene, till at last the curtain went up on a blaze of light, on the Whig administration, and on the passing of the first Reform Act. The schoolmaster was at last abroad, as Macaulay's fellow lunatic observed, and real history was just going to begin. Alas, we have stepped up since then in response to the blatant showman's invitation, and we have found the show by no means answerable to the pictures painted outside. I think it is now hardly necessary to argue this point. I think it is fairly well agreed that the man who calls the period circa 1200 to circa 1450 the Dark Ages is an ignorant ass. One may say that during this time man approached very nearly to the state to which he has been called, that in the chief work of that day, the cathedral, he realized most perfectly the image of the world, a vast place of splendors and glories, of heights and of depths, of descents and aspirations, of shining light and abodes of darkness, of ringing bells and chanting choirs, of glowing martyrs in dyed vestments, of strange and hideous grotesques, and all designed for worship. Those who made these places were educated. Those who bowed down in them were educated. And so great a spirit moved then on the waters of the world that not only the altars of the Most High, but the commonest things of common life showed some gleam from the inmost shrine. The barns, the hovels, the bowls and platters, the pot that hung over the farmhouse fire, the very nails that studded the doors, all the things that this age made are now objects on which we barbarians look with longing. And if we have money, we pay artists and skilled artisans to imitate for us, as well they can, the work of the medieval blacksmith and carpenter. If we could have a little village church, just as it was before the schoolmasters of the Reformation began to be abroad, the wealth of an American millionaire could hardly purchase it. It would actually be a commercial asset of enormous value. It seems to me unlikely that any future age, however dark may be the period of besotted and blatant ignorance that is before us, will wish to spend countless millions on the acquisition of Dr. Clifford's meeting-house. These men, then, I think we may call educated. These makers of beauty. These dwellers among sculptured loveliness. These men who made the images of the eternal glory. Even businessmen might pause and reflect, for it seems that in the long run it pays not to be a brute, that there is actual money in being a man, instead of being a wretched slave-driver and stinkfinger and erector of free churches which blaspheme the sun and the sky and the flowers and the light of day in their stones as in their doctrine. It would be perhaps too much to say that education in any real sense is utterly impossible at the present day. We can see from what has been said that it must be a work of enormous difficulty, for any true teaching that can be given from books or from word of mouth is straightway contradicted and annulled by the whole atmosphere and circumstances of modern life. How can we truly learn beauty if our days are passed for the most part in a horrible orgy of hideousness and corruption? How can we expect a factory hand to realize the beauty, the wonder, the mystery of anything whatever when his whole life is passed in some soul and mind and body destroying occupation? When his daily work is hardly more intelligent than that of the cogs and endless bands and poison vats which he has to supervise, and his only holiday is made up of a nightmare called to coop, washed down with much adulterated beer. A man who lives such a life can see nothing and understand nothing. He has, not by his own fault, but by the fault of his masters and spiritual teachers, fallen again from paradise. And so far as one can see, his one idea of happiness is to turn out his master and become master himself, which is about as foolish and futile as if one proposed to regenerate America by seeing that every adult citizen became a millionaire. One discovers but little hope for such men as these, and the so-called education that is given them is probably but the adding of fuel to the flames of their burning. It is a giving of a picture gallery to a blind man. It has been shown again and again that the result of more than 50 years' compulsory education had been the creation of a race of ferocious and degraded brutes called hooligans. Why should we expect any other result? We should not dream, I hope, of insisting on a typhoid patient eating a hearty meal of roast beef, greens, Yorkshire pudding, and potatoes with apple tart and Stilton cheese to follow, the whole washed down by a pint or so of strong ale. We have done a more deadly deed than that, however, and perhaps some of us may live to see the result of our ignorant and malignant folly. So much for the education of the people who work with their hands, of the poor. Worse still is the case of the rich. The poor have many ills to endure, but they have nothing quite so bad as the great English public school system. The county council claims only so many hours of their lives every day. It does not shut them up for months at a time in accursed barracks and indoctrinate them with a poison called the tone or the ethos. Poor boys who are sensible make haste to forget the farrago of useless information that they have been compelled to acquire, and devote themselves to their craft, whatever it may be, with such relaxations as street gambling for halfpence, and an interest in all the winners to make life endurable. One hopes that there are very few children of the county council who in after life remember anything whatever as to the height of Mont Blanc, the course of the Dnieper, the date of the invention of gunpowder, or the difference between a calyx and a stamen. But the public schoolboy does not escape so easily. It is not that he is burdened with learning, useful or useless. He does not worry his friends by repeating Greek choruses in a rapt undertone between the courses at dinner. He does not speak the French tongue with such second nature that his replies to casual remarks are often couched in that language. His knowledge of English literature would be counted in championship points as 100. His perceptions of art are about as keen as those of a hippopotamus, and his acquirements in theology would expose him to the derision of the 8-years-old child of a Spanish farm laborer. Let us do justice to the system. The public schoolboy's master has brought the art of not teaching anything in particular and of doing everything in the wrong way to such an exquisite pitch that very few boys leave their school with any ideas worth speaking of on any subject whatever. Everything in this way has been done that mortal wit can compass. Not only has the lad been taught the classics in such a sort that he comes quite early to regard Latin and Greek as mere pits of destruction from which horrible and torturous puzzles of grammatical construction are exploded by the master. Not only is he curiously and thoroughly purged of the idea that Greeks and Romans were human beings who wrote, sometimes, wonderful and splendid literature. Not only is he instructed in French to such purpose that he can neither speak it, understand it, or write it. All this is great, but it is not enough. The beautiful things in English literature are seized on by the dear old head, brave roaring plays of Shakespeare, such as Henry IV, Henry V, The Merry Wives of Windsor, things full of life and action and clanging swords and wine and tavern gaiety and the supreme blackguardism of Falstaff and his followers. All this the schoolboy receives in a little book encrusted with the laborious filth and rubbish of many notes. At every line the wretched lad finds his interest annihilated by some horrible command to cf. Something with something else not a bit like it. With those noble Agincourt speeches, celebrating the memory of Crispin Crispinian, comes a hideous drench of Franco-English history. Pistol cannot pour out his wonderful rodomontados without the miserable annotators speculating as to where and when he picked up his vocabulary. And the boy is lucky if the fooleries of Dr. Caius do not lead to a lengthy and futile dissertation on the founder of Gonville and Caius. It is done, and done thoroughly. The pupil acquits himself brilliantly in that Chinese lunacy called the examination, and firmly resolves never to open a Shakespeare for the rest of his days. All this is granted. Nothing is omitted which may convince the boy that all learning is a disagreeable folly, and that literature is one of the most tiresome of the many forms of rot. In 10 years' time, the average public school man has shed all the useless catalogue of facts and dates and notes that he has been forced to stuff into his brain. But unfortunately, there is much else that he cannot shed. It is easy enough to forget the date of Agincourt and the rules relative to the optative and the oratio obliqua. It is not so easy. It is very difficult indeed to eliminate the poisonous stream of cant, humbug, lies, and devil worship which is injected day after day into the wretched inmates of these public schools. The infernal cultus of success and money, of getting on, of making good friends, the entire and absolute absence of anything remotely resembling real religion, the positive presence of the grossest materialism, of the vulgarest ideas, these things stay. It is bad enough that £250 may be spent yearly for 8 or 9 years in the manufacture of the uninstructed booby. It is much worse that the system, not content with this mainly negative result, imparts grace to the boys, enabling them to become offensive bounders, persons from whom all the generous, noble, and compassionate impulses which become generosi are entirely missing. It was not always so. 60 or 70 years ago, an Italian image man was mobbed by the rugby boys, and his wares set up for Aunt Sally's and smashed. There was trouble, and a Mr. Hughes, an old Tory squire in Berkshire, wrote in high wrath to his son at the school, pointing out that he who despised and outraged the poor despised and outraged God's ordinance in making them so, and also that it was a gentleman's chiefest privilege to protect and succour the poor. Mr. Hughes was evidently a thinker of an obsolete type. It is not very long since a band of strolling players, men and women, were hounded and insulted through the high street of Harrow by the young disciples of the tone, the ethos, and the system. End of section 21. Education and the Uneducated. Section 22 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. LibriVox recordings in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. New Lamps for Old. As a belated reader of Mr. Wells' New Worlds for Old, and a confirmed anti-socialist, I should like to say quite unofficially how much I appreciate the moderation and the genial reasonableness with which the author puts the case for a partial reconstruction of the social order. I say partial advisedly, since Mr. Wells is careful not to promise any new heavens or new earth, and while he argues that the great majority of people would be much more comfortable and more free from worry under the new system, he is also honest and sensible enough to admit that with many of us it would be practically as you were. Authors who did not please large numbers of people would be no better off than now, and as for that vision of municipalities contending for the honor of publishing our books, well, I for one cannot realize it, cannot believe in it at all, unless it is presumed that the mere readjustment of economic conditions would so change the hearts of aldermen that London would become an ancient Athens, or as medieval Florence. Still, New Worlds for Old is an interesting, an amiable, and a suggestive book. One knows how the socialist position is presented by certain other writers in the same cause. I am perfectly sober at the moment of writing, I beg to say, and one is thankful for Mr. Wells' good nature and moderation. But there is a root idea behind his arguments which we would like to have more fully elucidated. That is his doctrine of the universal goodwill, and of its issue in a constant upward progress. Is it really proven that the universal goodwill is any more real than the universal evil will? Is "blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord" a fact, while "crucify him" is an illusion? I know Mr. Wells's point of view is the popular one. It is the thing to dance a kind of world dance to the accompaniment of a cosmic "for we are jolly good fellows." Dr. Horton danced this dance in a recent book. To him the universe seemed to consist of summer seas, cooing doves, skipping lambs, and Hampstead Congregationalists. He forgot the storms and the water floods and the cobras and the devilfish and the Roman Catholics. Surely a good many of us are jolly bad fellows, and unfortunately we often get the upper hand and give the good fellows the very devil's own time. I am not aware that any deep thinker of the past has ever maintained this doctrine of the universal goodwill of men, and even if there has been such a thinker, I would respectfully submit that the proposition is against the weight of evidence. Rabelais occurs to me. He certainly made "do as you please" the motto of the great abbey of Thelema, on the ground that well-born and well-bred people of liberal education will always do the right thing. But then, unfortunately, that is not true. And if it were true, there are so many of us who are neither well-born, well-bred, nor well-educated. I think we might go so far with Mr. Wells as to say that it is somewhat easier to be a great saint than a great sinner. By a great sinner is not meant l'homme moyen sensuel, but I do not see how this is to help us, since true sanctity and true sin are fine arts only for a few men in any age. Frankly, I fail to see that the predominance of goodwill has been established. On the contrary, I should be inclined to say that on the whole, in temporal matters only, the evil will has had the upper hand. Eternity is beyond Mr. Wells' purview, so here I say nothing of that. But in Syria, and in Middlesex, and in the United States of America, the prophets are mostly stoned. And then there is the corollary to the universal goodwill proposition, the universal progress upwards. Now, are there any solid reasons for believing in anything of the kind? I am sure that Mr. Wells does not limit the sense of the word progress to mere bodily ease and security. It would be an injustice to attribute such a folly as that to any unconvinced human being. I should even doubt whether Mr. R.J. Campbell of the City Temple really believes this ichthyosaurus of a fallacy, though he seems to now and then. Mr. Wells would certainly not commit himself to such a definition, since, both as artist and thinker, he has every reason to know better. To know that man is an extraordinary complex, who is sometimes quite unaffected by physical conditions. St. Thomas Aquinas was absolutely unaffected by the splendors and delicacies of the king's banquet. St. Polycarp was happy in the flames. Cervantes, old and hungry and neglected, was certainly happy in his Don Quixote. And I am sure that the man who carved the Lincoln imp was happy in spite of bad water, bad food, and the entire absence of sanitation. These people may have been very silly, but that has nothing to do with it. They were men, and they count, as I am sure Mr. Wells would be the first to allow. Indeed, his book makes it plain that he does not sum up everything desirable under the headings of shelter and dinner. This being allowed, is it certain that progress is so constant as he would have us believe? The other day I saw a bit of very simple jewelry made by some black fellow in Central Africa. The materials were gold, and a few hairs from an elephant's tail. The result was a quaint and delightful bracelet, made delicately, fancifully, with originality. I compared it in my mind with 9/10 of the work in the average jeweler's shop in London. The horrible barbarism of the latter was too painfully manifest. Then it seems to me, qua his craft, the London jeweler has not progressed beyond the black savage. On the contrary, he is hundreds of years behind the Negro. He is thousands of years behind the old Celt, the Roman, the Egyptian, the Trojan. And as for other things, what evidence is there to show that tram-cars and slate roofs and adulterated food and Russian spirit weigh down the balance on the side of progress? In other words, why should we be certain that the working jeweler of London or Birmingham is a happier man than his black brother? There may, of course, be a certain joy in fastening an enormous diamond into a ring of cast-iron pattern. I am sure it is not to be compared with the joy of making a queer but delightful jewel out of one's own head, a little gold and some elephant hairs. And the Negro race is proverbially backward. It has never made any figure in the arts, and we are the most progressive of nations. But can we altogether congratulate ourselves on our progress? So far as I understand Mr. Wells, he is content, after all, to rest his case on material advantages, especially on those which proceed from humanitarian emotion. He confesses that the intrusion of the sign of some quack medicine into a pleasant landscape is an outrage. But he adds very truly that It is a better sight than that of a wretched malefactor hanging in chains. I quite admit this. But is Mr. Wells sure that this decided improvement in externals proceeds from a true improvement in the human heart? It must be remembered that there are many cruel and wicked people who faint at the sight of blood. There are many gluttons and good diners who would not like to see the pig's throat cut or the ox felled to the ground. I do not think that I am the more humane, being an eater of lobsters, because I should not like to plunge the wretched creature into boiling water. Is it quite certain that this outward improvement that we are talking about is not very largely due to a mere nervous sensibility, to a dislike of horrid sights and sounds? I suppose there are many people who hear with relief, with satisfaction even, that some cruel and malignant ruffian has been hanged, and yet these people would fall fainting with horror if they were made to witness that last awful scene. And then again we congratulate ourselves that our state is infinitely better than that of the Borgias. But is it really better? Were the Borgias, the poisoners of the exalted, so much worse than the persons who come to honor and great fortune by selling poisonous provisions to the helpless poor? We do not burn people alive now, save in the highly civilized United States of America. We do not sack cities. But how many people in the last 10 years have been brought to ruin, misery, starvation, anguish, and suicide by financial operations? To see with eyes of the flesh a human being burned alive must be an unspeakably awful sight. But perhaps it would not be less awful in reality if we could see with the eyes of the spirit the sum of human agony caused in 1 year by the holy office of the prospectus. And as to what may be called our modern sanitary advantages, I quite agree that if other things were equal, they would be real advantages. If life were happy, it would be better to have a reasonable prospect of living to 80 instead of a reasonable prospect of dying of the Black Death at 30. But if the other things are not equal, if modern life, as seen by its expression in art, is not so happy as ancient or medieval life, if it is on the whole and demonstrably an ugly, that is, an unhappy life, then where is the immense benefit of prolonging it? One can certainly have too much of a bad thing. The maxim as to Cathay in Europe is perhaps of doubtful truth in the instances selected. But no one doubts the soundness of the general principle. Most men would prefer one exquisite dish before 10 courses of insipidity or nastiness. I have never heard a really sober art critic express a wish that Mr. Collier's pictures were ever so much larger, and literary men do not long for a sequel to The Sorrows of Satan. Indeed, it seems to me that all the contrivances to prolong life and to make it more comfortable, from good drains to improved surgery and anesthetics, have been more than counterbalanced by a certain influence that I do not remember to have seen noted in this connection. The fact is that the modern world is profoundly cowardly, with the anxious, incessant, ever-gnawing cowardice that allows the patient no rest. To be quite familiar, we are in a blue funk. We know the names of diseases. We know their symptoms. We know all about our own insides. We are in a perpetual terror, lest something should be mortally wrong with us. It is possible that the bodily terrors of the average modern man who attains the average length of days, if added together, would surpass all the torments and the terrors of the poor wretch who swung from the cart at Tyburn. To take the case of malignant disease, today the sufferer from carcinoma experiences in spirit, in dread, in foreknowledge, 10 times the inevitable anguish of the body. Of old, such a person would die after great physical pain assuredly, but not after months or years of unspeakable mental agony. And of old the torments of the body might and often did become transmuted into the joys of the spirit. Now, progress has in many cases made this impossible. In this progress, the poet in Bel Ami saw nothing but ever-increasing woe and misery, with that awful grand culbute, death as a close. He argued acutely and philosophically that as the sense of things became keener, the intellect more refined, so much deeper and more profound would become the wretchedness of man, so much more horrible the dread of the black pit of extinction. In all honesty and frankness, I cannot believe for a moment that Mr. Wells has proved his proposition of a constant, steady, and universal progress to better, that is, happier, things. Slavery is theoretically a bad state, for instance, and I am sure that the average slave in Virginia was a much happier man than is the average millionaire in New York today. Theoretically, the former was a wretch, lacking every opportunity of happiness, liable to every extremity of woe. Theoretically, the latter is the overman, the being who can command every advantage and every bliss. In honest fact, it is the millionaire who deserves our profound pity, while the slave was often the merriest of men. In other words, the happiness of man, whether it be of a high or low degree, depends on facts which are nowise related to the physical and material sphere. The new lamp may be of superior shape and elegance to the old. It will never summon the genie. It will never build the magical palace wherein the soul of man can dwell in peace and in delight. End of section 22. New lamps for old. Section 23. Of the Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Mandatum Novissimum. There is a certain puzzling question that I often think over. It is something like this. Suppose a painter coming from his studio, conscious of hopeless failure in the picture that was to have been the sum of all his art. A writer laying down his pen with the cold conviction that his great romance is in reality a 10th-rate novel. A husband standing by the deathbed of his wife. The problem which perplexes me is, would any one of these three be rendered any happier by the offer of a dinner at a first-class restaurant with a box for one of Mr. Shaw's plays to follow? Personally, I don't think even the finest consommé would be balm in either of these three cases. And so I don't believe Mr. Shaw is right when he says that poverty is the great evil of evils, and that if everybody had £1 a day for life, everybody would be happy. I believe, on the contrary, that many men with £1 a day could be produced who are not at all happy. That is a demonstrable fact that there is no connection whatever between money and happiness. I presume, of course, that Mr. Shaw means by money that which money can purchase, comfortable houses, nice dinners, and a month in the Highlands, for the universal consent has pronounced the man who loves money for its own sake as above all men miserable. The fact is, I have been reading the preface to Major Barbara, called by Mr. Shaw First Aid to Critics. One may pass by the paragraphs which show the critics to have been mistaken in deriving that which Mr. Shaw calls the Shavian Anschauung from Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Ibsen, Strindberg, Tolstoy, or some other heresiarch in Northern or Eastern Europe. The ingenious author sets us right on this point, and one feels gratified. There are many people who are content to take rather a steep walk from Cheltenham up to the hills where the tiny sources of the Thames are to be seen, and they remain the bubbling wells afterwards when they stand on London Bridge and view the mighty flood roll outward to the sea. But this information as to Mr. Shaw's origins, though deeply interesting in itself, is not altogether to my purpose, which is more concerned with the Anschauung itself than with its primal founts. Mr. Shaw, of course, is a dangerous subject to handle. I am told that he is very fond of jokes, and does not always quite mean what he says. Still, one must accept the written word for what it is worth, and bear the inevitable jocularity with the best grace possible. I gather, then, that our ingenious author thinks that the greatest of evils and the worst of crimes is poverty. This is the firm belief of one of the characters in Major Barbara, but Mr. Shaw speaks of Undershaft's conviction of this irresistible natural truth, so, with hesitation, I am content to accept this doctrine of poverty as Mr. Shaw's own belief, especially as a few pages farther on Mr. Cobden Sanderson's plan of universal pensions for life is declared to be the solution of the industrial problem. Again, we have the declaration that any punishment of any kind is a malicious injury, and an act of diabolical cruelty. An instance is given. Suppose a burglar broke into Mr. Shaw's house and stole his wife's diamonds. It would be a monstrous retaliation on Mr. Shaw's part if he got the man 10 years penal servitude. On the same principle, we are told that the anarchist attempt to blow the King and Queen of Spain to pieces on their wedding day was natural enough, though foolish. While, on the other hand, the attempts of the authorities to arrest the assassin with the view of punishing him were a raging fire of malice, and the people who wanted to catch him were human wolves howling for his blood. And here one must speak out. Mr. Shaw, who will be after his jokes, gives, as I have noted, a formidable list of his literary ancestors. These are Charles Lever, a Mr. Ernest Belford Bax, a Captain Wilson — the captain had a very poor opinion of the Sermon on the Mount — a Mr. Stuart Glennie, and the author of Erewhon, all are little rivulets that have gone to feed the great flood called George Bernard Shaw. But Mr. Shaw will be jesting. All that discourse of anarchism to which I have alluded, all the fun about the Spanish anarchist and the bomb are taken straight out of Robert Louis Stevenson's The Dynamiter. A capital book, though Mr. William Archer does not like it very much. If I may be Shavian for one little moment, if I may for a fleet instant wear the cloak of the prophet, if I may say that I have not yet attempted to give an eager public any insight into the springs and fountains of the Machenian Onshong, it really looks rather well. But to be serious, I may say that I have some title to speak about the Dynamiter, because I conveyed its manner and methods for a book of mine called The Three Impostors. I was not so fortunate as Mr. Shaw. The reviewers told me quite simply that I had cribbed from Stevenson. It must be so much nicer to have an Onshong, and to derive it from a formidable list of heresiarchs. But as a student of the Dynamiter, I must reiterate my conviction that the poor Spaniard, striking his little blow for the good and the true, trying his poor best to make the earth a paradise by inflicting cruel and violent death upon two harmless young people, and then flying, poor hunted creature, from the wolves howling for his blood, all this is pure Dynamiter. The Irish-American in that moving history walks through Leicester Square, full of old men and small children and nursery maids wondering where he can plant his instrument of wholesale death to the best advantage, and while he looks out for a cozy corner, he suddenly reflects on the fact that the savage hounds of tyranny may even now be on his trail, that if his mission were known he might be torn to pieces by a cruel and ruthless mob. I think he sheds tears. I am sure Mr. Shaw has wept not a little over the fate of the fulminating Spaniard. Indeed, as he says, the Spaniards are fond of bullfighting, which to be sure is a cruel pastime enough. And of course, if people like bullfighting, it is simple reason that their young king and queen should be blown to fragments. And if a few royal servants and spectators and poor folk are blown to bits with them, why, all the better, as such treatment teaches us that we must not be cruel and shut up burglars in nasty prisons. Still, I think GBS might have mentioned our LS. Captain Wilson, who didn't approve of the counsels of perfection, and Mr. Ernest Belfort Bax, a ruthless critic of current morality, no doubt sound more serious and respectable. But I wish Mr. Shaw had not forgotten the poor teller of many tales. But we must not wander from our proper field. We have seen that poverty is the greatest of crimes and evils, that £365 per annum for everybody would mean the golden age, that all punishment is wrong, except punishment inflicted on innocent people by courageous souls. Let it be once more repeated to fulminate those who mean only good is natural and proper and excellent, things being as they are. To send a maquereau, or a torturer of children, to jail is a horrible and inhuman outrage. It is equivalent to decreeing that everyone found to be suffering from chicken pox shall be immediately inoculated with smallpox. Let us also remember that to teach children that it is sinful to desire money is to strain upwards the extreme possible limit of impudence in lying and corruption and hypocrisy. The universal regard for money is the one hopeful fact in our civilization, the one sound spot in our social conscience. Money is the most important thing in the world. It represents health, strength, honor, generosity, and beauty as conspicuously and undeniably as the want of it represents illness, weakness, disgrace, meanness, and ugliness. Money is the counter that enables life to be distributed socially. It is life as truly as sovereigns and banknotes are money. This is indeed the new evangel. Here is hustle with a halo, with a vengeance. Sancta Rockefeller, ora pro nobis. O blessed be it, intercede for us. O holy Barnato, pray for us. O all ye holy and blessed millionaires who, despising, with the singular Captain Wilson, the vigorous Belfort Bax, the beatific Butler, with all other adulterating and admirable plutocrats, who, despising the joys of poverty, the delights of conformity, the pleasures of submission, all ye who, trampling on celestial joys, have gloriously elected to trample on the poor, who have amassed enormous sums in sound government securities, and investments which nothing can touch, who, thinking naught of the treasure in heaven, have laid up vast treasure on earth. All ye blessed ones, intercede for us. Then we should commemorate and give thee thanks for all who, after the example of blessed and venerable Captain Wilson, despise the meek and humble of the earth, who have trodden on the faces of the oppressed, who have maintained in the dialectical society and elsewhere that great is the glory of the upper dog, all good and holy tyrants who have ground the faces of the poor to teach them the evil of poverty, all sanctified manufacturers who have won riches through the lives of helpless men and women, and girls and little children, all hallowed, glorious, and perfect Americans who, despising kings, have made a hell of their own, all excellent and worthy representative bodies, who in the wonderful name of democracy have made a very pretty penny out of the people, all humble and holy theorists, who out of love of humanity have massacred their thousands, and have realized considerable sums by the process. These we commemorate, for these do we give thanks. Certainly, for money is life. It is a glorious canon, is it not? The Rite of Bernard Shaw, the Shavian Liturgy. It is new, it is of the 20th century. It is made for the salons of hopeless old female idiots who must be putting a finger into that which they do not understand, who, lacking the manners of a Hottentot, must be posing as successors of the great ladies of the old regime. It is new, certainly, for it is very different from the cry of the saints under the altar, who know not how long oppression and violence and wrong shall be suffered to continue, from the praise of a great failure that has always instinctively issued from all worthy human hearts from the beginning of the world. The Lamb that was slain. We have outgrown all that. Let us sing the successful financier who has brought it off, and liveth in Park Lane, who has decided that poverty is the one thing he will not tolerate. Again, let us say that it is very good. We know that poverty is the greatest of crimes, and the greatest of evils, that all punishment is ferocious savagery, that bomb-throwing is as innocent as daisies and lambs in spring, that wealth is wisdom, that George Bernard Shaw does not believe in gibbets, differing from St. Paul in that respect. What is the end? Why, in the blessed future, anybody who does not see eye to eye with that Armstrong must be sent to lethal chamber like a mad dog. This is the final reward of the nonconformists in the new Shaw-Rusalem. It would be far more sensible to put up with their vices as we put up with their illnesses until they give more trouble than they are worth, at which point we should, with many apologies and expressions of sympathy, and some generosity in complying with their last wishes, place them in the lethal chamber and get rid of them. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to expiate their misdeeds by a manufactured penalty, to subscribe to a charity, or to compensate the victims. Not content with the old scapegoat and sacrificial lamb, we deify human saviors and pray to miraculous virgin intercessors. O wonderful condescension! O admirable compassions! No longer do we send the cruel rascal to his cell, we suffocate him in the lethal chamber, with many apologies and expressions of sympathy. Must we not all pray that the kingdom of Bernard Shaw may come? How sweet to be poisoned with many apologies and expressions of sympathy in place of the cruel savagery of 40 shillings a month. Frankly, I am tired of all this. Mr. Shaw is, I am sure, a very clever man. His dramatic entertainments seem, on the whole, the only reason for regarding the English stage with the slightest atom of respect. And quite seriously, I think that if he had given his mind to the work, he might have assumed a high place in the company of the great English comic dramatists, with Sheridan and Oscar Wilde. Those who are honest know the go and come of the English theatre. They know how in certain remote days a wild orgy of rubbishy plays and of rubbishy criticism rioted on the English stage and in the English newspapers. There were depths and depths. The frantic idiotic was praised by Mr. Clement Scott, and then again Mr. William Archer announced that a new heaven and a new earth had arrived with the coming of Ibsen, not only as a playwright, but as a prophet of all things. One would have reverenced Mr. William Archer if he had not turned out to be the most accomplished apologist of the clever fraud, of the box-office substitute, that has ever existed. Now let it be said that Mr. Shaw's plays are, at all events, intelligent and interesting. They are not a succession of clever tricks, but the genuine pronouncements of a genuine thinker, who has chosen the dramatic form, without much respect be it said to the conventions of the theatre. It is excellent, and one lifts one's hat to Mr. George Bernard Shaw for his honest endeavour to show that the English stage is not of necessity the cynosure of nursery-maids and of saloon-bar Solomons. I remember a far-off night the late Sir Henry Irving had produced at the Lyceum the shameful, putrid, and abominable travesty of a noble spiritual legend called the Morte d'Arthur. I was sitting groaning and smoking a pipe to the scandal of the habitués, when there entered 2 typical first-nighters, the shiny, bediamonded, beshirted ruffians who infest the London stalls at a production. "Wonderful," said number 1. "Admirable," said number 2. "We come here expecting perfection, and we get it," said number 1. and they swallowed their bad whiskey at 1 and 6 a glass, which was not so venomous as the poison that was being discussed on the stage. We may be thankful that to some extent these bad old days are over, that it is no longer possible to travesty the noblest masterpieces amidst flatulent and universal approval. And I think that Mr. Shaw is one, and perhaps the strongest of the influences that have brought about this good result. But the fact of having written a play that is not a decoction of rice pudding and whiskey and soda is not in itself a degree in philosophy. One may even fill the court theatre and not be in a position to rise superior to all the thought of all the ages, though I am sure that to fill any theatre is a very stimulating and exciting feat. I am not forgetting Mr. Shaw's other achievements. He said some very smart things about the Holy Trinity in the Savoy. I know what courage this sort of thing needs, and personally I think that there ought to be an order in recognition of these daring sallies. Still, there may be some things hidden from an Irish Protestant. The fact is that Mr. Shaw is simply an ordinary case of a man brought up in that horrible travesty of religion called Protestantism. Only in this especial case the man happens to have brains and a heart. In the usual run of circumstances these items are missing, and one goes into business and subscribes to the Society for the Conversion of the Jews, and builds a factory, and lays waste a pleasant country, and enters Parliament, and very likely professes an enormous enthusiasm for the people that one has enslaved. The recognized method of showing that one is the people's friend is to say some hard things of the bishops. Mr. Shaw has penetrated beyond this. He sees that a successful manufacturer is by many degrees more poisonous than a burglar. He sees that the great majority of people are poor and wretched, and he concludes that they are wretched because they are poor. Here, I think, is the deadly error. It is really quite obvious, it is past denial. The poor are not inevitably wretched. The wealthy are by no means happy because of their wealth. Not a pound a day, not 1,000 pounds a day, can make any man a whit happier. For that, there needs some inward miracle, some process of the spirit that is beyond all social systems, that knows nothing of aristocracy or democracy, that laughs at poor and rich alike. I come back to my original illustration. The wounds of the spirit cannot ever be healed by the exhibition of a consommé, however artfully prepared. And when one has said this, one has answered the whole question of the distribution of wealth. It is quite true that the meek shall inherit the earth, but that does not precisely mean that those who exercise the lodger franchise shall be as happy as those who dwell in Park Lane. They may be much happier, or not nearly so happy. One is afraid that the whole socialist movement is vitiated by this monstrous fallacy, that the people with big incomes are well off, and therefore happy. Therefore everybody should have big incomes. Mr. Shaw, of course, who knew a Captain Wilson with a very poor opinion of the Sermon on the Mount, is quite certain that everything would be all right if only everybody could live in Park Lane, because then, of course, there could be no burglars. But he has really lived long enough on the earth to know that the true riches are not in having and gaining, but in refusing and renouncing. One is sorry for a man of intelligence who is not aware of the fact that a beggar dying in the gutter may be infinitely happier than a millionaire of advanced views living in a sham Gothic palace in a country without an established church. End of section 23. Mandatum Novissimum. Section 24 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Sad, happy race. I must say at once that in treating of the actor and of certain matters pertaining thereto, I have no intention of falling into the pit that Mr. Upton Sinclair digged for himself. This ingenious American, it will be remembered, desiring to call attention to the wretched and horrible condition of the people who work in Packingtown, Chicago, Illinois, USA, wrote a book called The Jungle, per accidens, and in addition to his denunciation of the shocking conditions under which labor putrefied and died in the service of the tinned meat magnates, he described the nauseous and disgusting manner in which nauseous and disgusting food was prepared for the market. And the result was exactly that which might have been expected. We, his readers, were prepared to hear all about the misfortunes and miseries of the poor Slav, and the unhappy Swede, and the downtrodden laborer, generally with perfect equanimity. In our own happy land there are work-people who are perhaps not quite so comfortable as they would like to be, who are forced to live in poisonous slum settlements, and to pursue trades which mean degradation and early death. And so we were ready to suppose that something of the same kind might happen in America. Still, one can always fall back on Providence and smiles and the blessings of civilization. And if the worst come to the worst, it is usually safe to say that the author must be guilty of gross exaggeration. It is quite strange how we all hate to be told the plain hard truth about anything. I remember the late Dr. Trail, an amiable man, and in many ways an excellent critic, being intensely irritated by a book called Tales of Mean Streets. This book merely said quite gently, using grey when scarlet would have been permissible, that the great majority of the London poor live under horrible and barbarous and soul-destroying conditions. I think Dr. Trail must have known in his heart that this was true, but he hated to be told this truth. But Mr. Sinclair made, as I say, the great blunder. Any little notice that his book might have brought to the poor folk of Packingtown was nullified once and for all by the larger matter of our own stomachs. Any horror that we might have had to bestow on the fate of the characters was swallowed up in the more important question, have we eaten tinned rat and other things for luncheon? And there was an end of Mr. Sinclair's fair design. I am not going to share his fate if I can help it. I am perfectly well aware that my readers do not care two straws whether actors are humbugged, swindled, done down, bullied by vague threats into silence and submission, and to the general public it is of course a matter of complete indifference whether certain theatres offer the player the handsome choice between death by typhoid, pneumonia, or electrocution. Between 4 and 5 years ago at the Borough Theatre, Stratford, I had the pleasure of seeing an actor surrounded by blue flames, and our electrician assured him that he had had a narrow escape. These trifles are nothing in themselves to the public, and if I dwell upon them and on others like them, it is because I wish to point a moral. The moral is that the miseries of the artist are likely to be reflected directly or indirectly in his art. And I hope the deduction is clear. If acting is, in the main, an uncomfortable, precarious, underpaid, ill-treated, sweated business, then the best people will be kept out of it, and consequently the performances will suffer, and therefore the public will miss several laughs and agonies that more competent players could have given them. Moreover, and this touches Londoners nearly, if from one reason or another the provincial theatres do not afford a good school, then London acting will deteriorate, and cultured, wealthy, and intelligent audiences will be brought within measurable distance of boredom. I am sure everybody will agree with me that this would be a dreadful catastrophe, and I want to make people see that it must be averted at any cost, even if actors have to be conceded some of the privileges and immunities of bricklayers and chimney-sweeps. If you engage a sweep to exercise his art on 3 chimneys for 18 pence, and then put it to him that he might be a good chap and do the kitchen chimney as well to oblige, and for nothing, the man would jeer and depart. You do not say that you will send round a circular to every householder in the parish, pointing out that he is a troublesome sweep to have in the house, and if you did, he would still jeer. In analogous circumstances, the actor would tremble and obey. I see that my subject is being developed by the way of digression, but I do not know that this is of much consequence. However, an effort to keep on the straight line of thought shall be made. And to begin at the very beginning, one wonders whether acting is an art at all, even in its highest manifestation. In the work, for example, of Kean I. For my part, I cannot think that even the impersonations of such a man as Kean could have deserved the title of art in its true sense, unless he who reads the poem beautifully is as great an artist as the poet who wrote it. This surely were an intolerable conclusion. The maker must stand on a more exalted plane than the interpreter, and Bach must be forever higher, even immeasurably higher, than the most skilled player of his fugues. And so the play and the playwright, if one be real art and the other a true artist, must always be far above the players. Indeed, there is a sense, Lamb has pointed this out in speaking of King Lear, in which the great play meditated on is a far finer thing than the play seen, as natura naturans is greater than natura naturata. The play acted has gained in distinctness, but it has parted with a whole heaven of suggestion and of mystery. It seems, then, that acting, even of the best, is not in the highest of all senses an art, for the reasons given, and for other reasons too, I think. Many people, in denying the title of art to the player's business, have alleged its fleeting, impermanent, fluid nature, and the curtain falls, and only memories remain. I was urging this argument once to an actor, and he gravelled me by asking what title I should give to a painter, whose work was splendid, but faded out of sight in a few seconds. I should have answered that an analogy to a thing non-existent and inconceivable did not apply, and further that even admitting the possibility of such a transient art of painting, the analogy was bad. The actor never shows us a complete picture. He does a series of lightning sketches, each disappearing to give place to another. There is no total and simultaneous impression. The circle is barely suggested by a succession of segments. It is never totus and teres. Acting, then, may be considered as an artistic craft, and it so far partakes of the artistic matter that, in its highest grades, the faculty for it must be innate. No lessons, no experience, will make a great actor out of a man who lacks the inborn gift. Conversely, the great actors will rise from the darkest and foulest pits of evil circumstance. They will surge up out of 10th-rate melodrama companies and out of a dramatic academy. Of these we do not presume to treat in this place. Our business is rather with the clever and competent craftsman, the man who is always to be relied on for a good show, for an intelligent and lively demonstration of the character that he represents. This is the sort of actor whom circumstances can produce or exterminate. At present, circumstances seem to be exterminating him, and I have pointed out that his absence will affect the theatre-going public. Not very long ago there was a Shakespearean production at a well-known theatre, and more than one critic remarked that, with very few exceptions, the whole company seemed ill at ease in Shakespeare, and more especially in the speaking of blank verse. In an orchestra I am told that it is most desirable for all the instruments without exception to be played in time and tune. However good the leader may be, the whole effect is said to be deplorable if the other violins are uncertain, the flutes flat, the trombones sharp, and the bassoon players just beginning to learn their business. Perhaps something remotely analogous to this state of things may sometimes be found on the boards of very creditable theatres. And here, by the way, is one of the great causes of the ordinary competent actor's decline. If it is believed that people go to see one man or one woman, or perhaps a man and a woman together, and that it doesn't matter how the other parts are played, then evidently it will not be worthwhile paying good wages to good actors, and by consequence good actors will starve and die out. The logical end of this system would be for one or two players to give the whole play between them to the accompaniment of splendid revolving scenery. At intervals, richly clad supers at 2 shillings a night would rush on and do something brisk and exciting while the stars rested their voices. If the public wish for such a state of things, there is nothing more to be said. But if they want to see a play played as a whole, then competent players must be engaged down to the smallest parts. The small part actor is a negative but necessary person. He cannot, save in rare circumstances, do any good either to the play or to himself, and in 9 cases out of 10 the audience is not consciously aware of his existence. Yet he is a part of the picture, and though he may do no good by his competence, he can do an infinite deal of harm by his incompetence. He can be the one false note in the harmony, ruining the whole effect. Well, if this average actor-man that we are discussing is to be kept in existence, his life must be made tolerable. And, under our present commercial dispensation, he must be paid decent wages. I am afraid that no efforts, but merely time and circumstance, can do anything to mend one of the greatest evils in the matter of the stage. So long as hundreds of provincial towns prefer absurd blood and thunder dramas to decent plays, ancient and modern, so long will thousands of actors be trained in a very bad school, in a rubbishy method of enacting rubbish. There is no help, I say, for this. So long as melodrama pays, so long will it be produced. So long would the players be taught to practice a series of absurd conventions found to be effectual in getting rounds. Only at rare intervals can a competent recruit be gained from such a field as this. Only a strong man can go through a course of undiluted blood and remain unaffected by it. But other woes are not beyond remedy, if only the players will look to it. Take, for example, the ordinary touring contract. You have an interview with the manager, and he tells you that the tour will be one of 12 weeks. On this consideration, amongst others, you name the salary you require, and later a list of the towns to be visited is given you with your contract. There is, then, a convention on both sides that you are to be in receipt of, so much a week for 3 months, and you pretend to believe that this is so. But you know very well that it is not so. Your contract will be found to be terminable at a fortnight's notice on either side. You are not engaged for 3 months at all, but for a fortnight, with a fortnightly option of renewal and a fortnightly liability to dismissal. Fair to both parties? It is nothing of the kind. I know of 2 cases in which actors, for one reason or another, gave the notice in question. In the first case, the actor was told to go and never to dream of applying to that management for another engagement. In the second, the manager told the player, a beginner, that if he persisted he would be posted in managerial circles and his career ruined. But what happens when the case is reversed? When the manager gives notice to the actor? Well, the latter goes home and starves, or gets another engagement, as the case may be. In fairness, he ought to be able to say to his manager, "If you persist, I shall denounce you to the actors' union, and no decent actor will work for you." The manager would be vastly amused. There is an actors' union, with a membership of 800 or thereabouts. Actors tell me that they are artists, and as such they do not care to be classed with low, common working men. So they stay outside their union. When the low fellows in question work overtime, they get extra pay, and I think on an advanced scale. The proud artist does his overtime, or matinee, usually for nothing, rarely for half pay. It is not at all uncommon for a whole company who have been engaged for a nominal 3 months, who have rehearsed gratis for a fortnight, to see the notice go up at the end of 6 weeks, which means that the management has robbed them of a month's pay. It is not at all uncommon for the stroller to be confronted with an announcement that the date of November 1st or 7th has not yet been filled in, which signifies the docking of a week's wages, in spite of the fact that the tour list contained the line November 1st, Tr. Mudflat. This practice, I believe, is illegal, and the salary in question would be recoverable at law. But of what use is the law to the actor? He may win his case and secure his £1 or 2, and be regarded ever after as a troublesome man to have in a theatre. It is not to be wondered at that he grumbles in his dressing room and does nothing. Still, of course, he has the comfort of knowing that he is an artist, not a working man, so he stays outside the union. And all this, as I have said, does not tend to attract the average capable man into the profession, and by remote consequence, when Shakespeare is produced at a big London theatre, the performance is a duologue, sometimes even a monologue. And there is another cause that leads to this melancholy end. That is the practice of putting raw beginners and moneyed boobies into small parts, and sometimes one is afraid, into quite considerable parts. Naturally, the result is ruinous. The booby spoils his part, and does his best to spoil the whole play, and all the while he is keeping a man of experience out of a living. In Utopia, managers will agree together that this practice shall cease. In London it will continue, and performances will get more ragged and incompetent, and the good craftsmen will become scarcer, till the general public signifies in some way or another that it is displeased with the result. There are many reasons why the music halls flourish at the theatre's expense, and perhaps one of them is that the music hall artistes, with few exceptions, know their business. An evening at a good hall does not mean Mr. Blank and Miss Dash supported by a large company of idiots and incompetents. I have heard of a manager who was very proud of a wall which was made of real bricks. It would be better to boast of a company composed of real actors. Players, in spite of their miseries and misfortunes, are in the main good-tempered folk. They grumble and bear it, if they cannot always grin and bear it. So it is only fitting that the recital of a few of their woes should end on a more cheerful note. I have been waiting for the last few weeks for a certain article in the daily or weekly press, and that article is the fit eulogy of Mr. F.R. Benson's company from the pen of some competent Bensonian veteran. The article has not appeared, or at any rate I have not seen it, and so I make bold here to consecrate a little space to the man who has done more for the craft of acting than all other managers put together. The other managers, one does not blame them, are not in the business for their health. They are more or less obedient to the maxim endorsed by that great literary authority, Mr. Arnold Bennett. Money talks. And many of them have well deserved the success that they have attained in the commercial order. But for the last 25 years, Mr. Benson has both preached and practiced the better gospel of the craft for the craft's sake. At one point and another he has produced almost all the plays of Shakespeare, and with but slender means he has surpassed the West End managers in accuracy and historical knowledge, if not in material splendors, and in real velvet at 25 shillings a yard. I once heard a dialogue between the antiquarian adviser of a fashionable theatre and an old Bensonian, the latter being not only an actor, but a sound authority on heraldry and costume. The antiquary was scoffing at the idea of Mr. Benson producing a certain piece which this person had decorated and costumed in town. "How can Benson dress such a play?" said the antiquary. "He will dress it in the costume of the period," answered the old Bensonian, "not in dresses 50 years after date like yours." But Mr. Benson has excelled in more important paths than these. He has just celebrated the 25th birthday of his company, and he may reflect with pleasure on the fact that during all this time he has kept the best possible school of acting that England has possessed, or is likely to possess. I have heard that somewhere in London there is an academy of acting, a place with professors and lecturers and such apparatus, a place where well-to-do beginners can be coached in a special part, taught to parrot Hamlet, let us say, for 30 shillings a week. A procedure which saves the touring manager money and is, of course, greatly to the benefit of the whole profession. Mr. Benson has not such high pretensions. He does not profess to turn out dramatic geniuses to order, and when I had the honor of entering his company, he had neither lectures nor professors. But the man who started his career with Mr. Benson in the old days learned the craft in the only possible way. He began at the bottom. He walked on for about a year. He was entrusted with a line or two. He was given a small part. He was given a larger part, as his ability and readiness deserved. A clever young fellow at special seasons, such as the Stratford celebration, might be called on to play, say, 12 minor and varying parts in the course of a week. It is scarcely necessary to compare such a school as this with the work of academies, with the 3 or 4 parts in the year that the young actor has the chance of playing in the ordinary run of the profession. And not only is such a diverse experience of the utmost of incalculable value in the formation of a sound, well-trained actor, but the method employed, and I have no doubt it is, the whole heavens above the ordinary stage management, to which the beginner is usually subjected. Under the system to which I have alluded, the system of Mr. Blank and Miss Dash, supported by a large company of idiots and incompetents, it is a question of drilling inexperienced people into automats. Their speech is measured, their gestures are measured, their stations on the stage are chalked out for them. Indeed, this is the only way when 30 shillings is doing the work of £5. But Mr. Benson, who has the passion of Shakespeare, expects his company to cherish something of the same ardor in their breasts, to think for themselves, to watch the work of their elders, to bring something of the freedom of nature and of life onto the boards, to be men and women, not things that have been wound up by the puppet showman, that can always be depended upon to be a certain square at a certain moment, and to waggle the little finger of the left hand according to the careful instructions at a given cue. There is no company where the necessary technique is so thoroughly taught, but it is a technique of general principles and of general application, and no matter of a certain gesture or a certain tone prescribed without reason given for a certain line, and repeated mechanically without feeling and without intelligence. Before I knew anything about the stage, I met an actor who spoke with authority. He had played, I think, 1 part for 5 years in Charlie's Aunt. "The Bensonians," he said, "are capital fellows and good athletes, but they can't act." I believe that it is only necessary to think of certain names now honored on our London boards to decide that this gentleman was an ass. For my part, I wish to take leave of Mr. F.R. Benson and of his company in the words of the ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. "God speed you, good people. Keep your festival, and remember, if you demand of me aught wherein I can render you a service, I will do it gladly and willingly. For from a child I was fond of the play, and in my youth a keen lover of the actor's art." End of section 24. Sad Happy Race. Section 25 of The Shining Pyramid. The definitive edition by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Capital Levy. An essay in economics. A little politics, I think, for a change. We have all enjoyed the Christmas feast tremendously. I trust we have done our duty as Britons to the turkey, the plum pudding, the mince pies, the port, and the punch, both as a pleasure and as a sacred duty. See the old parson's Christmas sermon in Washington Irving's dear book. Very good. But the fare is rich and full-bodied. It may not be amiss to take something tart and dry and astringent by way of an alternative, as I think the doctors call such a medicine. I call it a pick-me-up. Well, it has gradually filtered into my intelligence, which knows little and cares less about politics, that there has been a general election, and that the Labour Party is the second largest party in the House, polling, by the way, a huge number of votes, which under other electoral systems would have secured them many more seats than they actually hold. And what these formidable fellows want is a capital levy, and, put it plain and put it short, that means taking away money from the haves and giving it to the have-nots. Now, it is not my business to determine whether this would be a good plan or not. Frankly speaking, most emphatically as one of the have-nots, rather, as one of the vagabonds who hope each night that the farmer's fowls are not too noisy, and that the thicket in the wild field is not too wet to sleep in. Frankly, from this my point of view, I should think that the capital levy is nonsense. I don't believe that I should get a penny of it. I think it would go in building more palaces like Australia House in the Strand, and in paying large numbers of official patriots very handsomely. I believe that all the wise folks, not being fanatics, have always declared that dividing up was rubbish. It is said that the condition of the common average man in Russia is not noticeably better now than it was in the days of the Little Father, though that was by no means a golden age. Then the Swiss, a solid people who have run the commonwealth of the common man with very considerable success for some hundreds of years, they will have nothing to say to this Morrison's pill remedy, to quote Carlyle, of a capital levy. The early Christians tried the plan for a few years, but they soon abandoned it, and considering their zeal and their admirable fervor, it would almost seem that the plan is radically incompatible with human nature. It is of no good for man to pretend he has 3 legs unless he is a sideshow in a circus. The impersonation is sure to break down, and to break down in a somewhat lamentable manner. Still, this is all beside the mark. The point is that the very large number of votes cast for the Labour Party and the capital levy signifies that there is a vast body of discontent in the country, a vast number of people who feel that things are all wrong, and that these vague things should be and can be made right. I entirely agree with them, but I don't think that what they really want is more money, though that would be very nice too, if it could be managed. I believe that they are discontented, and rightly discontented, because the work that most of them do is entirely unfit for humanity, because, in consequence, they are bored to tears, angry, sullen, in an ill humor. It sounds somewhat shocking, but if anything like modern industrialism could have existed in ancient times, the only workers would have been slaves and criminals. In the old service books there were prayers for those in the mines. I don't wonder at it. How would you and I like to pass a great part of our lives in a deep, black, hot hole in the ground, lying on our backs in a low, narrow passage, hacking away the coal over our heads? And then the other people, the people who are above ground. I remember once, when I was strolling about England, being roused early in the morning at a place called Farnsworth, not very far from Manchester. I may mention, by the way, that the only thing that would do Farnsworth any good would be TNT and plenty of it. Well, I was roused at this horrid Farnsworth between 5 and 6 in the morning by a clattering on the pavement outside. It was a grey morning, and a grey cold drizzle of rain was falling, and below in the mean ugly street the mill girls with grey shawls on their heads were clattering along in their clogs to the mills, there to be a part of mechanism all day long, to have a little more sense than the looms they tended, but not much. Is it to be wondered that such a life breeds sour discontent? It would be awful indeed if it did not breed discontent, for then humanity would have fled from the human heart. There is another instance that occurs to me. I remember a dozen years ago there was an exhibition of the boot industry up at Islington. The exhibition had a pretty poster called Then and Now, or some such title. One side of it showed a pleasant old man sitting at the door of his pleasant old cottage, affectionately tapping away at a boot, which, be it understood, he had made all by himself. Every slice of leather was his doing, every stitch his sewing, every nail his hammering. When the boots were finished, they would be his humble masterpiece. He might have signed their souls if he would. Adonijah Marbach fecit. Then on the other side of the poster was a brisk young fellow of today, in a modern boot factory, handling some sort of a lever and some sort of a mechanism, and presumably performing the 10th or 20th or 30th process involved in bootmaking as it now is, and destined to do nothing else for the rest of his life. In the poster, this young man looks happy and contented. But he isn't. He votes for the Labour Party, and for loot. I am not in the least surprised. Would you like to depress that lever, move it slightly to the right, raise it, depress it to the left, all day and every day for the natural term of your life? I hope not. And the worst of it is there is no remedy, no possibility of a remedy. Let us have a benevolent despot who would abolish all machinery invented after the 17th century. The result would be that in a few months, a very few months, we should all be starving in tattered clothes and bare feet, and rather worse off than the Russians are today. It is not to be done. It will be noted that I have said nothing about the dangerous trades. I don't think they matter much. Men are not much affected by danger and risk and hazard, nor even by horrible physical discomfort. In fact, many men incur all these things voluntarily and joyfully, and call it sport and adventure and exploration and the army and so forth. If the manufacture of China were a dread adventure, with the risk of poison always and certainly present, but always a tremendous uncertainty as to what might happen any day, any hour, then we should have expeditions to Hanley and Stoke, and heroes insisting on lead-glazing vegetable dishes and sauce-boats with memorial services at St. Paul's for the mighty dead. But it is not so, and it cannot be so. We are bound on the industrial wheel, and that wheel must revolve remorselessly till the end of our era. So far as we can see, boots are going to be made by mechanical processes, and not by individual craft and thought and labor, up to the very end of anything that we can conceive. I repeat, the money question, the question of what recompense the laboring man is to receive for leading a dreary, mechanical, and inhuman life, is important enough, but it is not the question. If money were the root of this sad evil, then the working man would not find his chief delight in finding winners, which are mostly losers and cost him dear. For I believe there is very little doubt amongst those who know that backing horses is distinctly unprofitable for the backers. Peers have come to horrid grief over it, and so have plasters. There are streaks and flashes of luck, of course, but from the practical point of view, it is the baddest of all bad business. The bookies grow to be shining men with red, prosperous necks. The backers go groaning as far as money is concerned, but they go on backing. I see them in bar corners, the evening paper opened at the sporting page, standing with knotted brows, poring over the elaborate tables of tips, comparing the prophecy of the marshal with the prophecy of Stickerax, weighing the judgment of peppermint with the judgment of the lad, calculating, pondering, speculating, and enjoying themselves enormously. Sometimes there enters suddenly one with high importance in his air. He beckons to his friend, he whispers in his ear secrets, sure secrets that come by devious ways from the very stable itself. There is deep conference, again intense enjoyment, and in the long run a balance on the wrong side so far as the backer is concerned. He doesn't care. Something went wrong with the Berkshire, but he has a dead cert for the Leicester. Clearly, then, the root of the problem is not to be sought for in the matter of money, for if it were, working men would not pass so much time in doing their best to lose what they have. So far as money is concerned, I have always held that co-partnership is the only solution. Not only nor chiefly because labor would have a larger share of the profits, and very justly too, but because an element of uncertainty would be introduced into labor's existence, and uncertainty is one of the great salts of life, if it be not the essential salt of all human life. The weekly wage would go on as before, but what about that 3-monthly or 6-monthly bonus? Why, I believe that every factory would get up a sweepstake as to the amount, and so add sweetness to sweetness. Meanwhile, gambling in all its forms should be encouraged, if life is not to become intolerable for the wage slaves. I am delighted to see that ingenious persons have succeeded of late in driving a tunnel right under the lottery axe. For a mere half-crown you can have a chance of winning £2,000. There is something to think about as you raise the lever and move it to the right, depress it and move it to the left, in deadly repetition all day long. The unpalatable dry meat of daily existence is salted, seasoned, made endurable by the element of wonder, surmise, uncertainty that has been mingled with it. Assuredly, the inventors of ballots are public benefactors. Of course, there are other ways of palliating the boredom of modern existence. There is the interesting case of the sporting nobleman, confronted every winter with the cessation of racing on the flat. What was he to do with himself? He consulted a wise man who told him to go and be an Egyptologist. He followed this advice, and a month or two ago the quest of years was rewarded. His picks and spades burst into the treasure house of the dead kings with the strange names who reigned in Egypt nearly 4,000 years ago. And he saw the wonderful things of gold and lapis lazuli that had been laid there in secret hundreds of years before Troy fell, nearly 1,000 years before Romulus raised the walls of Rome. That was a great moment indeed, but Egyptian exploration is a sport beyond the means of most of us, and out of the question where factory hands and miners are concerned. No, Egyptology is no solution for the labor unrest, and writing books, another way, is more a vice than a sport. Let the Labour Party bring in a co-partnership bill instead of that capital levy nonsense, while their followers spot winners and buy tickets and all the ballots going. Thus we shall get along tolerably, if not very well. End of section 25, The Capital Levy. Chapter 26 of The Shining Pyramid, the Definitive Edition, by Arthur Machen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Drake's Drum. Take my drum to England. Hang it by the shore. Strike it when your powder's running low. If the dawns sight Devon, I'll quit the port of heaven and drum them up the channel as we drummed them long ago. Sir Henry Newbolt. We wake sometimes from dreams uttering strange phrases, murmuring incredible things. At the moment of waking, for some ineffable instant of time, the words we speak, or perhaps think we speak, seem to us full of illumination. To everyone who speculates at all as to the heights and depths of the soul, there comes at very rare moments. There are not perhaps more than half a dozen such experiences given to any man's lifetime. The sense of the true world, which lies beyond this dark place of images and shadows. A world that is full of light and glory. A world where all our dim desires are interpreted and fulfilled. It is as if we stood among shadows before a black curtain, as if for one moment a fold were caught back and we saw that which we can never utter, but never deny. In dreams and in waking dreams, most of us, I suppose, penetrate into this other world, the world beyond the black curtain. But we are not suffered to make any report of it. The secret, it seems, must be kept fast. And that is one of the reasons why I am usually inclined to disbelieve most stories of the communicating spirits of the dead. Their messages are, to my judgment, altogether too lucid, too comfortably and easily and clearly set forth. There is no obscurity in the interpretation of their sentences, no impression as of a great gulf of the spirit which has been traversed with the utmost difficulty. And if we, still in the flesh, cannot utter to ourselves our own visions, it scarcely seems like that those who have passed beyond the flaming ramparts of the world should be able to chatter to us so easily and colloquially of the regions of their dwelling. The speech of that far land, if any speech there be, will, I think, be delivered rather in sensible images than in logical and grammatical utterance. And it is only the unspiritual who can discern nothing of the spirit in things audibly or visibly presented to our senses. Here is the true story of such a presentation. On the 11th of last November, the armistice between the Allies and the German Empire was signed. This meant that the incredible had happened. A few months before, all the world had been in terror of a power that seemed capable of fighting all the world. Now, in a moment, as if by enchantment, that power had ceased to exist. The armistice terms were, most justly and wisely, rigorous, and on November 21st, it was appointed that practically the whole German fleet should surrender to the British. I said that the whole event was incredible, and so true is this that the British Navy could scarcely believe that the surrender would be accomplished peacefully. Sailors are generous men to all, but more especially to other sailors. There is a brotherhood of the deep which surpasses the bounds of nations, and our Navy could not believe that the German sailors would give up their ships without fighting, even though the fight might be a hopeless one for them. Consequently, on the morning of November 21st, 1918, The British Navy awaited the enemy in a state of mind that is hard to describe. The surrender of the German fleet, they all knew, had been demanded and granted, but at the last moment, our men thought, the unutterable disgrace must boil in the veins of those German sailors, and the guns of their great ships must speak their final word of fire before they sank beneath the water. Every preparation was made for the fight. The ships were cleared. The men were at action stations. Naval discipline was at its strictest. Every man on board every ship knew his place to an inch, his duty to the most minute detail. The king's ships had made them ready for battle. It is hard for a landsman to realize this awful and inexorable import of such an array. The fleet steamed to the appointed rendezvous, waited, and looked eastward. It was a misty morning with a gentle breeze. One of the ships was the Royal Oak, chiefly manned by sailors of Devonshire. She was flying on that day a magnificent silk ensign, made for her by Devonshire ladies. On a bridge, 60 feet above the top deck, was a group of officers: Admiral Grant, Captain McLaughlin of the Royal Oak, the commander, and others. It was soon after 9 o'clock in the morning when the German fleet appeared looming through the mist. Admiral Grant saw them and waited. He could scarcely believe, he says, that they would not instantly open fire. Then the drum began to beat on the Royal Oak. The sound was unmistakable. It was that of a small drum being beaten in rolls. At first the officers on the bridge paid little attention, if any, to the sound. So intent were they on the approaching enemy. But when it became evident that the Germans were not to show fight, Admiral Grant turned to the captain of the Royal Oak and remarked on the beating of the drum. The captain said that he heard it but could not understand it, since the ship was cleared for action and every man on board was at his battle station. The commander also heard but could not understand, and sent messengers all over the ship to investigate. Twice the messengers were sent about the ship, about all the decks. They reported that every man was at his station. Yet the drum continued to beat. Then the commander himself made a special tour of investigation through the Royal Oak. He too found that every man was at his station. It must be noted, by the way, that if someone, playing a practical joke, had been beating a drum between decks, the sound would have been inaudible to the officers on the bridge. Secondly, when a ship is cleared for action, the members of the band have specially important duties in connection with fire control apparatus assigned to them. The band instruments are all stored away in the band room, right aft and below decks. All the while the British fleet was closing round the German fleet, coming to anchor in a square about it so that the German ships were hemmed in. And all the while that this was being done, the noise of the drum was heard at intervals, beating in rolls. All who heard it are convinced that it was no sound of flapping stays or any such accident. The ear of the naval officer is attuned to all the noises of his ship, in fair weather and in foul. It makes no mistakes. All who heard knew that they heard the rolling of a drum. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon the German fleet was enclosed and helpless, and the British ships dropped anchor, some 15 miles off the Firth of Forth. The utter irrevocable ruin and disgrace of the German navy were consummated, and at that moment the drum stopped beating and was no more heard. But those who had heard it, admiral, captain, commander, other officers and men of all ratings, held then and hold now one belief as to that rolling music. They believed that the sound they heard was that of Drake's drum, the audible manifestation of the spirit of the great sea captain, present at this hour of the tremendous triumph of Britain on the seas. This is the firm belief of them all. It may be so. It may be that Drake did quit the port of heaven in a ship of fire, and driving the Huns across the sea with the flame of his spirit, drummed them down to their pitiful and shameful doom. End of section 26, Drake's Drum. End of The Shining Pyramid, the definitive edition, by Arthur Machen.